got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got peace, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
This channel runs without ads. If you enjoy the content and want to help me stay motivated and make more videos, please consider supporting me through my Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon links in the description. Now let's continue.
Okay. Road to Master. By Night Shock 5. Summary. In a new universe, Ash has a dark past that eats him. After thinking about his past, Ash decides to begin his journey in Kalos along with a wild Pikachu he befriends. Along with a strong team, Ash will take on his strongest challenge yet. Amourshipping, what will happen when Ash challenges the Pokemon League? Will he win? Will his father haunt his head? T for Violence. Chapter 1, Ambush and Deadly Encounter. Team Flare Base, Unknown Location. Callum, are you ready to go in? A raven-haired teenager with a Pikachu asked as the group of two teenagers and two Pokemon went up to a door that they sneaked to get to. Sure am Ash, the teenager that responds to the name Callum said. He had a chestnut next to him ready to strike at any moment. Alright, the other teenager called Ash said. Ash was wearing a black jacket to avoid getting recognized, but he kept his light blue scarf and red cap. I think we should have brought Tierno and Trevor here though. Quickly, if you have not figured out the scarf yet, I will reveal it in the last AN. I agree, but they are too far away, going to Glorio to be exact. They are still on the road, Callum replied. The two trainers were standing in front of a door. The door had the words, Team Flare, on it. No one was around and the coast was clear. Evidently, something was going on inside. What about the girls? Ash asked. Will they be safe? They are in Anistar City right now. This morning, I left them together saying that we will meet up with them later. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, I know how protective you are of Serena, Callum replied, making Ash nod in approval. Let's get this over with so that we do not have to wait any longer. Objective, get the core freed and get out. Right. Charmeleon use Dragon Claw and break through. Ash exclaimed as he threw a Pokeball. A Charmeleon came out of a bright light with something peculiar. This Charmeleon had a HRNSS with a blue stone in the middle that had a double helix DNA-like symbol on it. Charmeleon. Chameleon shouted as he made green scaly claws with his hand and slashed in an X-like fashion. After a second, the door completely fell into the building in 4 pieces. Good Charmeleon, return. Ash said as he recalled Charmeleon to his Pokeball. Ash then put the Pokeball in his belt and studied the challenge he and Callum were going to have to overcome. Ash and Pikachu then ran in first. Come on Callum. Both trainers ran into the building. Both had their partners next to them. They ran towards another door. This time the door opened by itself due to motion detectors opening the hinges of the door. When Ash and Callum were about to walk through the door, they got hit with a terrible surprise standing with crossed arms at the other end of the door. Well, we have intruders, a woman with blue hair and goggles replied, standing at the other end of the doors. She had an orange suit and behind her was a Drapion. Drapion use pin missile. Counter with your pin missile. Callum shouted. Chestnut shot its own pin missiles that met up with the Drapion's pin missile, leaving the woman and her Drapion motionless from the explosion that occurred. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted while shooting a beam of electricity that was directed right at the Drapion and the Team Flare grunt. This caused an explosion that made both Drapion and the woman fall defeated to the ground with burn marks from the electricity. This is not over, Lysandra has a recruit that is even stronger than him. You will not win, the woman groaned in the ground. Her body was crackling with electricity. Ash and Callum along with their Pokemon walked around the woman that was on the ground, but soon footsteps could be heard throughout the building and Ash and Callum identified what it belonged to in a second. Team Flare grunts. Run Ash. Callum shouted as Team Flare grunts rushed the two teenagers from behind them. Both trainers started running to get to their mission, attempting to avoid at all costs being found again and very cautious as to not get cornered. Suddenly, a blaring alarm went off in the base. Ash and Callum both covered their ears in desperation while Pikachu and Chestnut used their moves to destroy the alarms and prevent the blaring distraction. The hallways were lined with rooms. All of these rooms had no interest to Ash and Callum, they were in for the room in the end of the hallway. The lighting turned a red dim as Team Flare grunts kept trying to enclose the intruders to the secret base. The trainers kept running until they reached a large room. This room had what looked like an enclosed tree in the middle. The fence was made of glass and inside the fence Ash and Callum saw a small Pokemon. It was green, squishy and had a red core in the middle. "There it is," Ash whispered. Callum nodded. "We need to help it before it can transform to 100% form. If that happens then." "Don't say what will happen," Callum shuddered and looked at the Pokemon with fear as well. The stakes were high for Ash and Callum at this point. "Apply power, we will make this Zygarde into its 10% form," one of the men handling machines instructed. "Affirmative, start the procedure," another grunt said. Ash and Callum watched in awe as the tree glowed green. Suddenly, the small green core turned into a dog-like form that growled around the cage in a violent manner. The grunts started to clap as they saw the transformation be a success. It was evident that they had been developing this experiment for years and did not want Ash and Callum to be in the way. "Now!" Callum shouted. Both trainers leapt from their hiding spots. "Pikachu Thunderbolt, let's go!" Ash shouted while pumping his fist with one hand and putting his hand out with the other. "Pikachu!" Pikachu shouted as he enveloped himself in electricity. After he got super charged up, Pikachu leaped into the air and shot the yellow beam of crackling electricity towards his target. Chestnut hit the wall with wood hammer. Chestnut then charged up his left arm and materialized a green log of energy. Chestnut then swung his large arm around and headed it straight for the destination of Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Both moves collided with the glass and broke it in a decently sized explosion, thus freeing the Zygarde from the grasps of Team Flare. The dog-like Pokemon then leapt out of the area and ran off, leaving a huge trail of green particles and energy. The Pokemon was gone at a really fast speed and no one saw the direction it went. "Success, let's get out of here!" Ash exclaimed as he and Callum started to run off to safety and escape the base. But that thought was a little too late. "There they are! Get them!" The men shouted from behind. Ash and Duo along with their Pokemon ran into a larger room. Now they were trapped since the room had no way out, they had to get through 5 grunts. "What do we do now?" Callum asked as the grunts rushed the trainers. "We fight. Frogadier, use cut and shake these guys." Ash shouted as he launched the Pokeball and revealed an agile Frogadier that appeared in a ninja pose. "Pikachu Thunderbolt, let's go!" One of the grunts took a swing at Chestnut, but he used Spiky Shield to defend himself and defeat the grunt. Another grunt was beaten down by Frogadier who had used cut. For Ash it was watery, like a bluish fluid color that only he could see. Ash was in a fist fight with one of the bigger grunts. Ash hit him in the jaw and tripped him. When the grunt tried to punch Ash, he blocked it and kicked the grunt in the ball, thus defeating him with one last blow to the head. Ash had learned to fight throughout his past, constantly getting into fights with strangers in Lumiose for his survival. Pikachu engaged a battle with a grunt that managed to hit Pikachu hard in the stomach. When Ash saw this, pure anger boiled through his entire body. As an instant of instinct and nervousness for Pikachu, Ash rushed over and hit the man in the head, thus knocking him out in one blow that Ash never would have ever imagined possible. "Never mess with my Pokemon!" Ash shouted in agitation to get his best friend back. More grunts piled in through the door ready to fight, but Ash ran over to Pikachu. As soon as he reached the electric rodent that was on the ground, Ash grabbed his defeated friend in his arms and checked on him to make sure Pikachu was in enough condition to battle through. Ash noticed Pikachu would be fine, but battling was out of the picture at this point, which meant he needed to resort to something else. Chestnut pin missile on all of them. Then use wood hammer on the door to jam it. Callum shouted while pumping his fist towards the direction that the grunts were coming from. Chestnut obeyed, he launched pin missile and hit every grunt that it could, thus knocking them to the ground unconscious. After that, Chestnut hit the door with wood hammer, thus ending the flow of grunts. Ash, how are you holding up? Callum asked as he walked over to his friend in concern. Fine, but Pikachu got hit hard, Ash said while looking up at Callum. Pikachu needs to recover. Ash then turned to Frogadier, who had helped him with his battles with grunts, and pulled out a Pokeball. Frogadier, thank you for battling and helping, Ash explained as he recalled his aquatic frog into red energy which dissipated into the Pokeball. Good, let's leave, Callum started. Looking around, the area was filled with bodies on the ground. It was a very unpleasant sight for anyone. Ash and Callum began to rush out through the opening, hoping to get away from the slaughter fest they had created. But something, or should I say, someone interrupted them. Not so fast, a new voice exclaimed. Out of the shadows appeared a man. It seems you were going to leave without some fun, don't be so rude. Leave us alone. Ash shouted. Ash did find this man familiar. He had pale skin with some small Z marks on his cheeks, raven hair like his own, but the hair was auburn with the addition of a red cap. He was tall and had a red jacket with a white undershirt. He looked nothing like a Team Flare grunt, but like an older version of Ash. I am the best battler in Team Flare, my name is Ashura. The man smirked at Ash as he expected some sort of reaction. Ash was looking only at the man called Ashura with fear and fire in his eyes while grabbing Pikachu in his arms. Ash's eyes widened in horror and everlasting emotional pain that is out to get him. No, it can't be, can it? Ash closed his eyes and began to shiver with severe irritation that coursed through his veins and arteries. With that, Ash gritted his teeth together and clenched his fists together. After some time, Ash's fists began to drip red liquid, blood. Reason being Ash's fingernails painlessly penetrating his skin since he is high on adrenaline. Callum noticed Ash's reaction and put a hand on Ash's shoulder, asking a question that would have an answer that would make Callum recoil in surprise. Ash, are you okay? You traitor. You could have saved her, but you helped kill her. How could you? Ash shouted through gritted teeth and clenched fists with a tone so venomous it made even Pikachu flinch. So I see that you have grown into a fine young man, Ash, or should I say son? Ashura replied. Now, let's have a deal. We have a one-on-one battle, and if you win I let you go, if you lose you end up like your mother. Callum's eyes widened at the revelation of Ash's father. Ash, we can find another way. Callum shouted to Ash, who had red hands from the blood. Ash acknowledged Callum, but set Pikachu down in a safe place near Callum before turning to Callum. I have no choice. Ash replied as he took out a Pokeball and nervously put it on his hands. He then turned to Ashura and told himself to talk without thinking. He said, I accept your challenge. I will give you one last chance, join me and together we will take over. Ashura shouted while pumping his fist at Ash. Never. Ash screamed through emotional pain. Grovyle, I choose you. Ash threw the Pokeball, revealing a green bipedal tree frog that had a twig toothpick on his mouth. Ash would have chosen Frogadier, but he was acting strange lately. This was the next best thing to speed and stealth he could get. Grovyle, the Pokemon shouted while putting his arm out in a defensive stance. Callum, get out of here, it is too dangerous, Ash said calmly while glaring at the friend he had next to him. Ash, I won't leave you. Callum said while pumping his fist in a determined face. I will fight with you, this is our fight. Thanks Callum, Ash replied with a weak smile, but then that smile turned into a complete face of irritation and pain as he turned back to Ashura. I am so proud of you, son, you have actually made a friend. Too bad it is the last time you see one of them. Darkrai battle stance. Ashura taunted with arms crossed. Good luck, Ash, but you won't ever beat me unless you get lucky. Here you can play battle music. Ash, Grovyle, versus Ashura, Darkrai. Both Pokemon stared at each other. Grovyle sensed Ash's pain and knew he could not lose. for his trainer's sake. Darkrai seemed like a hard opponent, but with Ash, Grovyle knew he could pull of anything. Grr, use Leaf Storm. Ash shouted intensely through a pumping of a bloody red fist. Grovyle out his hands together and then released from his hands a barrage of leaves spiraling in a large wind that was headed for Darkrai. Ashura seemed amused by the amount of power being displayed as he viewed his son as a powerful threat he needed to eliminate. Ash though, he was in a state of depression and pain due to having to battle his own father. Dark Pulse, Ashura calmly said with crossed arms. Darkrai looked at the incoming leaf beam and put his hands together as well. Suddenly from the arms came a dark Gaia beam headed for the leaf storm that was already sent. The two moves collided in a stalemate in the middle, but slowly Dark Pulse overpowered and started to creep up on Grovyle. With a large bang, Grovyle fell in front of Ash with dark electricity surging through him. Now use Thunder! Ashura shouted. Darkrai got enveloped in an electric aura and shot a beam at Grovyle. Grovyle was stuck in the electric beam, being too weak to move, thus taking the entire shock and causing an explosion in front of Ash, in which Grovyle was on the ground motionless. Grovyle no! Ash exclaimed at his fallen Pokémon. From the side, Kalos and Pikachu watched in worry their pain-stricken friend losing the battle. Grovyle groaned as he got up, slowly looking at Darkrai with a lot amount of pain. Grovyle, stay strong, Ash exclaimed as he watched his father prepare for whatever the next move will bring. Ash then threw his hand out and exclaimed, Leaf Blade. Vile! Grovyle shouted as he curved the lateral portion of his arms to fork a green blade. Then, he started to run at the pitch-black Pokémon that was in front of him. This time, Ashura just kept his arms crossed and did not look at Ash. Darkrai took the two blades in a cross-like fashion and then fell back in front of Ashura, who seemed a little amused by testing Ash's power. Darkrai used Thunder once again. Ashura finally commanded with crossed arms. Darkrai charged his electricity and once again shot the electrical beam at Grovyle, but this time, Ash was prepared. Grovyle, quick, use Razor Leaf on roof! Ash exclaimed with urgency. Grovyle quickly gained his composure and shot 3 leaves up at the roof that cut some of the sprinklers into spraying water towards the ground and unconscious bodies. Now avoid any water that could be sent your way. Grovyle! Grovyle exclaimed as he jumped out of the water that was now showering down. Instead of colliding with Grovyle, the thunder streaked the air and hit the water, which caused a lot of dispersion among the thunder throughout the area. The lightning then sparkled in a few spots, in which Ash sighed in relief. Ashura was in complete awe at how Ash was able to escape the attack, but decided it was best to try and end this very fast, use Dark Pulse. By surprise, Ash recoiled as he saw the Dark Pulse streak the air with dead-on accuracy and strike Grovyle, who was avoiding the water. Grovyle got hit in an explosion that sent him tumbling to a nearby puddle and then stood up slightly with his legs still in the puddle. Now use Thunder on the water! Ashura exclaimed with a pumped fist. Darkrai shot his beam at the water from the sprinklers and caused the electricity to be conducted. At Grovyle no! Ash exclaimed and recoiled as he watched his tree frog be shocked from the attack. Grovyle then got involved in a large explosion that, when the smoke cleared, Grovyle was on his knees barely standing and with electricity around him. Suddenly, Grovyle began to glow green. Overgrow! Kalos muttered to himself. Pikachu said to himself too. Ash seemed to know what was going on as he grew nervous once he saw Grovyle stand up and begin to exclaim, Grovyle! Control yourself! Ash shouted in urgency, knowing this was not good. Flashback. Tree. Cuckoo. Trico shouted while glowing green and charging at a heat more with Razor Leaf. Trico no! Ash exclaimed as he got in front of Trico and taking the hit. The Razor Leafs penetrated Ash's skin and made him bleed from the attack. Trico did not care less and attempted to use another attack. Heatmore stopped him with Fire Lash. A trainer exclaimed while looking worried at Ash. Heat more. Heat more, exclaimed as a lash of fire enveloped Trico. Ash now found the safe time to recall Trico back to his Pokeball, and the other trainer ran up to Ash to help him with his wounds. Ash looked at Trico's Pokeball with awe, unable to comprehend what happened. End of flashback. I am going to finish this fast, Ashura said while throwing out his fist. Dark Void. Darkrai made a dark orb and shot it at the green glowing Grovyle. Grovyle instantly fell asleep when the dark void engulfed Grovyle in a black energy. Now use Dream Eater, Ashura said while crossing his arms and ignoring the overgrow. Darkrai had a shadow leave its body and taunted Grovyle. As soon as the shadow made contact, Grovyle flinched in pain and arched back. The shadow then returned to Darkrai, leaving the sleeping and turning Grovyle on the floor. Grovyle was still in a bad nightmare that Ash could barely watch. Grovyle, I know you are in there. Hear me out, we can do this. Ash yelled, trying to get a response, but things began to look faded for him from the blood loss in his bloody red fists. Inside the dream, Grovyle was being taunted by many shadows, all of them launching attacks at him. It was completely dark, but the overgrow served as a green light source for the frightened Grovyle. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a light came that called out to him. Grovyle, I need you to wake up. I believe in you. The fate of everyone is in your hands and I know you can protect it, a voice called. Grovyle ran into the voice and light to reappear at the battlefield like if he had not fallen asleep. Grovyle felt determined and inspired so much that he reached a new level of being. Back at the battle. Grovyle, you are awake. Ash exclaimed to his now standing Grovyle with slight happiness, but intense fatigue. Play Night Core, stronger. Nah, that don't kill me. Can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now. 'Cause I can't wait much longer. Grovyle. Grovyle shouted as the green glow he had began to glow blue and Grovyle's figure started growing bigger. Grovyle gained a bright green coloration with trees on his tail. Not only that, but Grovyle also gained stronger looking blades. The green glow was more violent than ever. Work it, make it, do it. Makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Is it? Ash started. It evolved. Callum said in shock. Sceptile, the newly evolved Pokemon, cried with a green glow that sent a green shockwave throughout the battlegrounds. Ashura could only stare in awe. Congratulations, Ash, but this may very well be the last evolution you see, Ashura smirked while putting his hands out. Use Dark Void again. We'll see about that. Use Razor Leaf. Ash exclaimed. Sceptile, though, surprised Ash by instead moving his fist into the ground in front of him. The move that came out was not Razor Leaf though, a large plant came through the earth and grabbed Darkrai. Darkrai was unable to make its move after this. That's Frenzy Plant. Callum told the dumbstruck trainer. Ash smirked at the sight of the new move. Work it, make it, do it. Makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Pikachu exclaimed in awe. Sceptile Leaf Blade. Ash shouted. Sceptile leapt up and hit Darkrai head-on with Leaf Blade, and then Sceptile turned around and turned its Leaf Blade into a green scaly claw and struck Darkrai again. Dragon Claw. Sceptile also learned Dragon Claw to Ash's surprise. Work it, make it, do it. Makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Use Thunder. Ashura exclaimed as Darkrai was too weak to use another attack. Gur, this isn't over, I will get you back. Ashura shouted while pointing at Ash and recalling his defeated Pokemon. You may have gotten lucky that Sceptile evolved today, but you won't be so lucky next time just because you defeated my weakest Pokemon, Ashura said as he vanished into thin air to Ash's surprise. Ash fell over to his knees panting while trying to keep his composure. The blood loss had gotten to him, but he knew he could make it if he hanged in there. His fists were still bright red, but the wounds clotted due to the increased circulation of blood during the battle. He looked over at his pocket and took out a box with the picture of his mother, the blood slightly staining the picture. I will avenge you, Ash thought. Pikachu. Sep. Septile exclaimed, not glowing green anymore. Ash, are you okay? Callum asked his friend as Ash caught his breath. Yeah, thanks guys, Ash said. Good, let's get out of here, Callum assured. Septile, thank you for everything, Ash stated as he recalled Septile to his Pokeball. Alright, let's leave, Callum said as he and Ash left the room. Unbeknownst to them, the entire battle was caught on camera and recorded by a snooping security camera that is property of the Pokemon League. Somewhere far away. The Kalos champion looked at the video and was amazed by the battle, a strong trainer, wow, I will show this to the Elite Four. I want to meet this person. This person then rewinded the entire battle to study every single move that happened. She then went to the computer and thought to herself. I have to show this to the Mega Evolution trainers as well. She put the video into a file and put it as an attachment to be sent electronically. She then clicked on Send to and clicked on Mega Evolution trainers recorded throughout Kalos. After that, she clicked Send. Back at the Team Flare base. Ash and Callum were leaving slowly the now empty base. Slowly dragging themselves. When the peace was broken, self-destruct initiated, building will explode in 1 minute, an alarm blared. The flashing light all glue red and the panic came with the trainers. Suddenly, the base started to shake and collapse, a rock almost hitting Ash, but missed by a couple inches. Run! Ash shouted as Callum recalled his chestnut and Ash carried his Pikachu in his arms which was still injured. The corridor was the same one they went through, but it was empty as people had left to trap the trainers here. The exit through where the two trainers then entered was imminent. The two trainers ran, despite their fatigue, through the door only to be met by the light of the moonlight that replaced the red glare that the base had. The two trainers ran as far as they could up a hill that was approximately 800 meters from the base. Ash and Callum found themselves running up the hill with a lot of exhaustion, but did not stop as they needed to get to safety. Suddenly, the panting and sounds of feet hitting the ground was inundated with an earth-shaking sound that anyone could swear could be heard from miles away. Boom! A strong sound killed the silence between the two trainers as they felt their ears pop to the sound and saw the sky and ground light up at the moment of the explosion and then disappear. The two teenagers slowly turned around and saw a blaze erupting through the building they escaped. The smoke was billowing from the fire of the not-so-secret base anymore, but a giant hole in the ground with a burning building on top of it. Nothing was left. The trainers decided to take the time to rest, so Ash and Callum sat on the ground catching their breath as Ash gave Pikachu some orange berries for the electric mouse's lack of energy. Minutes later, the duo saw news helicopters reporting over the explosion. Obviously it came to no surprise that anyone could have seen the explosion from the nearest town. Ash sighed, I guess we are going to get a lot of attention. Yeah, Callum replied as he stood up and started talking again. Hey, I would like to stay longer, but I have go to Glorio City, the girls are headed there for the master class, Callum said. It starts in a couple of days, so I am going to get a head start to hang out with Shauna. Callum then revealed a Talonflame and hopped on. See ya later, Ashy boy. Callum teased as he flew off while waving at Ash from his Fire Falcon. Ash sighed, he still had no flying type other than Noivern, but he did not want to fly, especially in this condition, so he decided to walk, maybe he would meet someone on the way. He was near Anistar anyways. He still did not know the main reason why he went to these showcases, but he still went and supported his best friend. Something about her made him keep going to her performances to see what she would pull off. Something he would understand, soon enough. Back at Anistar. Shauna, I think it is time we headed over to Glorio for the master class, a honey blonde with short hair started. This girl had a light red dress with a red top. She wore a red fedora with a pair of brown boots. Her oceanic blue eyes matched. With the blue ribbon she wore on the top of her dress, that was given to her by someone special. We have our 3 princess keys and the master class starts soon, a week to be exact. What are we waiting for? Yeah, I think so too, Serena, the girl called Shauna replied. Shauna had long brown hair and a nice pink top. She also had a slightly darker tone in skin with olive green eyes. After I eat, I guess. The girls were in the middle of a meal in which they were eating dessert. After they finished their chocolate cake, the duo paid the bill and went outside to the dark air of Anistar City. In the distance the sundial was visible through the night star-filled sky that cloaked Kalos. It was night time, but it was not like that stopped our heroes from traveling as they were about to head on their next big adventure. Alright Shauna, I think it's time to go. Serena exclaimed while grabbing a blue ribbon on top of her red dress. It was an involuntary action that Serena has done throughout her journey to represent something interesting. I always meant to ask you, is that the ribbon that Ash gave you? Shauna asked with a curious face that made Serena tense every muscle in her body. Yeah, Serena replied while blushing and gripping the ribbon with more strength. It was a way to calm herself down that worked a lot during the most stressful times of traveling. I have a feeling he will be there, Shauna replied with a wink. Then, Shauna took out a pokeball and revealed Atropius. Shauna got on and flew off while yelling at Serena, see you there, gonna try to spend time with Callum. Serena sighed as she saw Shauna leave. Serena then looked at the paved path under her feet turn into a dirt road in front of her. The dirt road led to a route in direction towards Glorio City. Maybe she would meet someone on the way. Chapter 2, Journeys commence. Serena's house. Grace sighed as she flipped a pancake through her pan. Of course the smell of pancakes resonating through the house was not doing the effect it was and it frustrated Grace. Grace decided she had to use the last resort she commonly used, Fletchling, could you go wake up Serena for me? Of course she sleeps in more than a teenage boy that stays up till 3 a.m. writing fanfics, but it is not healthy for her. Fletchling. Fletching replied and flew up the stairs into Serena's room stealthily through the small crack in the door that lead into a room with a bed and a lot of pink walls. Fletchling then perched itself on top of a bulge in the bed. Fletchling then made his beak glow white and aimed right for the head of this figure, Fletchling. Fletching has used peck on his sleeping beauty to wake her up, though she did not wake up in love, but furious of Fletchling's peck. Growling, come back here, the girl screamed in pain as she held her head at the sight of the peck. The girl then got up and stared into the eyes of that one menacing robin that just pecked her. She tried to grab Fletchling but ended up missing and hitting her head with the side of the bed. Fletchling, the bird cried as it flew out the room with a hint of amusement for causing that much trouble with the girl. Of course it was funny for it since Fletchling always had to do it because of this girl's horrible temper. At this point the girl would always decide it was time to get up since the adrenaline that rushes through her from the surprise does not allow her to fall back asleep. The girl walked up to the window thus opening it. The wind blew perfectly into her long honey blonde hair and dazzling electric blue eyes. Morning Rhyhorn, the girl exclaimed as she greeted her friend in the front yard. I think something interesting will happen today, she told herself as she pushed her hair back. She knew she was ready to start making a big step in her life. A chance to escape the past. Serena. Come down and eat your pancakes. You need to get ready for your day today. It is the start of your journey. Grace exclaimed from downstairs. At the sound of her mother, the girl turned back to the door and looked through the crack to yell back. Coming Mom, the girl now known as Serena yelled back. Of course, this was the first day of her journey and she was ready to get a Pokemon from Professor Sycamore. She even knew what Pokemon she was going to get. Oh look at her, such a badass. Like me and Decidueye in Sun and Moon, laughing face. Serena got dressed in a black top with a pink skirt and on her head she had a nice pink fedora. With that she went downstairs to eat breakfast. She sat down and started to eat her breakfast. Eggs and bacon along with pancakes and syrup. Something Serena enjoyed to eat, especially when her mother made it, if you want it in Pokemon terminology, Execute and Grumpig. Serena, have you decided what Pokemon you are going to get? Grace asked as she took a sip from her tea and eyeing Serena with amusement. Grace was excited for Serena's journey to start. Grace, being the Rhyhorn racer that she was, started her journey at the same age that Serena did, and with that she was able to find her love of racing. She wants the same for Serena, and as soon as Serena figured out that her friends were also starting her journeys, Grace encouraged Serena to start hers as well. Yeah. Serena replied with an excited tone, thinking about the Pokemon she was going to choose for her journey around her home region. As much as Serena wanted to simply say the name, she had a bigger desire to keep the Pokemon a surprise. This Pokemon appealed so much to Serena because of how the species is burning with elegancy and by just how adorable and lovable these creatures are. What is it? Grace asked her daughter with a curious face. It's a secret, Serena responded with a wink. The trademark wink Serena always gives to her friends and family at surprises. After she finished breakfast, Serena grabbed her backpack and went out the door. She was ready to take her first step into her journey. Bye, Mom. Serena was excited. She wanted to leave just like anyone would for anything simply. Serena was so fast out the door that her mother gasped in shock as she went to say her goodbyes for now. Serena was that excited to begin her journey. Remember to go for broke. Grace instructed her daughter before Serena walked out of the door after saying goodbye to Rhyhorn, who gave Serena one last playful lick. I prefer to say, don't give up until it is over, Serena chuckled, remembering the words that a certain influence has had on her since. Well, that is something that Serena will have to reveal herself sadly. Bye, Serena, and remember that if someone you don't like asks you out on a date, you show them a kick in the ball. Grace replied with a snicker, since she knew that Serena's looks would obviously attract the eyes of many boys, especially the teenagers. It is very common for boys to show up at Serena's house with flowers, asking to even get to go on a date with Serena to her surprise. Of course, Grace used these boys as punching bags for Serena. One kick in the ball and they will never come back is the philosophy Grace used with her daughter's love life, but of course, Grace knows someone will get through the wall eventually. Serena grew annoyed at this and grew red in anger and embarrassment. Serena had learned how to do the kicking move and did not have to be reminded every day. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I already know who I can allow near me. Callum, I am guessing. Grace retaliated without knowing a crucial fact about an encounter Serena had with a certain boy at a summer camp. Grace always thought Callum was Serena's partner, as she thought the boy was charming, but something about that boy was missing, so Grace may have figured the two were just good friends. No. Serena flustered. I only see him as a friend and Shauna already told me she has dibs on him. Then who is it? Grace asked with a look of, gotcha, I know there is someone that has your attention. Grace just loved to mess with Serena, and this confirmed she had her eyes out for someone. None of your business. Serena yelled as she ran out of her mom's sight and into the route after waving her mother goodbye. She looked down into her pocket. If you even are anywhere near me, I will find you, Serena thought as she looked at a blue handkerchief. Serena would make it to Lumiose in no time at this rate and meet up with her friends. Serena looked up in the bright and sunny day. She was excited and hopeful for a memorable journey. And she will have one. She will. Lumiose City. It was a bright and sunny day in Lumiose. Fletchlings chirped, trainers and residents walked up the streets with Pokemon living in complete harmony. Just a beautiful day to initialize a journey is what new trainers would think. Despite this fact, one person always dreaded everything thrown at him and is completely shadowed in the endoskeleton of Lumiose City. A teenaged boy sat in a dark alley of Lumiose City. Right next to him was a wild Pikachu. The boy looked in his pocket. There was a case that had the words Ash Ketchum on it. Inside this case was a picture of a lady that had brown hair and auburn eyes that resembled the boy's eyes holding the picture. Inside the case there was also a stone that had a DNA-like symbol on it. I'm sorry I left, Mom, I could not save you from him and I had to flee, the boy said with a tear rolling down his cheek in a defeated tone. He could still hear the sounds of the screaming that happened in front of him years ago. It haunted him, no. It possessed him. Pikachu. The Pikachu next to him cried and embraced his friend. The boy felt Pikachu hug him and instantly relaxed. The bond between the two seemed completely unbreakable. "Thank you, Pikachu, I don't know if I would be alive if it wasn't for you," the boy replied. The boy was right, he had attempted to end his own life a couple times to escape dealing with the hardships, but every time, Pikachu would stop him. Ash was always grateful of this even if it could agitate him, but Ash always knew that he can't take life for granted, and Pikachu always reminds him of that. Suddenly, this boy felt his stomach growl. It had been some time since Pikachu and him had something to eat. In a whisper, Ash said, "Pikachu, let's get something to eat." "Pika!" Pikachu exclaimed as he got on the shoulder of the boy. The boy that was known as Ash Ketchum was revealed when he stepped into the light of the early morning in a busy street of Lumios. A light tan, raven black hair, auburn eyes, and lightning marks on his cheeks. His clothes though were very wrinkled and the only piece of clothing in decent shape was his red cap. "Come on Pikachu, we need to find something to eat," Ash exclaimed as he made himself over to the market. The market was filled with people crowding around food stands in order to find some food for the day. There was baskets filled with cuisine that could make someone's mouth water in sight. There was everything from seafood to Cantonian food. Cantonian food was what appealed to Ash the most though as it reminded him of his home region. When Ash made it to the market, he found a stand giving out bread. That seems like a good place, let's try to not attract too much attention. Ash started to walk up to the man in charge of the bread stand who wore a brown t-shirt along with a pair of gray pants and he had brown hair with pale skin, a common sight of people in Kalos. The man noticed Ash and spoke at him confused as to why someone that looks like they had been ran over by a truck would come to his stand. "Hello there young man. How may I help you?" "In no way possibly," Ash responded coldly while putting his head down to shadow his eyes. "I came here for some bread." The man grabbed a loaf of bread and showed it to Ash. The man then turned to Ash and stated, "This will cost you 10 euros." Ash sighed and looked over at his partner. Of course they would need to pay, it is the economy that needs it, the only problem was that the raven-haired teenager did not have any euros with him. So like always, Ash used his last only resort to even survive. Ash nodded at Pikachu and looked at the vendor with a smirk. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt and distracted the man enough time for Ash to grab a loaf of bread. "Gotta go, bye," Ash exclaimed as he left running and leaving the man covered in soot from the lightning attack. Pokemon battle music can start here. "Thief! Get that teenager!" The man yelled watching as Ash started to get out of sight. Officer Jenny was nearby reading a book on her motorcycle when these words entered her ears. Jenny then turned to the voice and noticed it was a man that had just had his bread taken away. Jenny then took one look at the direction in which the thief ran off to. One look at the thief and Jenny sighed, "Here we go again." Jenny then turned on her lights and siren and started chasing Ash. A group of 3 boys and 2 girls were in the way of the sidewalk. One boy with black hair grabbed Ash by the collar as he ran past the group. The boy obviously saw what Ash did and knew he had to put some sort of stop to Ash. "Hey! It is not right to steal." The teenager looked Ash's age and he had black jacket, blue jeans, and a pair of sunglasses on his jet black hair. His skin was pale and he had brown eyes as well. Ash noticed he needed to get out of the situation as fast as possible so he came up with his usual plan for when he got caught. Ash just broke free from him by ordering Pikachu to shock the teenager. "It may be wrong, but I need it to survive." Ash retaliated and darted out of the group's way. Ash then looked back and noticed Officer Jenny on his 6th. Ash obviously knew he could shake her, he had done it before and he wouldn't give up. Ash ran into the same alley as before and noticed it was a dead end. "I have you cornered, hands up now." Jenny called out for probably the first time that day, which had gone on for years. Jenny was very tired of having the same result happen to her though. Ash smirked and pumped his fist. Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Pika 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 chuppy. Pikachu cried as he charged and shot an orb of yellow electricity that streaked through the air at high velocity. That electric sphere hit Officer Jenny, immobilizing her for Ash to make the escape. See you later. Ash yelled as he climbed the walls. The walls were close enough so that Ash could jump to and from each other, making it to the roof. Doing this for years made Ash an expert. With Pikachu on his side, he was hard to catch. From below, Officer Jenny sighed. She knew all about Ash's condition. How he was alone except for the Pikachu, without any way of feeding himself other than stealing. She felt pity for the boy, but it was obvious that she had to chase him down. Sadly, whenever she tried to get to him, Ash would escape, he was that good. Meanwhile at the rooftops, here you go Pikachu. Ash had split the bread in half so that they could both share equally. Ash did not know if bread was a good idea to feed to a Pikachu, but as long as Pikachu did not get sick on him, he was fine. Both finished their bread and were thankful that they could eat even if it meant breaking the law. Pikachu always cuddled with Ash, they both were happy to be with each other. This friendship was what kept Ash alive after all. Fro. Ash heard a new voice enter his ears and looked confused. Pika. Pikachu's ears twitched as he heard the voice as well. It sounded very aquatic and weak as well. Ash got up from where he was to see if he can locate the source with Pikachu following him. Suddenly, Ash noticed a blue frog-like Pokemon lying in the edge of the rooftops. Look Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu asked as he got nearer to inspect the Pokemon. Ash got closer and noticed it was a Froakie. Froakie groaned. Ash noticed Froakie was really hurt. Froakie had cuts and bruises all over his body and there was blood spilling from one of the wounds that crossed Froakie's stomach. Pikachu! Pikachu shouted in urgency. Let's get it to the professor's lab. Ash cried. Ash did know where the lab was, and how Froakie was a starter. Ash was anxious to show himself for the first time to the professor, but he had no choice if he wanted to save Froakie. Ash had Pikachu on his shoulder and Froakie in his arms as he ran into Lumio City. He cared for all Pokemon as friends, it did not matter that he stole to survive at this point. When in these situations Ash has one priority, saving a life in danger. Entering Lumio City. Look who decided to show up, a brunette girl with a tan skin and a hot pink dress with black bow ties said as she looked at Serena with a smile. Sorry for the wait Shauna, Serena replied with embarrassment as she caught up to the girl she calls Shauna. Serena, you look as beautiful as ever, two boys yelled. One with black hair that was really big and had a t-shirt with a vanillite on it while the other had orange hair and purple eyes. They both had pale skin, but the size difference was huge and the smaller one of the two had a camera around his neck. Hey Trevor, Serena replied to the one with orange hair. And Tierno, you look like you never stopped the beat. Serena giggled at the large boy with black hair. Well, it is good to see the gangs all here, said a boy with a black jacket. He had blue jeans and a pair of sunglasses on his jet black hair. He also had pale skin and brown eyes which were charming enough to attract anyone, and one girl from the group had that sort of attraction towards him. Callum, we should go to the research lab now, Shauna said, trying to make a move on him since she had been smitten by him ever since they met. Sure. Callum replied and started walking ahead of everyone with a slight smile. Hey! Wait for us, everyone else yelled and tried to catch up. Thief! Get that teenager, a voice broke the peace in the city. The gang then noticed a boy with a Pikachu running away from a man and Officer Jenny behind him on a motorcycle. Callum acted fast and grabbed the boy that looked about his age by the collar. Hey! It is not right to steal. The boy just simply said, Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Callum received a strong thunderbolt that left him on the ground with electricity crackling through him. It may be wrong, but I need it to survive, the gang heard the boy shout as he departed with Officer Jenny behind him. Ugh, what is wrong with him? Callum yelled in frustration, still dazed from the thunderbolt. Callum, are you okay? Shauna asked him with a worried tone in her voice. Yeah, just shocked, I guess, Callum responded and giggled as he got up and scratched his head. Wow, look at him go. Tierno said as he pointed into the alley just in time for everyone to witness the mysterious boy leap from wall to escape Officer Jenny. That must have taken a lot of skill, that dude is pretty badass, shame he had to steal though, Trevor commented with a shrug of his shoulders. Serena looked in disbelief, she could have sworn it was him. I have to find him, she thought to herself as she looked at the boy disappear on top of the rooftops. Come on guys. Here is the lab. Shauna exclaimed as she led the group into a mansion near the event that just took place. The mansion was fenced off and had a very nice look to it as it did not look completely like a research lab. It looks amazing. Tierno remarked as the group entered. In the lobby there were some stairs and nice blue walls. The mansion was vast and it seemed like it was also a place to display books about research other than just a research lab. Professor Sycamore. Are you here? Callum shouted while knocking on some wood to create some noise in the laboratory. Coming, a new voice was heard from a man in a lab coat that had blue hair and a tall body. He also had pale skin with light blue eyes. Hello and welcome to my lab, I can see that you came to become new trainers. How about we get you guys some Pokemon and a Pokédex? Sophie, if you please. A woman by the name of Sophie, who also had a lab coat, but had black hair and a pair of glasses over her eyes, went over to the gang and handed everyone a Pokédex updated to know every Pokemon from Kanto to Kalos. Excluding Alola. Thank you, everyone responded with a smile as they looked at the new devices that they held in their hands in awe. They all were excited to become trainers. Now you get to choose a partner Pokemon. Professor Sycamore commented as 5 Pokemon came from the hallway. These Pokemon included a Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Chespin and Fennekin. Sycamore had a puzzled look, where is Froakie? Sycamore wondered as he put a hand in his chin. Sycamore shook it off and walked to the Pokemon that were sitting on the floor, starting with the small green dinosaur with a bulb on his back. This is Bulbasaur. He then moved to the small fire lizard with a fire in his tail. This is Charmander. After then he pointed to the blue turtle with a red shell, that is Squirtle, and then Sycamore got near the spiky green Pokemon that had a red nose and introduced it. This is Chespin. Finally, he moved to one of Fire Fox-like Pokemon. This one was a little freaked out as Sycamore got close. Sycamore then got the Fire Fox to relax and called it out, this one is kind of shy, but she is Fennekin. The 5 members of the group had shining eyes as they looked at the starters and their eyes went open in awe. It was time to choose one. Callum went first, what a gentleman, he got near Chespin. Hey Chespin, want to be my partner? Cheese. Chespin cried as he embraced Callum. I'm next. Shauna exclaimed. She got next to Bulbasaur. Hey, want to be friends? Soar. Bulbasaur responded, acting the same way as Chespin towards its new trainer. Charmander, I really like you, want to be my partner? Trevor asked as he approached Charmander. Char, it cried and snuggled with Trevor. Squirtle, you look like you can dance, want to come along with me? Tierno asked. Squirt. Squirtle replied and hopped on Tierno. Fennekin was the last Pokemon left, she was a bit bummed no one had chosen her first. No one could blame her, being chosen last gave her an impression of not being wanted by anyone else. That was soon about to change with a certain revelation of a certain honey blonde girl. Serena looked at Fennekin and got near her. The fox recoiled a little, but then looked at Serena in awe as Serena passed her hand through Fennekin's orange fur. Fennekin, you are so cute, that is why I was going to choose you anyways, so do you want to be my friend? Fennekin was surprised as someone actually was going to choose her. She smiled and hopped on Serena. Fen, she cried as she liked Serena with happiness. You are so sweet, Fennekin, we will be best friends. Serena replied with a smile at embracing her newly found partner. Well, it looks like everyone has a partner. Sycamore replied, and everyone nodded. Sycamore gave everyone their respective pokeballs and asked a question, so what are you going to do now? Earn badges and win the Kalos League. Callum responded while pumping his fist, which was modeled by the two other boys. Same here. Tierno replied while putting on a dance pose. My dancing rhythm will destroy anything in my way. Me 3. Trevor responded. My researching in Pokemon will make it fun for me to train and battle. I am going to go into coordinating or performing. What about you, Serena? Shauna explained with a genuine smile. I don't know yet, she replied, unsure of herself. Then Serena shifted her focus to Fennekin. But I want to find a dream with Fennekin. At that moment the front door opened with a large bang. I have an injured Froakie, can someone help? A boy asked, making everyone turn their heads in the direction of the boy that had a Pikachu on his side. The group noticed he had a slight tan and raven hair. He also had auburn blue eyes and some wrinkled up clothes. The group instantly recognized the teenager in pure shock. Froakie no! Sycamore yelled as he came to Froakie. Sophie, we need to help Froakie right now. On it! Sophie replied as the boy we know as Ash stayed there helplessly as Sophie took the water frog to the ER. Thank you, we could not have saved it without you, Sycamore said, turning to Ash. No problem, Ash responded with shyness and shame. Here he was being praised for something in front of the 5 people that witnessed him steal. He looked at everyone except when Ash noticed Serena. He flinched as a flashback entered his mind. Is she the same girl that I? Serena? It can't be. Ash did not like the fact that someone that had known him before his downfall, so he decided that he should not attract attention. Pikachu got up on Ash's shoulder and both Ash and Pikachu felt guilt when they saw Callum and noticed he was furious. You and that Pikachu shocked me. Why would you do that? Callum exclaimed, making everyone, but Serena and Sycamore, look at Ash with an angry stare. Serena was debating if it was him while Sycamore was confused at what Callum meant. Hey, can Pikachu and I meet some other Pokemon you have here in the lab? Ash asked, desperately trying to change the subject. Ash had actually been curious as to what Pokemon Professor Sycamore would have in the lab. Of course, he never actually got the courage to say it, but this was different. He needed a way to get out of the awkward situation with Callum and the others. Sure, why don't we all go over there and meet some Pokemon? Sycamore told everyone, to which they agreed. Chapter 3, Lumiose Chaos. Professor Sycamore's lab. The gang and Ash were guided down the hallways of the lab. Ash then saw something that caught his eye. Froakie. Ash said as he stared through the window of the ER looking at Froakie. Froakie was on a bed that had a glass covering. Inside, Froakie was being monitored by Sophie as the electrocardiogram gave Sophie readings on Froakie's condition. It seemed like if Froakie was attacked by something before Ash caught sight of him at the rooftops of Lumiose City. Pikachu said with a hint of sorrow. Ash looked at Pikachu and also frowned. Pikachu also cared for the aquatic frog, and it was obvious that they both hoped he would make a full recovery. Froakie will be fine, Sophie will take care of him and he will be out in no time. Sycamore assured, to which everyone else was dumbfounded. This was a thief legitimately showing signs of worry to a Pokemon. It did give Serena a hint of sorrow to see Ash in such a terrible condition, but it was as if she knew Ash had not changed deep inside. The group then walked out of the lab and into a large glass dome which had an ecosystem-like feel to it, as there was grass, trees, streams, and even berry shrubs. The group then saw a lot of Pokemon playing and wandering around. Wow, look at all the Pokemon! Trevor shouted as he looked around with sparkling eyes. He then grabbed his camera and began to photograph a lot of the Pokemon that were wandering around. Amazing, I have never seen that one before. Tierno pointed out as Shauna and Callum went and petted a group of Helioptile that were with their mother Heliolisk. As they petted the normal electric Pokemon, they noticed how friendly the Pokemon were to them. Wow! Dragonite, Tyranitar, Metagross, Garchomp, and Hydreigon all in one lab, Ash started in wonder as he looked at some of the Pokemon united in one group. Ash obviously knew them from past memories as he turned to Pikachu and said, "Pikachu, look, pseudo-legendary Pokemon." "That is right, these Pokemon are very strong and their stats can rival those of a legendary Pokemon." Sycamore responded from behind Ash. Ash then turned slightly startled by the sudden voice to the professor as he kept explaining with hand motions. "Amazingly, my research has led me to discover that Tyranitar, Metagross, and Garchomp can achieve something beyond evolution. They can Mega Evolve." "Wow, that must be amazing, I wish I could know how to use it," Ash replied in awe as he heard the term Mega Evolution. It seemed like a strong combination of power for Ash's team, and if Ash could HRNSS that power. Thing is, Ash never had really thought about even adopting that power before, much less actually traveling since he just stayed in Lumiose and attempted to thrive with his wild Pikachu. "It takes a strong bond and a stone," Sycamore replied simply. This made Ash look into his pocket and take out a case. The word stone had reminded him of a certain stone he treasures. "Professor, what is this?" Ash asked, showing Sycamore the stone he had in his pocket. He wondered what it was, so he thought that the professor would be a great person to ask. The stone glistened in front of the professor, showing off the DNA symbol. Sycamore grew wide-eyed. That's a Keiki stone. If you find a Pokemon you have a strong bond with, you could Mega Evolve, if it is holding the right stone, of course." Sycamore then examined the stone before giving it back, making sure it was, in fact, a keystone, and sure enough, it was. "Awesome!" Ash stared at the stone in wonder. Little did they know some people have been overhearing their conversation. Outside the dome. "Hey, we can use this to control those pseudo-legendaries and cause havoc," someone said. "It would be a great way to, how can I say it, slack off work and not have to deal with Xerasik's orders." That person had an orange suit and a pair of red goggles that covered his eyes. His shirt also had a fire-like symbol to it. "I have the special collars," another person replied with a smirk while peeking inside with a special pair of goggles that could see through walls. This person was a girl, but the attire was definitely similar to the one that the other guy had. Back inside the dome. Back in the lab, Serena was glancing at Ash and Sycamore. She wanted to go up to Ash and ask if he remembered her, but she knew that something was not right. Why would he be a thief and here in Kalos? She shook her head in disbelief. It probably was not him, but she could try and ask for Ash's name. As soon as Sycamore left to talk with Trevor, who was photographing some Azumarill and Marill, Ash was alone with his Pikachu. Serena noticed this, and on their own, her legs began to drag her to him. As soon as she was in close proximity to Ash, Serena spoke up, hey. Hi," Ash replied, startled as he turned around to the honey blonde, not because he was surprised, but because it was Serena that was talking to him. "I never got a name, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Serena, what's yours?" Serena asked with a smile, trying to make herself look welcoming because she knew that the person she was talking to was a very private individual. My name is... Ash started trying to not say his own name. It seemed awkward for Serena, so she took it a step further and asked Ash a question he flinched at. "Have you heard of someone called Ash Ketchum before?" Serena asked out of the blue. Of course, Ash had heard that name before, but not formally in a while. It was something that was foreign to him that someone was talking to him again normally. Ash was standing there speechless when suddenly, boom, a large explosion was heard, rattling the entire lab and grabbing everyone's attention. Smoke came from the side of the dome as two people were revealed standing in the hole with poses. The two figures then grabbed a gun-like machine and aimed for the pseudo-legendary Pokemon that were in the lab by themselves. When the figures pulled the triggers, then red collars shot out and clasped the necks of the pseudo-legendary Pokemon. "Pikachu!" Pikachu shouted as he ran with Ash to the place where the explosion sounded like it came from. The others followed as they saw the pseudo-legendary Pokemon have blood-red glowing eyes. This made everyone flinch as the pseudo-legendaries did not look as friends as before. Garchomp put his hand out in a battle stance while Dragonite clenched his fists. "Hey! Who are you people?" Sycamore shouted at the orange-dressed men. Now more visible to the group, the orange-dressed people clicked on a button on the remote that made it look like the pseudo-legendary Pokemon wanted to kill. "Ha ha ha, Team Flare just wanted to have a little fun," one grunt replied. It was the girl and she was smirking and putting a hand on her hips. "Ta-ta," the other exclaimed as they both left after hitting a button causing the pseudo-legendary Pokemon to clench their heads with their hands and give out a terrible cry of pain. With that, the Garchomp shot a hyper beam in the direction of the trainers inside of the dome. The trainers ducked as the dark electric beam passed over them and then caused a large explosion from behind, completely destroying part of the ecosystem. Then, the mind-controlled Pokemon flew out of the existing hole and into the city. Everyone stared in disbelief as the 5 legendary Pokemon started battling and spread out all over the city while using their moves to destroy it. "Pikachu, let's go after them!" Ash exclaimed as he ran out the door only to be stopped by a small blue aquatic frog. "Froa!" Froakie exclaimed as he looked at Ash with determined eyes and nodded. Ash already knew what Froakie needed. "Froakie, want to help?" Ash asked while pumping his fist at the water type. "Key. Then let's go." Ash replied as he ran through the giant hole. Pikachu and Froakie went after him, easily able to keep the pace. "Be careful," Sycamore told Ash as Ash bolted out. Ash may not have heard it, but at least Sycamore wanted Ash to know it was dangerous outside. "I am going to help as well, let's go Chase Bin," Callum exclaimed as he released Chase Bin and ran out. The others were left in disbelief at how someone who looked like he hated Ash was running out to help him. "Squirtle, come on out. Bulbasaur, you too. Charmander, we have to help." The Pokeballs opened and revealed the Pokemon. After the Pokemon got notified of the situation, they followed their trainers out into the chaos. The others left, leaving Serena terrified, but she needed to be there for her friends. "Fennekin, let's work together," she stated as she revealed Fennekin and ran out to everyone else. "We won't give up until the end. You always motivate us with those words." Serena, Shauna, Callum, Trevor and Tierno agreed. Ash did not hear it since he was obviously too far ahead of the group. Back at the city, people were fleeing the scene as debris flew from the mind-controlled Pokemon causing havoc. Ash was running towards the Pokemon that were all battling near Prism Tower. Callum was not far behind him and the others were trying to catch up. "Glad to see the guy that tried to stop me helping me do something crazy," Ash said to Callum with a sarcastic smile. "Whatever, man," Callum responded with a smirk. Something about Ash's determination made him more confident and daring. Battle music begin. "I will take on the Tyranitar, you take on the Garchomp," Ash declared as Ash and Callum split ways. When the others saw this, they split evenly as well. Shauna and Trevor went with Callum and Serena and Tierno went with Ash. On Callum's side of the battle, Shauna and Trevor were using their starters to attempt to contain the Garchomp. "You guys have to relax, if you keep attacking, you will cause more damage to the city," Callum instructed. "We just need to make sure we can safely take out its collar." Shauna decided to take the initiative, so as she put her hands out, she said, "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to restrict its movements." "Soar!" Bulbasaur cried as it used the vines to grab Garchomp. Garchomp tried to escape, but the vines prevented the movement for enough time for Callum to do his part. "Chase Bin, you too," Callum called out while putting his fist out. "Chess Pin!" Chase Bin shouted as he stretched out his vines towards the Garchomp. While both grass-typed had Garchomp secured, Trevor tried to remove the collar. Charmander used Scratch to remove the collar. Charmander charged the Garchomp with a white glowing claw, but Garchomp fired a hyper beam right at Charmander, who barely avoided it, causing a large explosion behind Charmander that was in such close proximity to the trainers that they had to shelter their heads in order to prevent getting hit by falling debris. Unfortunately, this explosion caused Chasepin and Bulbasaur to become startled and loosen the grip, or the land shark Pokemon, and Garchomp jumped on top of the rooftops and fired another Draco meteor into the sky. The ball of fire streaked across the sky and exploded into many falling meteors. "Take cover!" Shauna exclaimed, and the three trainers protected themselves and their Pokemon by putting their hands over their heads to prevent taking too much damage from the falling rocks that were ignited in fire. "Ugh, this is going to be harder than I thought." With Ash. On Ash's side, Ash saw Tyranitar in the distance and began to sprint with more intensity. "I see it. How will we get it down?" Tierno asked suddenly as he watched the rock and dark type's position. He was right, the Tyranitar was on top of a building looking down on the city. "Grr." Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Ash exclaimed while putting his hand out. Pika.chuu. Pikachu shouted, enveloped in electricity, and this shooting an electrical beam at the rock pseudo-legendary. Squirtle, help with water gun. Squirtle looked at the rock type and aimed with his mouth. After that, the small turtle expelled a jet of water from his mouth towards the pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Fennekin, push it with Ember. Serena shouted while putting her hand out. Fennekin made a battle cry and shot a burst of fire from her mouth towards the pseudo-legendary Pokemon. The attacks collided with a large explosion, and Ash questioned if that actually did the trick and finished off the giant monster-like Pokemon. But Ash was wrong, as he saw Tyranitar get up extremely easily and smirk down at the group. But Tyranitar suddenly started to have lightning sparks coming from it, making Ash's eyes widen. Suddenly Tyranitar dropped to one knee with the lightning marks, and Ash pumped his fist. "It's paralyzed." "That's it!" Ash shouted. Pikachu, break the collar with Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail glowed white, but just when it was going to hit, a large blue shooting projectile came from the side of Tyranitar and slammed into him, pushing Tyranitar down several streets in a large explosion. This left Pikachu and the others dazed as they looked left to see Tyranitar getting up to fire off a hyper beam at the Pokemon that had just attacked him, the Metagross that had used Meteor Mash. "Take cover!" Serena exclaimed as she saw a random Draco meteor from Dragonite above them shatter into a lot of meteors. The meteors fell, and Ash covered Pikachu and Froakie as Serena protected Fennekin, and Tierno put himself above Squirtle as the attacks came. Dragonite was in a fierce battle with Hydreigon, and the orange dragon definitely was attempting to cause large amounts of damage to the three-headed dark type. "That's it. We need to get together with the others." Ash exclaimed a change of plans as the others nodded and went the direction Callum, Shauna and Trevor went earlier, hoping that the situation would be easier. When they met up, they found out that they were having trouble with Garchomp. Garchomp was charging up a hyper beam that could have been devastating until Ash came along. "Quick, Froakie, use your frubbles to close Garchomp's mouth." Ash exclaimed while putting his fist out. Froakie replied as he put his webbed hand in his CRVCL area and launched his frubbles that stuck to Garchomp when it was about to fire the draconic beam, making the Garchomp hit itself in an explosion that happened in the ground dragon's mouth. Garchomp fell back to the ground completely dazed after the explosion, and the others saw the opportunity. "Now Pikachu, use Iron Tail," Ash exclaimed with a confident tone and raising his hand. "Pikachu." Pikachu replied as he made his tail stiffen up and glow white. With it he ran a couple strides and destroyed the collar in a very clean cut across the width of the neck device. "Good to see you came here." Callum shouted, exhausted while sinking to his legs to pant. Garchomp fell over exhausted and completely dazed. In a stretcher, Nurse Joy came with Officer Jenny, and they both worked together to put Garchomp in an ambulance and take the land shark to the nearest Pokemon Center, but the pandemonium was still going on. "Well, we still have 4 more and they are battling over there." Serena pointed out in time to see 2 Draco meteors light up the sky near Prism Tower and disappear from the field of view from our heroes through the buildings. Not only that, the ground started to shake randomly, which startled the 6 trainers. "Guys, the plan is this: since our Pokemon are not as strong as these pseudos, then we need to combine our power and attack one by one. Then Pikachu will use Iron Tail and break the collar, we will take them on one by one and our main goal is to hit them with status conditions. Ash explained as everyone listened intently. Sounds like a plan. Who do we go after next? Trevor asked with a serious tone as he checked on his Charmander for any bruises or scratches. Tyranitar, we paralyzed it, Tyrno asserted quickly. What are we waiting for, let's move. Callum shouted and the gang started to run towards the direction that Ash's group had come from originally. As they neared the situation, they saw a large blue Pokémon using a barrage of pink beams to interact with the large dinosaur-like Pokémon's dark lightning barrage of energy. The attacks met in the middle and struggled, but then both attacks gave out and an explosion followed. It was Tyranitar and Metagross both locked in an intense battle. Back at Serena's house, Grace heard a knock on the door. She was obviously not expecting any visitors at this time. Grace opened the door to see her friend Laura standing there. Laura looked very alarmed as she was shaking from something and it was clearly 70 degrees outside, which was illogical. Laura, good to see you, please come in, Grace said politely as she let her friend walk in. She had black hair and green eyes. Laura also had some nice pink. As soon as Laura walked in, her walk broke into a spring into the living room and slightly confused, Grace heard Laura shouting inside her house. Thank you, Laura replied with a slight amount of urgency in her voice and ran towards the living room. Grace, turn on the TV quick. Okay. Graves started as she turned on the television while using the remote. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Grace nearly dropped the coffee on her coffee table in front of the television set. The scene was basically smoke arising from the Paris-based city and a lot of clear damage to the city itself. For strong Pokémon are rampaging Lumiose City, there was 5, but 1 was controlled. Our children are in there, though. Laura explained with worry through her body language. Laura's hands were shaking with extreme intensity for worry at the trainers, or rather, their children. What do you mean? Serena and Callum are fighting the Pokémon. Grace asked. Grace looked at the TV in time to see Serena command her Fennekin to use Ember on a Tyranitar that was attempting to launch a barrage of blue stones at a Metagross. At that moment, Grace nearly fainted knowing that Serena was actually battling in the pandemonium. Back in Lumiose. Great, now Pikachu use Iron Tail before Tyranitar comes back. Ash exclaimed while pointing at Tyranitar who was charging up a hyper beam. Pikachu made his tail glow white and get hard as he jumped into action towards the Pokémon that was known to destroy mountains. This time Pikachu successfully managed to break the collar with one swipe. Tyranitar then slumped over and fell on his back. Seeing the dinosaur down, Metagross charged up a meteor mash at the heroes who turned their attention to the steel and psychic type. Fennekin use Ember. Serena ordered, seeing the large attacking Pokémon turn blue with its fists. You too, Charmander. Both fire attacks collided and then Metagross. Metagross recoiled a little before putting his hands together once more and charging the blue aura again. This time, though, Metagross grew on fire, meaning that it was burned, and then Metagross slumped to the ground in pain. Pikachu now. Use Iron Tail. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted and hit the collar with his white tail and snapped the collar that went around the head of the Metagross. Metagross slumped and fell exhausted next to Tyranitar, completely unconscious. Take them to the Pokémon Center. A new voice broke through. It was Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy who had come to look at the recent damage. After seeing the two monsters on the ground, Nurse Joy got to work as Officer Jenny turned to our heroes. Thanks for the help, we have to make sure they get helped. The others nodded towards the two women who were taking care of the Pokémon, and then they turned towards Prism Tower. Only 2 more to go. Shauna exclaimed with worry. Hydreigon and Dragonite were still battling close to the top of Prism Tower. We have to get up there, Ash stated while turning to his Pokémon and nodding. Ash then began to run towards the tower with his Pokémon, but Professor Sycamore came behind the gang and grabbed Ash to stop him from running to Prism Tower. It's too dangerous. Sycamore shouted with extreme alarm and a determined look to keep Ash safe. Hydreigon and Dragonite are the ones in danger, I have to go up there. Ash retaliated while he shook his head. The others looked at Ash with disbelief, he was risking his life for another. We saw him steal and now he is saving a life, everyone else thought. The others definitely had not expected this much change in Ash's character in such a short amount of time. Ash then let Sycamore's grip soften and took a break for it. Pikachu and Froakie followed with determined faces as they entered the tower from the front. Ash then ran up the stairs and got to a trapdoor that leads to the top. When he opened the door he saw a hyper beam pass right in front of him which made him retaliate and dodge at the last second. Pikachu! Pikachu screamed. Froakie also shouted in worry for the raven-haired teenager's safety. I'm fine guys, now let's save these Pokemon. Ash replied as he got his composure back together after the surprise and pushed himself up from the trap door to take on the two dragons head-on with the Pokemon on his side. Serena's house. It appears there is a boy on top of Prism Tower, a reporter exclaimed completely in shock. Not only that, a girl seems to have gone up after him as well. That boy, what is he doing? Laura asked, completely confused, wondering if the boy with raven hair that appeared with two Pokemon at his side was the trainer of the Pokemon. I have no CL dash. Wait, is that Serena behind him? Grace asked in shock as she saw a honey blonde girl show up from the trap door with a Fennekin trying to catch up with the raven-haired boy. Back at Prism Tower. Ash looked out and saw Hydreigon immobilized from the same hyper beam that nearly hit Ash. Ash then put his arm out, Pikachu used Iron Tail. Pikachu jumped off the edge and charged his Iron Tail and hitting Hydreigon's collar and snapping it off. Pikachu was still in freefall so Ash had to act quick. Froakie, use your frubbles to catch Pikachu. Froakie exclaimed as he launched the frubbles and caught Pikachu, only to also almost go out of the edge, but Ash caught Froakie. To Ash's surprise, another pair of hands grabbed him from behind and helped get Pikachu and Froakie to safety. Hydreigon started slowly falling down towards the earth at a safe speed that slumped down to the officer Jennies that were at the bottom of the tower completely in awe at what Ash was doing. Serena! Why are you up here? Ash exclaimed in complete worry as he saw Serena behind him with Fennekin. To help, look out! Serena shouted as she tackled Ash to get out of the way of a fire blast that hit the ground ahead of them. Serena then put on some determined blue eyes and examined the orange dragon. We have to stop that Dragonite. Serena and Ash got up from the ground and focused on Dragonite until, Pikachu shouted as the ground had given way and he was in free fall. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed as both Ash and Froakie dove after Pikachu. Serena out a huge gasp, she looked away, she could not see Ash die like this. She could not bear see him die a terrible death. Down in the ground everyone gasped in shock as they saw Pikachu fall and Ash and Froakie diving after him. Serena's house. Both Laura and Grace had gasped at watching Ash dive. Lumio City. What happened next left all of Kalos holding its breath. Ash and Froakie caught Pikachu and Ash put both Pokemon on his arms. Froakie, quick, use your frubbles to launch ourselves up. Froakie launched his frubbles that latched onto the side of Prism Tower and then the tension came and made the trio completely arc back up towards the top of the tower. Using the amount of kinetic energy they have received, Ash and Pikachu were heading towards the Dragonite at immense speed. Pikachu, we have one shot. Iron Tail. Ash exclaimed as Pikachu used his white glowing tail to slam into the collar that was causing damage to Dragonite. Froakie, keep using your frubbles to slow us down as we fall. The three were still in the air on live television and to all of the people watching. Froakie came through though and somehow used the buildings to bring Ash and Pikachu down safely, Spider-Man style. Ash POV. Froakie slowed our descent, but I still felt a great amount of G-force affecting us as we were about to hit the ground. I put both Froakie and Pikachu in my arms and prepared for the worst as I front flipped. I then felt a huge amount of force push back at me as I collided with the ground and rolled. I could feel the rolling and wanted to stop but could not. If I did one bad move I could risk the lives of both the Pokemon I hold in my arms, and I will never do that. I then felt myself stop and I looked up completely sore. I turned towards the top of the tower and see Serena holding her chest with a relieved look on her face with Fennekin. I then lower my gaze and see Dragonite fall just in time to be rushed by the Nurse Joys and Officer Jennies that have been guarding the bottom of the tower. I see some of the people that were helping and began to stand up, but my vision then got blurry as I lost my balance. I fell to the ground and my entire vision went black as I lost all sensation throughout my body. Normal POV. Pikachu shouted in worry as he tried to wake up Ash. Froakie. Froakie also exclaimed in urgency seeing Ash in this condition and doing the same thing as Pikachu. Quick! Get him to my lab! Sycamore shouted as everyone went for help. Tierno, Trevor, and Callum got to work instantly with worried looks on their faces, and they carried Ash off the ground. Pikachu said in a depressing mood. Pikachu and Froakie followed everyone carrying an unconscious Ash back to the lab. Serena was getting down from the tower, but her thoughts mainly pointed in this direction: he has to be him. Intense huh? Who would have thought of 5 instead of just Garchomp, and this time Ash actually used his own capabilities in hand to save himself instead of having a Blaziken save him. You know, I never thought that Frubbles would be that useful. Remember to RNR, and I will see you guys next time. Also, I am going to respond to a couple reviews. Hunter, oh god bro, you should have said first. St. Elmo's Fire. Gotcha on changing the FIC to the anime category. Also, I used Grammarly for this chapter, so tell me if the grammar is better XD. Guest 1. Armor for the win, right? Winky face. Guest 2. I already have Ash's team planned out, as I have already written up to chapter 24 at the time that I am writing this. Ash will not have an Alolan Pokemon for now, but he does have a strong team of 6 that reflect some other regions, Kanto, Hoenn, and mostly Kalos though. As for giving Ash type, no, maybe we could fit that into Ash later on. Also, Ash's team will be mostly his ultimate team that does not include Alola in my opinion. As for others having Alolan Pokemon, Serena will be a big one, and we will figure that one out in the near future. Also, thanks for enjoying the FIC so far. I may take some of your considerations into account in the future. Chapter 4, Comatose Memories and a New Path. At Professor's Lab. Serena, Callum, Trevor, Tierno, and Shauna, while I get some medications to help the boy recover, I would appreciate it if you guys would take care of him. Sycamore asked the favor, to which everyone agreed. The gang walked into the room and noticed Ash was sleeping in a bed with an electrocardiogram monitoring his vital signs. Pikachu and Froakie were there watching over Ash. The Pokemon were very worried for their friend. Does anyone even know his name? Tierno asked in concern. It was true, out of everyone that knew the name of the teenager, only Serena could guess the name was Ash, and she was not completely sure about it either. What made Serena almost completely sure that she recognized the raven-haired teenager as her friend from childhood is that he called her out with her name during the Lumiose incident at the top of Prism Tower. I don't know. Callum replied, staring over Ash, completely blank on any idea. In Ash's dreams. Mom, do you see those men in orange suits? Ash asked to his mother next to him. They were now in a park near Pallet Town. The scenery was a nice green patch of grass with some Pokemon scurrying out the way of people in orange suits heading towards Ash and his mother. Ash, go home now, Ash's mom replied in urgency. Ash nodded and obliged as he left, only to turn to see his mother screaming and being attacked by giant Pokemon. They had purple bodies and a horn, Nidoking. Dad, you have to help Mom. Dad? Ash replied, watching as his dad walked over to his mom. His dad sent out a black Pokemon that had silver and a red eyes. That Pokemon made a black orb that put Ash's mom to sleep really quickly. No. No. Ash shouted while grabbing his head in complete pain. It's not happening, not again. Get me out of this dream. Back at the lab. Ash started to move violently, everyone grew concerned. He almost hit Pikachu, who was standing next to Ash, but Pikachu was quick enough to dodge the fist that was coming his way. It was not something that anyone expected, as Ash's eyes would stay closed. "I will kill you for what you did to her," Ash shouted as he started to get up from his bed, completely unaware of his real surroundings. The sleep paralysis was not affecting Ash, and his nightmare was completely taking over Ash's actions. Everyone stared in shock except Pikachu, who was very worried for his friend. Pikachu kept shouting for Ash to calm down, but would not succeed. The other people in the room flinched and began to tense their muscles at the sign that they would have to react. Pikachu knew he had to act fast, so he turned to Froakie and instructed the frog. "Pikapi Pi Pikachu. Fro." Froakie understood Pikachu and threw Frubbles to restrain Ash to the bed. "Good thinking, Froakie," Shauna asserted as everyone grew worried, watching as Ash was completely tied up to the bed thanks to Froakie's sticky substance. "Why did you kill her? You were supposed to save her, not join them." Ash replied, still asleep, while he shook his head in disbelief. The entire statement was completely implied venomously, which caused everyone in the room to feel a chill down their spine at the menacing tone. "I think he is having a nightmare," Callum shouted in panic as he saw Ash struggle to get out of the restraints. "What do we do?" Tierno and Trevor panicked. Serena was standing there in shock. Is this something that haunts his past? Serena thought while watching Ash. Something was not right about the person she knew from the past, the same cheery boy. "You betrayed her, you betrayed me, I will key dash," Ash started, but then made a sudden JRK with his body, as in he was hit in the chest with something. Then Ash relaxed and fell back unconscious. The room stood silent for an entire moment. "What just happened?" Trevor asked in shock and disbelief. "Pikapi," Pikachu said as he lowered his head. Ash then said something that caught Serena's attention. Ash was still asleep though, but it was like a happy memory had taken over and replaced the same dangerous and menacing memory that was haunting him minutes prior. "Poliwag?" Ash asked, completely relaxed. It was as if the painful experience did not exist in the mentality of this dream, yet it was amazing how it was still not affected by sleep paralysis. "Poliwag, where are you? I want to see you before I go back to the campsite." Serena tensed up. She knew what was coming from the dream, so she gulped as she got some confidence to surge through her blood vessels. She then stepped up next to Ash's bed and pulled out a handkerchief. It was simple, it was blue and white, and it had a pokeball in the center. "Serena? What's wrong?" Shauna asked, completely freaked out that Serena was going next to the person that was just shouting threats in the room. "Shauna. I am going to have a conversation with him even though he won't notice," Serena replied. Everyone gave confused looks as Ash kept calling out Poliwag for now apparent reason. Callum spoke up first with a hand out in a "what is going on anymore" position. "Serena, what are dash?" Callum was interrupted by Ash again. Serena had the handkerchief in hand and squeezed it a lot harder when she heard the next part. "Poliwag? Where did you go?" "Oh. Hey there. Are you okay?" "I'm Ash, what's wrong?" Serena sighed and responded with a slight giggle as the name of him was revealed to her completely in one statement. The person in front of her was in fact the very same person that had helped her at summer camp. Serena then spoke up and responded with her side of the story. I hurt my leg." Everyone else looked at Serena with disbelief. Pikachu and Froakie stared in awe. Pikachu had recalled Ash talking like this before when he slept, but that someone would seem to know what was going on was confusing. Not only that, Pikachu noticed that someone was filling in the other half of the dialogue, making it more complete. "I see, what's your name though?" Ash asked with a nice giggle. It was as if Ash had become the nicest person in the entire world, being a complete gentleman to a girl. "Serena is my name," Serena replied in a very angelic and calm voice. Everyone seemed to go wide-eyed now, as it seemed like Serena had met the teenager before. Which is in fact true. "See this?" This is a good luck charm. If I wrap it around your leg and say the magic words, everything will be better," Ash exclaimed while still struggling in the frubbles. It did not affect Ash's attitude though, as he tried to make it work. Serena looked at the handkerchief in her hands and back at Ash still sleep-talking in bed and said with a little bit of doubt, of course it was faked, but she tried to make the memory flourish in her mind. "Ash, are you sure this will work?" "Yeah, see? Now, pain go away right away," Ash exclaimed, making everyone in the room completely puzzled. Serena giggled with a sigh and then with a smile replied, "Ash, it still hurts. Don't give up until the end, come on," Ash replied. Everyone looked at Serena in shock. Those are the words that Serena always tells us in hard situations, everyone else thought. "Thank you for helping me, Ash," Serena replied with a smile, and from looking down at Ash, she had a slight blush in her face. She felt like using her long hair to cover up the blush, but she decided to let the heat tint her cheeks with a little bit of pink. "Anything for you, Serena," Ash replied, causing everyone's jaws to hit the floor. Ash then stopped talking for good. The person said Serena's name. Serena sighed and stepped back as she regained composure. "Serena, what was that all about?" Trevor asked. "It was when I met him," Serena said, motioning to Ash. "I hurt my leg in a forest during Professor Oak's summer camp in Pallet Town and he helped me." "What you just heard was the dialogue we shared when we met. He must have had the dream of what happened." "So, those encouraging words of 'never give up until the end' came from him?" Callum asked, looking at Ash in disbelief. Serena nodded her head slowly. Callum could not believe how much this boy had somehow shaped Serena's life. Suddenly, Ash woke up with his eyes shooting open and Ash struggling to deal with the frubbles that were attached to his arms and legs. As soon as Ash saw that he was safe, he looked around and noticed the 5 people that were talking with him and asked, "Hey guys, how long was I out?" "Pikapi. Froa Kiki. Pikachu, Froki, hey guys," Ash replied as the 2 Pokemon embraced him. "I'm sorry if I worried you guys." Ash then turned to the 5 others in the room, "Thank you for taking care of me. I have not ever had anyone to do that to me in a while." "It's fine, we have not properly introduced ourselves yet. I'm Shauna." Shauna exclaimed with a wink. "I'm Callum." Callum replied while putting on a nice battle pose. "I'm Tierno." Tierno replied while rolling in the ground and performing a little bit of a break-dancing move. "And I'm Trevor." Trevor finally said as he pulled out his camera and showed it off. Ash then looked at Serena. Ash noticed the handkerchief and tensed up. Ash knew that Serena knew who he was and it would be hard to hide. He managed to steal in front of her, but could he lie in front of her? "So, what is your name?" Callum asked Ash, completely making the latter lose the coloring that kept his face together. "My name? My name is..." Ash started. He wanted to lie about his name, he did not want to be recognized. "It's okay, Ash," Serena responded, causing Ash to tense up even more. She called out his name. "I already know your name," Serena said with a little bit of sarcasm and a small smile. "You had a dream of the day we met, didn't you?" Ash then put his head down. "Yeah. I did. If I acted up while I was sleeping, I apologize. I tried to hide the fact that you knew who I was, Serena. I could not bring myself to do that after you saw who I am today." "So, you two do know each other?" Trevor asked, completely breaking the interaction between the 2 childhood friends. "Yes, I helped her out in a forest. We were childhood friends until she left to Kalos shortly after we met. Then we never saw each other again. I somehow ended up here and lived here for the last couple of years, but always stayed hidden in the shadows of Lumio City," Ash replied solemnly. It was hard for him to admit it to the others. Fortunately for Ash, Professor Sycamore came back at that point and went into the room. "You are awake. Hey, guys, you should probably go upstairs and get some rest." Everyone nodded and left, even Pikachu and Froakie, to leave Ash with Sycamore alone. "So, I hear that Ash is your name." "Yeah, what about it?" Ash asked with a neutral tone and looking down at the bed, trying his best to avoid looking at Professor Sycamore. I talked with Officer Jenny. It seems you have done some bad things in the past. Can you tell me why? Sycamore asked. Ash sighed and sat up in bed. He found out that he should actually talk to someone about his past. He knew he needed help. For the first time Ash revealed his condition. For the last couple of years, I have not had a home. I had lost my mother and was betrayed by my father. Ash started to tear up. I have nothing except this case with a picture of my mother and a keystone. Not only that, but I steal to survive. Pikachu is my only friend and he saved me from suicide so many times. My life is a mess and that is why I am forced to do these things. Ash let everything off his chest, making him feel better, but at the same time stunning Sycamore. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Sycamore responded, looking down, feeling pity for the boy. He then looked up and spoke up. Here is the deal. I want to turn this all around. Huh? Ash replied with confusion as he looked at the professor. Would you like to become a trainer? One that makes friends and helps others? Sycamore asked. If it interests you, challenging the 8 gyms and getting badges to compete in the league is an amazing way to turn your situation around. Also, you won't have to steal food if you battle well from the prize money. I can put this all behind me and start over? Ash asked while looking back down at the bed with shame and agony. Ash, if I can help you change for the better, I will support you, Sycamore replied with a reassuring smile. Thank you. I want to give it a try, Ash said as he turned around to look at the professor. Ash then smiled, and for once in a long time, Ash felt a large amount of confidence rip right through his bones and muscles. So, do you want to choose a partner Pokemon? Sycamore asked, knowing where this was going. No thanks, I already have one, Ash explained almost instantly. Pikachu is my partner. But you need to have it in a Pokeball to be yours, Sycamore raised an eyebrow. I will give it a Pokeball tomorrow, but I have to explain this journey to him, Ash explained with a small smile. He would be hoping that Pikachu would become his best friend and keep going on to being his first Pokemon. Makes sense, get some rest, I can't wait to see you in the morning, Sycamore responded as he left the room. Pokemon trainer. When I was little I wanted to be a Pokemon master, can I achieve this? Ash asked himself as he turned over to his side and shut his eyes. This time sleep paralysis did help him stay safe during his dreams, which thankfully were not as violent as the one he previously had. The next day, Ash woke up and left his room. The machines monitoring him had been removed after he woke up. He felt a little sore from the day before, but nonetheless got up and left the room. Just then Professor Sycamore came into the foyer. Ash, it is early, what are you doing up? No one will get up for another couple of hours, Sycamore replied while sipping on a cup of coffee. Oh, I just needed to get some fresh air, Ash replied while looking back at the professor with a small smile. In that case, here, Sycamore replied, giving Ash some kuros, Kalos currency. Money? Why? Ash asked in shock. Before you go on your journey, you should get some stuff to be prepared, food, new clothes and a backpack of course. Let's not forget about camping supplies. Not to mention that you can buy potions for your Pikachu and other Pokemon too, Sycamore replied with a smile that left Ash barely able to talk. Thank you Professor. Don't mention it, now why don't you go and buy yourself some things, when you come back I will have some stuff ready for you, Sycamore replied. Okay, I will be right back then, Ash said as he went towards the door. Ash then opened the door and looked back at the professor, who gave him a reassuring motion to keep going. Ash smiled and walked out of the door. 2 hours later, with Serena and Shauna in Sycamore's lab in a sleeping room. Serena, are you okay? Shauna asked her honey blonde. You have been zoned out a lot since yesterday. Yeah, I am fine, Serena replied from her bunk. I just want to see the happy and energetic Ash again. Well, maybe you will. He is quite go dash, Shauna started with a smirk, but it was short-lived as Serena interrupted. Shauna. Just because he is the guy does not mean I want to be teased about it right now, Serena interrupted, slightly annoyed knowing that Shauna was going to call Ash probably something along the lines of good-looking. Wait, but how can you like him that way? I mean, I was going to try and make you, but how could you crush on him if he did bad things in front of you? Shauna asked, completely in disbelief, finding out that Serena actually had something for the boy. Because he is still the same loving and caring person that I know, he taught me so much to get through something for the short time we were together. After I left to Kalos, my mom kept in touch with Pallet Town and something had happened to Ash's family. When he acted up yesterday, he had a bad memory and it haunts him, but I want to make sure that the real Ash can come back. Serena declared. Maybe the guys are up, we should get up too, Shauna said, leaving the topic as is because she did not want to annoy Serena any more than she seemed. The girls walked out of the room and to their surprise Pikachu appeared in front of Serena. Pikachu, hey, where is everyone? Serena asked while looking at the electric mouse. Pikachu had found trust in Serena and decided to climb on her shoulder. Pikachu showed them that the others were in the dome playing with other Pokemon. As the two girls walked into the dome, they noticed the other three boys that they were friends with playing with some Pokemon. When the boys noticed Serena and Shauna, they stopped what they were doing and went over to them. Hey girls! Callum shouted as the three guys ran over to the girls. Hey boys, Shauna stated. Pikachu hopped off of Serena and looked at the group from the ground. Serena looked around and noticed Ash was not around. Has anyone seen Ash? He left a while ago to do something, he will be right back, Tierno responded. He was confused as to why Ash would leave as he asked Professor Sycamore, while the latter only really mentioned that Ash was going to get some fresh air. As a matter of fact, there he is right now. Trevor shouted, pointing to the entrance of the dome. Everyone, even the Pokemon, turned their heads to see the trademark raven-haired teenager. He had a new outfit now, including gray pants, new black and red shoes, new green and black backpack that had supplies, his same old hat, black undershirt, and a new blue jacket. To finish everything off, Ash had fingerless gloves and his left one had his keystone on it, kind of like Corina has hers. Hey Pikachu! Ash exclaimed as Pikachu climbed up to the shoulder of the newly dressed up person. My Ash, you look great, I even like what you did to keep your keystone. Sycamore stated as he walked in from behind and looked at how Ash had completely changed his style. Thanks, I may have thought it was about time to get a good place for it, Ash responded. The group then started complimenting Ash's new attire as they left the dome and reached the front of the lab leading up to Street of Lumiose. Huh, my boy Ash, you look awesome. Tierno replied. He looks decent, Trevor replied. You have good taste when it comes to clothes, Ash, Callum replied while putting a hand on his hips. Dang! This guy gonna get some girls. Shauna exclaimed with a wink. Thanks guys, Ash said sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head and completely embarrassed by the amount of compliments he was getting for his new style. Here Ash, here is your Pokédex, Sycamore said, giving Ash a red Pokédex that could light up and give Ash a reading of what Pokémon he was looking at. Thanks Professor, Ash responded with a thankful smile, something he had not done in quite a while. So Ash, you going on a journey? Callum asked, noticing the device that was given to the raven-haired boy. Sure am. I want to put my current lifestyle behind me and change to be like I was before. Ash smiled while throwing a fist into the air. Serena smiled at Ash. Welcome back, person I admire, she thought as she put a hand over her heart and had a little bit of heat rise up to her cheeks. Serena's heart palpitated at the sight of Ash's attitude. One thing though, Pikachu. Ash started as he turned to look down at the electric mouse. Pie. Pikachu, these years you have been my best friend, do you want to be my partner? Ash asked with a smile. Pikapi Pipika. Pikachu said excitedly as he tackled Ash into an embrace. We will have an amazing time, Pikachu. Ash replied. Knowing that you don't want to be in a Pokeball, I need to use this on you, Ash said as he hit Pikachu with a special Pokeball with a lightning mark on it. Pikachu then glowed red for a bit until the red disappeared. Alright, it worked. Pikachu, you are registered as my Pokemon now. Hi Pikachu. Pikachu jumped excitedly, leaving out the front of the lab as everyone was about to leave for their journey. Near the entrance of the lab, a blue frog was waiting for someone. Ash to be exact. Froakie said with a pokeball and passed it to Ash. Froakie? Ash asked, confused as he saw how the blue frog was giving Ash the pokeball like if it wanted to be captured. Amazing. Froakie has never stayed with a trainer before, and it chose you, Ash. Sycamore explained. Froakie, you want to come with Pikachu and I? Ash asked in awe. Froakie exclaimed as he hit the pokeball and allowed himself to be captured. Ash looked at the pokeball in his hand and smiled. He knew this would be a special journey. Well, it looks like we are all set. We ready to go? Callum asked as he pulled the straps of his backpack. Yeah, we are. Shauna responded. I guess this is goodbye for now, Callum, Trevor and Tierno, Serena replied. I am going to go with Shauna for now. Bye girls, the three boys said as they went one direction while Serena and Shauna went the other. Good luck, Ash, I know you can do it. Sycamore shouted as he motioned for Ash to walk out of the entrance of the gym. Great, now which gym should I challenge first? Ash asked. Santalun is a good one to challenge, you should go there. Thanks again, Professor, Ash replied with a smile as he pulled on the backpack straps with Pikachu on his shoulder. No problem, Sycamore replied as Ash left the mansion and went in a certain direction towards Prism Tower. Pikachu, are you ready? Pikachu. You're right. Kalos League, here we come. Ash shouted, throwing a fist into the air, for the second time in less than 5 minutes for the first time in a long time, and started walking towards Prism Tower. Ash. Santalun is that way, Sycamore said while pointing in the opposite direction towards a route. Ash turned around with a sweat drop. Right, I knew that, Ash said as he walked in the right direction. Chapter 5, Santalun City and Crazy Night. No, this will not be crazy. Route going towards Santalun City. Ash and Pikachu were walking onwards towards the city. They would hit it in no time if they kept up the pace. Pikachu, what do you think about battling? Ash asked curiously to his partner on his shoulder. Ash was interested in battling, but he never knew if Pikachu was on board with the idea. Pikachu exclaimed excitedly. Pikachu loved to battle, unlike most small Pokemon. After training with Ash before even becoming a trainer, Pikachu had learned to be incredibly strong. Also, this gave Ash a good amount of experience without even knowing much about battles in the first place. He just is that creative. Suddenly, a young boy that looked like he was 12 and had a green shirt along with a net stepped in front of Ash and Pikachu. With that, the boy looked at Ash and smirked. Hey, I'm John, I see you are a trainer. Battle me then. Okay. Come on out, Weedle. John exclaimed while throwing a pokeball from his belt. The pokeball opened and from it came the small brown caterpillar Pokemon. Ash could not believe it, he was getting into his first official battle. Froakie, I choose you. Ash shouted, throwing out a pokeball from his belt. The pokeball materialized into the small blue frog that Ash had just captured. Froakie shouted, ready to battle and standing in the ground with determination in his eyes as he looked at his opponent. Battle music begin. Ash, Froakie, versus John, Weedle. Froakie, start things off with Bubble. Ash commanded as he put his arm out on instinct as he wanted to feel like he was part of the action. Frankie retracted his head and from it came a barrage of blue bubbles that headed towards the Weedle. John saw the attack coming and had to be careful as the attack looked very powerful and he wanted to prevent getting hit with a terribly powerful attack. Weedle, quick, use string shot. John shouted with a fist pump. Weedle got his mouth out and aimed at the bubble while secreting a string that was very sticky. String shot then was able to overpower Bubble and the string shot headed right for Froakie, who had wide eyes in confusion as to what to do. Dodge it quick! Ash exclaimed as he saw the incoming string shot. From experience out in forests, Ash knows that string shot can be used numerous different ways to render an opponent unable to respond to the battle correctly and thus not able to win. Froakie exclaimed as he regained his composure by Ash's words and jumped out of the way as the string shot missed and fell in front of Ash and Pikachu at a harmless difference. Great, let's use the same strategy. Use your frubbles! Ash exclaimed as he raised his hand and then formed a fist which he pumped with all of power. Froakie then reached into his mane and pulled out some frubbles while throwing them at Weedle. The frubbles did not miss and actually immobilized Weedle like if string shot would have worked. Now use bubble! Ash exclaimed as he put his hand out and pumping his other fist. Froakie unleashed the bubbles and then made them collide with Needle's body, which terminated in a small explosion. When the smoke cleared, Weedle was on the ground completely unable to battle. John was at a loss for words as he saw Weedle completely unconscious and defeated. Weedle return, John replied, recalling Weedle. You are a strong dude. John then came up to Ash and handed him some Caluros. With that, John walked away in a different direction than Ash. The raven-haired trainer just stood there speechless. Ash just recalled Froakie before turning to Pikachu. Pikachu, this is how we could have sustained ourselves, Ash said while looking at Pikachu with complete regret to what he had done in the past. Pi Pikapi, Pikachu replied with the same reaction. Ash then decided to lighten up the subject with Pikachu a bit, so he called out something both he and Pikachu had loved to do. Well, let's get something to eat. A Pokemon Center can't be far. Ash exclaimed as he left towards the path with Pikachu on his shoulder. It was amazing. How Ash is really getting into this mentality that he was changing for the better. Through that, he is showing that he can focus on other things. In fact, Ash's suicidal thoughts were very much not even existent at this point. A little bit later, the path turned towards what looked like a Pokemon Center, a building with a red roof. It was the first time Ash had seen one outside of Lumiose, but he did know what Pokemon Centers held. He needed to go in there and heal up his Pokemon. The thing is that Ash was still kind of unsure about how everything worked, but he knew he could trust Nurse Joy with a close Pokemon like Pikachu, so he knew he was in good hands. Hello there, I am Nurse Joy, would you like me to heal your Pokemon? Joy asked Ash as he walked up to the counter of the nicely lit Pokemon Center. The atmosphere of the interior was very calm and it had the Pokemon Center jingle playing in calmly around the lobby. Yes please, Ash replied, handing over Froakie's Pokeball and Pikachu, who got inside the stretcher. Nurse Joy gave Ash a polite bow and took the two Pokemon inside the clinic to be healed. Ash then turned to sit in one of the benches in the Pokemon Center before he heard a familiar voice call out his name. Yo Ash, over here. Callum waved over to Ash. Ash had not noticed Callum when he walked in. Ash decided to go over and greet the trainer. Hey Callum, what's up? Ash asked with a smile as he sat down next to him. Callum was probably bored playing games with his holocaster as he was sitting in the bench with a bored expression in his face until he saw Ash walk in the door. Nothing, great to see you back to your old self again, Callum replied with a warm smile. Ash really did not understand what old self meant. Maybe it was something to do with his behavior, because if he did recall, he was not the most amazing person to ever live in Kalos. Old self? But I had not known you before, Ash replied, confused to the topic. Hee, Serena told me how you act when you are normal, Callum replied as he shrugged his shoulders. It seems that when you both met, you were a very cheerful person full of life. And I kind of see what she means by that. Callum winked at Ash, showing that Callum probably knows something that Ash doesn't. Oh, yeah, I guess you are right, Ash replied sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Ash then remembered something. Wait, where is Tierno and Trevor? Ash asked, remembering the other two guys that were with him at the time. They went over to catch some Pokemon over near Santalon City. I just had a battle, so I am healing up my Pokemon, Callum replied while signaling to his belt. The belt showed that there was only one Pokeball, meaning that Callum was probably healing a Pokemon. I guess they must have gone ahead then, Ash replied, putting 2 on 2 together. Looks like there might be some cool Pokemon to catch over there. By the way, have you caught any new Pokemon? Yeah, check it out. Callum replied as he threw out the Pokeball that was in his belt. A flashing light consumed the 2 as a small tiny robin Pokemon appeared and looked at the 2 while flying in place. Fletching. The small Pokemon called out as he went up Callum and sat on his shoulder. Callum smiled at the small bird as Ash grew curious as to what it was. Awesome, he looks so cool, Ash replied as he scanned it with his Pokédex. A fletchling, that seems like it will grow to be a strong one. Fletchling. Fletchling replied as Callum recalled it back to his Pokeball. Callum then put the Pokeball back on his belt and Callum returned his gaze at Ash to answer the remark Ash just made. Fletchling can evolve into a Talonflame. I am going to raise it well so that I can have an awesome flying type, Callum said with pride and a smirk. Hee, I am going to need a flying type soon, but I am also hoping for a fire type, so let's see how things go, Ash replied, hoping that he would find the right Pokemon to help him with his flying issues and that could spark up a little bit of fire at times. Suddenly the Pokemon Center bell rang. Ash and Callum poked their heads over to the counter to see that Nurse Joy had finished healing the Froakie and Pikachu and even another Pokeball that must have belonged to Callum. Ash and Callum then walked up to the counter and looked at their Pokeballs and in Ash's case, Pikachu who was in the stretcher. Mr. Ketchum, your Froakie and Pikachu are healthy. Mr. Xavier, your Chespin is doing just fine. Joy called to Ash and to Callum, who shared a smile between the two as Callum reached out and grabbed Chespin's Pokeball. Thanks. Ash replied as he recollected Pikachu and his Pokeball that contained Froakie. Hey Pikachu. Ash said as he turned to his electric mouse who was in the stretches looking at Ash. Pikapi. Pikachu called out as he got on top of Ash's shoulder, making the Pokemon and trainer share a small smile between the two. Ash, want to head over to Santalon? I heard everyone was going to pass through there, Callum asked. Sure Callum, let's see if we can find some other trainers to battle, we should not be far from the city by now, Ash replied while pumping a fist because they both wanted to get into some more action. Okay, let's go. Both trainers exclaimed as they left the Pokemon Center with excitement and back into the adventures of the route. They started walking while encountering a lot of wild Pokemon along the way. Some interested Ash, but Ash wanted to have the Pokemon choose to go along with Ash. Callum on the other hand, was eager to catch Pokemon as he caught a couple of Pokemon on the way, including a Ralts that Callum was extremely excited about for some apparent reason. It was getting dark, but Ash and Callum had Santalon in sight now. They both started running as they were going to go there and challenge the gym the next day until suddenly they were stopped by 2 men in orange suits. Well, if it isn't 2 trainers, we would like to steal your Pokemon, one of them said with a dark tone. No way. Callum and Ash shouted in unison. Yes way, the other grunt responded while bobbing a Pokeball in his hand. Both grunts then threw their Pokeballs out into the air. Both Pokeballs opened to materialize some Houndour. I think Xerosic would like some strong Pokemon like that Pikachu of yours to help out in his experimentation. Pikachu, I choose you. Ash yelled, barely dazed by the declaration while pointing into the sky. Pika. Pikachu shouted in a strong tone as he jumped above Ash and landed in front of him while collecting electricity on his cheeks. I believe in you, Chespin. Callum shouted as he threw out a Pokeball which opened up to the same little green Pokemon that Callum had chosen as a partner, Chespin. Team Flare music. Ash and Callum, Pikachu and Chespin, versus Grunt 1 and 2, Houndour and Houndour. Houndour use Flamethrower, both grunts shouted in unison while mirroring their movements by putting their hands out palm down. Pikachu use Iron Tail on the ground and make a dust cloud. Ash called out on instinct, trying to give himself and Callum the advantage. Pikachu made his tail glow white and stiffen, and then Pikachu jumped into the air and slammed the tail into the bare dirt of the pathway. This created some dust to be picked up into the air and collide with the flamethrowers. Because the jets of fire were restricted of their oxygen, it was impossible for the flamethrowers to pass through, and it created a small shield that left Pikachu and Chasepin unharmed. I see, Ash is unpredictable when it comes to battles, Callum thought, now understanding Ash's battle style. Callum then decided that they had the advantage and put out his fist while shouting, "Chasepin, use Vine Whip." Chespin. Chasepin called out as he summoned vines from his sides and then shooting them to tie up the two Houndour. The vines went around the Horndour's snouts and torsos as they were completely immobile in front of the grunts that were staring in disbelief and recoiling in shock at the same time. Both Houndour struggled to break free, but it was nearly impossible to get out of Chespin's Vine Whip with that tight of a grip, and especially since both Houndours were very small in size. Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Ash called out while putting his hand out and then changing that hand into a fist and putting his other hand out. Pikachu then charged himself up in electricity and formed an electric sphere on his tail as he called out his usual Pikachu cry. Then, Pikachu launched the sphere he developed at the two Houndour, and the two fire and dark Pokemon got enveloped in an explosion of electricity. Both grunts stared in shock as the dust cleared, revealing that the Houndour cannot battle. With sour expressions in their faces, the grunts recalled their Pokemon to their Pokeballs and then left into thin air. Ash and Callum stared at the path in front of them in shock as Callum silently recalled Chasepin. Ash then turned to Callum and simply said, "Well, that was easy." "Yeah, they were not expecting that destruction," Callum responded with a slight giggle and then turned his gaze to the city that the two trainers were overlooking. "Let's run to Santalon City, we need to meet up with everyone else." "Yeah, let's go," Ash exclaimed as they ran in the direction of the city while trying to beat the setting sun in the horizon. Inside Santalon City. Not long into Santalon City, Tierno and Trevor were both spotted sitting inside the Pokemon Center. Our duo and the electric mouse ran straight up to the Charmander and Squirtle trainer as they saw them. When Ash and Callum got near the two recognized the duo and greeted them. "Hey Callum. Ash, I didn't expect to see you here," Tierno exclaimed as he waved at the duo with Trevor, who was putting away his camera into his pocket. "Hey there, we met up and beat a couple of crooks over in Route 4, they thought they could mess with us," Ash replied with laughter as he recalled what had just happened at Route Pikachu. Pikachu's sweat dropped at that comment. Behind the talking boys, the girls were walking into the Pokemon Center when they noticed all the boys. Serena was the first to notice and whispered to Shauna, who was playing around with some settings in her Pokédex to customize the device. "Hey, they boys are here, wait, is that Ash with them?" Serena asked as she tensed up. Shauna instantly looked up at seeing Serena's reaction and smirked as she literally shoved Serena towards the boys. "Why don't you talk to him? Look, he seems like a really nice guy now, you were right about him." Serena tensed up even more, trying not to die from the stress. "Okay." Serena took a deep breath and relaxed as she resigned that once that Shauna had made up her mind about something, there was no turning back. Especially if she could continue teasing Serena. With that, Shauna dragged Serena towards the other boys who were talking. "Hey boys!" Shauna shouted as the duo walked to the boys. "Didn't expect to see you here, Ash," Shauna added while pointing her eyes at Serena, thus making the latter recoil. "Hee, just Callum and I running into some bad guys in the route," Ash explained as Pikachu kept sweat dropping in Ash's shoulder. "I see," Shauna responded, still not convinced about the honey blonde next to her. "So, any new Pokemon caught?" Tierno asked out of the blue. Tierno then took out a Pokeball from his belt and threw it to reveal a flashing light that revealed a small Pokemon that looked like a lily pad. "Lotad!" The small Pokemon cried as Pikachu got down from Ash's shoulders to greet it. "Pika Pika! Lotad!" Ash and the others used their Pokédexes on Lotad, amazed at the Pokemon. It was so nice to be exposed to a Pokemon they had never seen before. "Check mine out," Trevor starts, he sent out a Flebaby. Same result with the Pokédexes and the excitement. "Are you guys ready to challenge the gym yet?" Serena asked, looking at the three Pokemon interacting on the ground. Tierno and Trevor pulled out Lotad and Flababy's Pokeball as they recalled their Pokemon back. I think we are. Let's go there first thing when we wake up, Ash exclaimed, throwing a fist in the air. This made Shauna nudge Serena in the shoulder. Serena just lightly blushed, but hid her face. Well, it is getting late, why don't we go to sleep? Callum asked the others with a slight yawn. Sure, we can all go to bed here in the Pokemon Center, Trevor replied. Anyways, I doubt the gym leader would take any challengers at this time anyways. The group made it up to Nurse Joy. Can we have a room? Trevor asked with a smile, which Nurse Joy returned to the orange-haired trainer and the people behind him. They are 3-people bedrooms, so you will have to split yourselves up, Joy replied while handing out 2 keys to the rooms the others will be staying at to Trevor. The gang made it upstairs of the Pokemon Center. This is when things went crazy. Callum and Trevor, come with me, we gotta talk strategy, Tierno replied as he dragged the other 2 away into one of the rooms that Trevor had the keys to. Just in time though, Trevor tossed the keys at Shauna, who caught them in time for the other room that they would stay at. But leaving Ash and Pikachu alone with 2 girls to spend the night with. So that means I am crashing with y'all? Ash asked, trying not to sound all creepy because he knew girls probably would like their privacy. Shauna took the opportunity for Serena, as long as you follow our rules, you have to keep your hands to yourself at all times, no peeking when Serena and me change, and we get to peek on you. Pikachu started to laugh instantly at Shayna's rude humor, which made Ash look blankly at the brunette, possibly not understanding. But Serena did understand. Shauna! Serena exclaimed in terror with a red face. Ah! Ash said, completely oblivious to what the meaning of everything was. Wait. What would happen if you 2 break one of the rules? Ash asked while pointing at the girls. Then you can break the rules with us. Shauna exclaimed with a wink as Shauna turned the key and went into the room with the others. Pikachu was bawling at this point because of the dirty-minded mouse that he was. Shauna! Serena muttered to herself with clenched fists around her body. Serena, relax, we will have fun tonight. Ash replied with a smile towards the honey blonde-haired girl. Pikachu. Pikachu agreed. Shauna looked at Ash with a shocked look on her face. Serena hid her steaming eyes and blushing face as she heard this. Ash instantly noticed the error in what he said, since he knew that by fun he meant something that did not involve physical contact, in an appropriate way. Wow, Ash, and here I thought you were dense as hell, Shauna said out of the blue while looking at Ash with a smirk. Obviously the former was attempting to be suggestive, but she ended up causing some pain to Ash. Ash then looked down, hiding his eyes on his cap. Serena and Shauna both tensed up. Serena spoke up, Ash, are you okay? You can tell me anything. Serena at this point was in front of Ash while grabbing his shoulders. Shauna figured out how touching Serena was being. Sorry, Ash said as he looked up at Serena's blue eyes. It took time, but I made myself learn about that stuff eventually, it's just that it brings a bad memory of my parents. Serena and Shauna shared a quick glance and turned back to Ash. It's okay, Ash, Shauna said with a reassuring smile at the raven-haired trainer. Besides, you have us. Serena exclaimed. In an appropriate way, Serena corrected as she covered her blush. Shauna giggled since Serena was very hesitant to say the last part. Pikachu. Pikachu called out to his trainer while getting on Ash's shoulder and then jumping down from Ash's shoulder to jump on a bed. Yeah, let's go to sleep, Pikachu, but first I have to change, Ash replied as he went to the closet and got undressed. The girls had dressed up into their PJs while Ash was changing. They did not notice Pikachu staring from the side though, so lucky him. Ash walked back into the room, completely shirtless. The girls stared at him and Serena violently blushed, figuring out that Ash was in very, very good shape. Forgot my shirt, Ash said as he got his shirt out of his backpack and put it on to later lie down in bed. The girls also laid down in bed. Good night, all three said as Ash shut off the light of the room, leaving everyone in darkness. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted, more excited than ever, bringing a thought to everyone's mind. Did Pikachu watch us this entire time? I don't remember him coming out of the closet with Ash. The girls asked themselves. Pikachu, did you go into the closet with me when I changed? Ash asked out of the blue towards the electric mouse sleeping next to him. Pika. Pikachu said with guilt. The girls tried to maintain their cool, but inside they were screaming, Pikachu, what were you doing? Pikachu. Ash asked. The girls then lost it. They got up. Pikachu saw two shadows in the darkness approach the bed he and Ash were in, causing him to instantly jump out of the bed. The girls saw this as they approached the rodent and chased the electric mouse to make it pay for its deeds around the room. Chaos and havoc being caused as Ash watched and sweat dropped. Pika Pikapi. Pikachu shouted with a sweat drop as the girls chased down the electric mouse. Shauna then got a hold of Pikachu, but Pikachu was already too startled. Pika. Choo. Pikachu began to shock everyone in the room, causing everyone to get electrocuted. Avich, the three screamed, but Ash's scream blended in well with the girls. In the other room with the boys. The boys were getting ready for bed. They had just finished talking strategy for the gym when suddenly, Did you guys hear that? Callum asked as he looked towards where the sound came from. It sounded like the girls. Wait. Did we leave Ash to sleep with the girls? Tierno asked while putting both his hands over his head in shock. We totally forgot. Trevor replied. Should we go check on them? Nah, I think Ash just got lucky and got to see something he shouldn't have. Dang it, I should have stayed with the girls, Callum replied while facepalming. No, I should have. Tierno replied while pointing at himself. No. Me. Trevor retaliated while crossing his arms. Guys, shut up. Callum replied and rolled his eyes. We can just ask Ash for a detailed description tomorrow. You're right, Tierno replied while sighing and looking down. Still should have been me, Trevor replied as he went to sleep with a pout on his face. Chapter 6, Ash and his cheesy tactics. In the morning. Battle style. Pikachu, remember how we battled yesterday? Ash whispered to his electric rodent. Pie, Pikachu nodded his head. Well, I think I will be able to develop my main battle style, Ash replied with a wink. Ash got out of bed, but Serena and Shauna were still asleep. Ash decided to go and get dressed. He was still shaken up by Pikachu last night. With that, Ash went into the closet to change back to his attire, this time with Pikachu alongside him to not cause any more disruptions. Serena and Shauna then got up. They were both very shaken up, but seemed to forget they had slept with a boy in the same room. Hey Serena, let's get ready, Shauna said. Okay Shauna, Serena replied as both girls got to their underwear, just to pay the price for not remembering about something. Hey girls, I think I am ready for my gym battle. We should go meet up with the others. Ash started as he and Pikachu froze up looking at Serena and Shauna. I think I should go back to changing. Ash started walking back to the closet. His face was probably redder than a tomato berry. Serena and Shauna just stood there, both had intense blushes. He got lucky this time. Shauna stated with a red face. I hope he liked it. I mean, yeah, he's lucky we didn't get our hands on him, Serena replied while stuttering. Of course Shauna noticed her mistake. Why would Serena want Ash to enjoy the eye candy? That was the main question that perplexed Shauna. Seems like you wanted him to see us like this, Shauna taunted with a smirk while coming up behind Serena. What? Serena replied with a huge blush trying to cover her face. Hee hee, good luck, Shauna replied as the two girls finished dressing up to their usual clothes. Can I come back out? Ash asked through the door. Yes. Shauna replied and then turned to Serena and whispered, Serena, go get him. Ash opened the door and sighed. The girls were fully dressed this time. Wow, I thought I would get beat up. Ash replied as he walked out of the room with his backpack. But we have a gym battle to have. The girls did the same and followed. Pikachu. Pikachu said, pointing with his tail as the others made it to the lobby of the Pokemon Center. The other 3 boys were waiting in the middle of the Pokemon Center. Hey guys! Ash exclaimed while running up ahead of the girls with a smile. Ash! Tell us the details, man. Tierno started as Ash got at close proximity. The girls noticed Ash being interrogated and shared a disgusted glance before going up to go see what they were talking about. Yeah, what happened, we need to know, Callum agreed with a smile and begging attitude towards Ash. Well Callum, it seems Shauna has it in for you, she has a picture of you with a heart and everything in her bag, Ash lied, completely making Callum fall for the bait. He just wanted to see if he could figure out why Callum and Shauna were so close. And Ash found out why. Yes. Callum shouted, not attracting attention, but at this point Shauna and Serena were gaining on the boys. Now Ash, about the girls, Trevor started while winking as in telling Ash, tell me how they looked. Oh, yeah, great bodies, you won't believe the look on their faces when I saw them, Ash replied with a small blush. Pikachu sighed and did the same. Lucky you. Tierno, Trevor and Callum replied while crossing their arms, but Ash noticed he had to correct them. What, the most I saw was their underwear. I could have let go, but they would have killed me for not keeping my Hon dash, Ash started. Cough cough, Shauna replied. She had only heard the second part of the last thing Ash said and she could have guessed what the raven-haired trainer was talking about. Shauna, Ash replied. Serena, I also thought you were not behind me. Let me guess, these perverts asked for the details. Shauna asked with an unconvinced look. Ash smirked and saw his big chance to humiliate Callum, it's him you want. He's the one that has a crush on you. Ash exclaimed, pointing at Callum. What? Callum and Shauna shouted in disbelief at each other. Of course this was the most obvious thing the two could have heard, and of course now the jet black-haired trainer and the brunette were laughing uncontrollably. Serena started laughing really hard, ha ha ha, look at that Shauna, you just got outplayed for once. Well, never mind that. We have a gym to conquer. Callum shouted, to which everyone put their hands in the air with excitement. Later at the gym. The group had just passed through the entrance and admired the many pictures that were posted. Trevor immediately was amazed by all the Pokemon variety because it seemed that Viola was a person that enjoyed photographing. The group then passed through some glass doors and found a woman standing at the other side of the battlefield. The battlefield was very plain as it had only dirt and 2 trainer boxes, but there was also some trees on the side and the stands at close proximity to the battlefield. There was also some very nice raindrop-shaped lights dangling from the ceiling which everyone admired as they walked down to the center of the battlefield to be greeted by the woman. Hello there, I am Viola, the Santalon gym leader, I see that there are 6 of you, how many of you are challenging me? The woman called Voila asked. She had blonde hair and adventurous clothes as well as a camera dangling from her abdomen. Trevor had hearts in his eyes, of course. Us 4. Ash, Trevor, Tierno, and me. Callum responded enthusiastically to Viola. The other 3 trainers were shaking uncontrollably with excitement. Very well, I accept your challenge, but I won't be easy, also after each battle I will restore all of my Pokemon's health for you guys to switch. Viola instructed as to how the battles would go. Haha, okay, Ash replied. Then suddenly a woman with a Helioptile came in from the glass doors and Helioptile saw Ash's electric mouse and started playing with Pikachu. Hello there, I am Alexa, Viola's sister, would you guys mind if I watched? Alexa asked with a warm smile. She had brunette hair and a blonde top. Her eyes matched her sister's and she had a camera with microphone on her head as like a sort of recording device. Not at all, Serena replied happily, answering for all of the others. Allow me to go first. Trevor stated eagerly. Trevor figured that Ash would have probably wanted to go first because he was so hyped up about the gym battle. Sure, but I am next, Tierno interjected while putting Trevor in a friendly headlock which caused Trevor to struggle to get out. Let's go. I go third. Callum responded while pumping his fist. I don't mind being dead last, Ash said, which surprised his friends, not expecting such a response. Ash wanted to view the strategies and watch closely the battle. He knew it was 2-on-2 in a bug-type gym, but he sensed tricks that he would need to be creative on in order to win. A bit later. Congratulations Callum, you guys were awesome, you all got gym badges. Shauna congratulated while talking to Callum with a slight blush. Ash was now confident, but he knew he needed to prepare for things that he noticed. Sticky web, sleep powder, and an ice battlefield. These things had been presented to the group during the battles, and Ash knew that if he could get through these, he would win. Ash, you're up, Trevor said with a hyped-up face. Ash smirked, looking at his friends, noticing that they would support him all the way made him feel flattered. Thanks guys, I guess I am going to go battle. Ash exclaimed while forming fists with his hands and tensing up his muscle tone. Alexa noticed Ash's confidence and liked the way he was determined. Ash was walking to the trainer box when he heard a familiar voice, "You can do it, Ash." "I know I can, Serena." Ash shouted back while waving at the stands, noticing his friends all ready to watch him battle. "Dang, now you are not as shy as I thought you were," Shauna teased Serena, which caused Serena to tense up a lot. "Shut up." Serena responded with a slight blush and looking at the railing she was leaning over to prevent embarrassment. At the battlefield, Ash POV. I look at Viola, I notice she is determined to win this match. Trevor had won thanks to type advantage, Tierno's dancing helped him win, and Callum was able to use strong power against Viola to win. Now what will I do? What is my style? What is my path to victory? What is my road to mastery? The ref steps up to the ref box and looks to me and Viola, who are standing across from each other in a normal dirt field. The ref then speaks up, "Both trainers, please choose your Pokemon." I look over and see Pikachu looking ready to battle. "Pikachu, I choose you." I shout as I point to the air at around a 45-degree angle. "Pika!" Pikachu yelled as he jumped over me and fell to the ground in front of me on the dirt battlefield. Once Pikachu landed in all fours, he began to gather a lot of electricity in his cheeks, which made me smirk. "Surskit, let's do this!" Viola shouted, revealing Surskit from a red and white Pokeball which she threw. One look at Surskit and I knew that once it sets up Ice Beam on the battlefield, it will slide with amazing speed. I had to watch out. I knew she was going to lead with Surskit, but I needed to make sure I could stand up to her with strength. This will be a 2-on-2 Pokemon battle. The battle will be over when all 2 Pokemon on either side are unable to continue, the ref instructed, to which I nodded to the instructions along with Viola. I then saw the ref put her hand down on the midline of the battlefield to begin the battle. Battle. Begin. Time for battle music. Ash, Pikachu, versus Viola, Surskit. Pikachu use Thunderbolt. I exclaim while pumping my fist put in front of me. I was eager to make the first move and get the advantage. Maybe I could defeat Surskit with one move. Pika.chuu. Pikachu shouts while shooting the lightning bolt at Surskit. I look at the size of the bolt and I have to admit that our troubles in Lumiose have paid off if Pikachu was able to make such strength. I look over at Viola, who seems rather impressed, and I was sure that I would give her the biggest challenge ever. Counter with Signal Beam. I hear Viola order while putting her hand out. I look at Surskit, who charges up a pink beam from the antennae on its head and launched it to counter the Thunderbolt Pikachu shot. Both moves collide in an explosion that made a small blast in mid-air. Now use Ice Beam. Surskit charged up the beam of ice and then released it, but instead of shooting it at Pikachu, Surskit aimed towards the sky and then freezing particles fell to the battlefield, causing the field to be coated with a smooth layer of ice. This caused Pikachu and me to recoil a little bit, despite the fact that I knew this was something I could expect, but the fact that I didn't know any counters to use with Pikachu for it made me make my next decision. Pikachu return. I shout and Pikachu struggles to walk as he slips a little, but he gets to my side safely. I knew that Sir Skit would pull it off, but I did not know that it would this early in the match either. I reach to my belt and feel the circumference of a Pokeball. Then I grip my Pokeball and threw it towards the field. Froakie, I choose you. Froakie. Froakie shouts as the flashing light comes out to show off my first capture Pokemon. Suddenly Froakie slips on the ice and falls. I look over to Froakie and made sure he was alright, which he was. Froakie then gets up and looks at Sir Skit with a determined pose. I noticed how Froakie got into trouble back in Lumiose and that maybe his fighting experience may come in handy. Sir Skit used Signal Beam. Viola shouts, making Sir Skit send a multicolored beam right at Froakie. I knew Froakie had great mobility, and with looking at the collision between Signal Beam and Thunderbolt before, I knew that Signal Beam was a rather slow move, so I could easily get Froakie out of the way. Froakie, dodge it. I shout while spreading my arms, but Froakie does not dodge. In fact, he summons more versions of himself. Even though Froakie may have been able to dodge rather easily, I was surprised to see Froakie perform such a move. Awesome! Froakie just learned Double Team. Trevor shouted from the stands. I instantly grew psyched, knowing I had another great tool to allow me to win. This could go my way after all anyways. Awesome, Froakie! I shout. Now use the Frubbles to make a safe way for you to travel. I order. Froakie starts running while reaching over to his neck and throwing Frubbles at the ice battlefield that helped him move across without a problem. The Frubbles cause Froakie to not slip as he runs through the ice. I knew that I could be ready for anything that was going to be put in my way because of this, since the ice field did not matter to me anymore. Now use Bubble. Signal Beam. Both moves collide, but I am prepared. Great, now use Double Team. I exclaim. Again Froakie makes copies of himself. And Sir Skit becomes completely confused from not being able to see where the real Froakie is. Use Pound. I shout as I make a fist and pump it in front of me. Froakie then reaches Sir Skit and uses a strong move of his white glowing hand to send it flying. Sir Skit, no. Viola shouts in panic as I notice that Sir Skit is unable to move and one move away from being out of the battle. With that, I decide to go for the grand finale. Froakie, finish it with Bubble. Froakie. Froakie shouts and I see that I have defeated Sir Skit, who is lying on the ground with an unconscious expression on its face. Sir Skit is unable to battle. Froakie wins, the ref exclaimed while aiming the flag at me. Well done, Froakie, now return and take a good rest, I say proudly as I recall Froakie. Froakie materialized into red energy and goes inside the Pokeball. I look at the Pokeball and smile as the Pokeball shakes in happiness. I then put the Pokeball back on my belt and prepare for Viola's last Pokemon. Normal POV. Dang, Ash is better than I thought, Tierno admitted, to which the others nodded their heads. Something about Ash made him stronger than most had ever thought. My last Pokemon, go Vivillon, Viola shouts as Vivillon comes out gracefully from the Pokeball. The butterfly-like Pokemon stares at Ash with a sense of power which Ash could not be less eager to battle. Pikachu, I choose you. Ash shouts as Pikachu comes out from Ash's side and jumps into the battlefield with new determination which Ash was hoping to use. Pika. Pikachu shouts. Ash was trying to give Ash another chance to win him the battle. Pikachu sensed the opportunity and refused to back down. Seems strong, but I can still beat it, use Gust. Viola shouts while extending her arms. Vivillon sends a gust that starts making Pikachu struggle. This gave Ash an idea, since Ash needed to make sure that Pikachu did not lose his balance. Ash knew that if this worked he could win. Pikachu, ground your tail. Ash exclaimed as Pikachu did just that to prevent getting pushed further. Ash noticed how Pikachu was extremely fine while not having to hang onto the ground to prevent getting pushed around. Pikachu then straightened himself out and Ash have his next command. Now use Thunderbolt. Pika.chuu. Pikachu shouted as he launched the crackling beam straight at Vivalo, who is still flying gracefully in the air. The thunderbolt ran really fast and instantly struck Vivillon head-on, making Vivillon recoil in damage. Vivillon straightened itself out and kept flying a little weaker this time. Vivillon! Viola exclaimed as she saw Vivillon get hurt. Quick, Vivillon, use sleep powder. Vivillon sent the sleep powder to Ash, which made Pikachu drowsy. Ash saw this as a potential threat and began to feel completely panicked as to what he could do. He needed to be creative, but how? Pikachu. Ash muttered until an idea came to his head. It was risky, but it was a risk that Ash had to take if he was ever going to be able to beat Vivillon and get the badge. Pikachu, use Electro Ball on yourself. Pika 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 copy. Pikachu shouted with a soft and drowsy tone as he charged up the electric ball and launched it straight upwards with weakness to then collapse and fall asleep. Everyone watched carefully as the electrical then arched upwards and began to fall faster and faster. When Electro Ball hit, Pikachu was back to normal, standing and gathering electricity. Pika! Pikachu shouted with a smirk and an energized expression. Everyone gave shocked faces. Now use Thunderbolt once more. Ash exclaimed while punching the air as Pikachu then surrounded himself with electricity and launched a crackling beam at the butterfly. Vivillon was very weak from the last Thunderbolt and was unable to avoid the attack. This time, Vivillon could not tolerate the attack as well as it could and started falling towards the ground with a thud and some dust clouds that came from the ground. Vivillon could not take the additional damage from the fall and lost consciousness. Vivillon is unable to battle, which means that Ash wins, the ref exclaimed as Ash ran to the field and hugged Pikachu. Pikachu, you were amazing, Ash said while he scratched behind Pikachu's ears, which Pikachu loved. Cha-ah. Pikachu cooed in pleasure as he got the praisal from Ash. Pikachu was proud of himself for his performance during the battle. A little later. Ash, as proof of your win at the Santalon City Gym, here is the bug badge. Viola stated as she handed Ash the bug badge. A brown beetle-shaped medal that Ash gratefully accepted. Alright. I won, the bug badge. Ash exclaimed while making a pose. Pi Pikachu. Froa Kiki. Congratulations, Ash, his friends said as they were amazed by Ash's battle. Thanks. Ash said, slightly embarrassed by the praise, but then he turned to Pikachu and Froakie, but without these two, this entire battle would not have been possible. Ash's two Pokémon smiled with glee and tackled their trainer into a hug, making the others smile at the embrace. Later, outside the gym. The group was talking outside. The day was nice and still young, so the group decided to split their own ways in order to get ready for their next step. At that time, Alexa came down from the stairs of the gym and poked Ash on the shoulder while asking the others if she could have a minute with Ash. Ash and Pikachu then followed Alexa inside the gym and then pulled something out of her bag. Ash, I want you to have this, Alexa said, handing Ash a capsule with a purple egg inside. It's a Pokemon egg. Pika. Pikachu said in awe. Huh? Why? Ash asked in awe as he looked at and admired the egg that was now in his hands. I want you to have it, I know you will make it a strong Pokemon, Alexa winked at the raven-haired boy. Oh, thanks, Ash replied with a toothy grin, and then Ash returned his gaze to the egg with an extremely hyped-up look on his face. Huh, you're welcome, well I have to go, see ya. Alexa said as she walked off into the glass doors that lead to the battlefield while leaving Ash with an egg inside the hallway lined with photos of different Pokemon. Ash took the capsule and carefully put it in his backpack. Then Ash and Pikachu walked out of the doors of the gym and outside towards where the gang was. Okay, for the next gym in Sillage City we need to go through Lumiose, but I want to catch a water Pokemon, so I am going to go this way instead, Callum said while pointing to the route that lead away from Lumiose City. Let me help, I love water types. Tierno exclaimed while putting on a dance pose. Hey, I am coming too, Trevor replied while grabbing his camera. I want to take some pictures. And me. Shauna remarked with a smirk. I need to study up on what water Pokemon can do for showcases. Serena then saw her big chance, so she turned to the raven-haired trainer. Ash, if you are going to Lumiose, can I come with you? Serena asked Ash shyly. Sure, Serena. Ash replied as the others began to walk away from Ash and the honey-blonde teenager. Let's go. Ash exclaimed as he began to walk towards the direction of Lumiose City. Yeah. Serena shouted as she followed Ash and Pikachu. She felt more confident around Ash now. She knew she would want to keep growing this new perk of hers. Chapter 7, Dreams and Abandoned. En route back to Lumiose City. After Ash and Serena parted ways with their other friends, the duo started walking towards Lumiose from where they came from. It was a nice route that had a beautiful pathway and a good amount of sunlight coming from the sky, even though at this time, the sun was actually setting. It truly was a great day, and Serena was more than just happy because she was traveling with Ash. She, in fact, had wanted to finally tell Ash what she thought that her dream would be, because ever since she traveled with Sean, she had gotten some inspiration. After some time walking, the duo spotted a Pokemon floating around looking for some nectar in flowers. Look, a Flababy. It's so cute. Serena exclaimed. Why don't you catch it? Ash asked with a genuine voice. Are you sure I can do it? Serena asked, completely unsure in her confidence. She knew that she would probably want to try and catch it, but the fact that it would be her first catch was getting to her. Sure you can. Ash replied with an encouraging smile. Remember our catchphrase, never give up until it is over. Serena blushed a little at this one comment because it truly was a different Ash than the one she had reunited with back in Lumiose City, and she was glad that Ash had finally been acting like when they first met in Pallet Town. Serena, just tell him that you like him, Serena thought. Say what you want to say, and let the words fall out. I want to see you be brave, Serena. You're right, Ash, I guess that is the reason why I have to thank you for being a great friend. Serena replied. FFS Serena, you just quoted a song that you love. Let's go Fennekin. Serena shouted while plucking her only Pokeball in her belt. The Pokeball then opened up and from it came a flashing materializing orange fox that stood its ground for battle. Serena saw that Fennekin was ready and decided to go for the attack. Ember. Fen.kn. Fennekin shouted, unleashing the small burst flames. The Flababy noticed this, and as she saw the flames, she returned an attack. The result ended with the flames being knocked back by a pink wind. Obviously Ash knew it was fairy wind from having some experience with some Pokemon, but the fact that Serena had never even been involved in a battle meant that Serena did not know many of the moves that can be used. Fairy wind, be careful, Ash warned with a careful voice. Serena nodded at this, but she knew that she would need to attempt something different if she were to actually capture the flower Pokemon. Fennekin, spin to the left and use Scratch. Serena ordered while putting her two arms out in an elegant manner as another fairy wind was coming. This time, Fennekin dodged and hit Flababy. The attack did damage as Flababy started to fall slowly to the ground and then slumped on the grass very lightly. Serena got a Pokeball and tossed it. Go Pokeball. She shouted as the Pokeball made contact and seeked the Flababy inside. 1 shake. 2 shakes. The Pokeball shook 3 times before it signaled a successful capture. Well done, Serena. Ash shouted as she gave Serena a toothy grin and a thumbs up. Pikachu. Pikachu agreed. Thanks guys, Serena replied, slightly blushing. She obviously had not expected that much praise from her crush, but it was something she could get used to. It was awesome, that spin dodge technique may be what I need to win some battles. Ash replied as he thought back on the attack that Serena had just used and the way that the spin dodge technique may have actually worked very easily. Oh, thanks. Serena said shyly as she tried to hide her blush. After that, it became late, which meant the two had to camp since the sun had started to set and the sky was now starting to turn all red, orange, and some blue from the night sky, the opposite side of the sun, meaning the east. Ash was fine, but Serena was a little intimidated by the fact of camping. Sleep out in the open? She asked very nervously. Yeah, we won't reach the nearest Pokemon Center for a bit, so we have to camp, Ash responded, acting like he knows everything despite the fact that he had just started his journey that very day. Here, let me show you, after living alone for years I can show you what to do. Okay, Serena replied, still unsure about camping in the middle of a route that led to the heart of Kalos. Ash got some firewood and then made an outline for a place where he could start a fire, and this is why I need a fire-type Pokemon. Ash sighed as he completely facepalmed for not even have thought of having a fire type. I have Fennekin. Serena replied as she took out a Pokeball from her belt and caused the orange fox to appear in front of the two. Serena ordered an ember so that the fire could start, making Ash thankful that he had said yes to bringing Serena around. The fox then used ember to start a fire and cuddled with Serena like Pikachu was with Ash. The sky slowly went from light blue to midnight blue, and with that, Serena decided to speak up through her shyness. Wow, Pokemon are so nice. Serena started as Ash's attention shifted from the fire to the honey blonde next to him. Wait, you knew Pikachu before it became your Pokemon, how did you meet Pikachu, Ash? It was a long story, but the short one goes like this. Ash said with a unique tone, with sadness from how sad the encounter was yet hopeful for what he and Pikachu compromised. Flashback. Just end me right here and now, Ash told himself as he slumped on a tree stump while reaching over to a stake that Ash had previously carved out. Ash was at the Santalon forest, once again completely alone and in desire to just heal himself, or what thought was healing himself. Ash wanted to just eject himself from all of this pain. Suddenly, a flock of Spearows saw Ash grab the piece of wood and thought that it was a menace, so they charged Ash, wanting to use Peck on the raven-haired boy. A wild Pikachu saw Ash being attacked. This Pikachu saw the boy struggling and fired a thunderbolt at the Spearow. The Spearow fled with fear while Pikachu ran up to Ash. Pikachu then rubbed his head on Ash's head to get Ash's attention. Ash looked up without major injuries and forced smile. Ash then pulled out his hand and petted the Pikachu. Thank you, Ash replied while petting the electric mouse, but Ash then turned his light smile into a frown. You should get going, your family needs you. Pikachu. Pikachu said with a sad tone and hanging his head. Ash noticed this and slightly gasped, as he probably knew that Pikachu did not have a family. It was an aura of sadness that radiated from Pikachu's presence that hit Ash like a train. Ash felt the connection and similarities he had with this small Pokemon, and with that he grew inspired to get to know the mouse a little better. Let me guess, you don't have a family either, Ash inferred. Looking at the depressed Pikachu. Pikachu slowly nodded, which completely proved Ash's theory correct and breaking the raven-haired boy's heart. Pikachu, I know what it's like. Pikachu looked at Ash, both shed a tear feeling sympathy for one another. Pikachu said, nuzzling with Ash. Pikachu, want to come with me? We can put our past behind us together and make it through this struggle, Ash proposed as he stuck his hand out as if to shake it with Pikachu and make some sort of compromise with the small Pokemon. Pikachu shouted as he did not shake Ash's hand, but completely tackled Ash into a hug that ended up causing Ash to recoil back with Pikachu on his face. Pikachu then began to rub his cheeks with Ash's, and the depressed boy felt a strong bond develop with the electricity that the two were exchanging in their cheeks. Ash could not believe it, he was laughing, for once, he actually felt kind of happy. Pikachu was also expressing his happiness with tears of joy. Both Pokemon and human were happy that fate had brought them together. Flashback end. That is how we became best friends, Ash said as he scratched behind Pikachu's ears. Pikachu replied with a small bit of pleasure from the rubbing that Ash was giving him. That is so touching, Ash. I see that you think of Pokemon as your friends. I think I should do the same, right, Fennekin? Serena said, touched by the story and looking down at Fennekin, who Serena then held close to herself. Fennekin replied while hugging Serena back. Serena did feel the connection with her Pokemon, and understanding that Ash and Pikachu both had some sort of similar past had helped them connect and stay strong for as long as the two can remember. So, Serena? Ash started while turning his gaze from Pikachu to Serena. Yes, Ash? Have you found a dream yet? Ash asked out of the blue, surprising Serena since this was the topic that she had wanted to get to in the first place. I found a possibility, I have to try it first. Serena winked. What is it? Ash asked with curiosity and a pushing voice. Serena's daydream. To be your wife, Serena said with a smile. Real time. Showcases, Serena said shyly while playing around with her fingers. I dream of making people smile with performances. You will be great, Serena. If you, Flababy and Fennekin reach for it like Pikachu, Froakie, and I reach for ours, you can achieve it. Ash said with a smile. Have you reached your dream yet? Serena asked, obviously knowing that the answer was probably no, but the fact is that she had always wanted to know what Ash wanted to be. Nope. But Pikachu and I dream of being Pokemon Masters. Ash replied with a smile and looking down to his smiling electric rodent. And I am confident we can win the Kalos League. I think so too, Serena said unknowingly while putting her hands behind her head. Huh? And nothing. Serena retaliated, blushing furiously. Serena then looked at the night sky and saw that it really was dark. She then let out a yawn which told her that it was probably best if she went to get some shut-eye. Let's go to sleep, it is late now. Okay, Serena, Ash said. He found it weird of how Serena had acted previously, but he shrugged it off. The duo then walked into their tent with their Pokemon after that. Serena, are you feeling better about camping? Ash asked from his sleeping bag, which was right next to Serena's. Yes, a lot better thanks, Serena responded in her sleeping bag. She was a little nervous that she and Ash were going to be sharing a tent for the night, but the fact that Serena had done it before at the Pokemon Center told her that it was not really that much of a big deal. Good night. Good night, Serena, sweet dreams, Ash stated, completely unknowing of what he had just said. Did he just say? Serena thought as she drifted off. Did I just say? Ash thought as he fell asleep. The next day. Serena yawned, she had just woken up from one of her best sleeps ever. She did not even know why she even was afraid of camping in the first place. When she looked around, she noticed Fennekin was on her side cuddling with her. Then, she looked over and her eyes went wide. Pikachu was cuddled with Ash, but that did not grab her attention. What did shock her was how she was next to Ash trying to cuddle with him. Serena slowly got up, trying not to wake up Ash, but Ash got up and rubbed his eyes as he said, one of the best sleeps I have had in a while. Oh Serena, you are awake. Ash then noticed Serena's insecure expression and asked, Serena, are you okay? You look very confused about something. Serena blushed harder, but she covered it up so that Ash couldn't really see, really. She knew she never did that, at least not involuntarily. Come on, let's eat breakfast and get back on the road. Ash said as he got up and walked out of the tent. Pika. Pikachu followed his trainer. Fennekin said to Serena with a small grin. Serena blushed and sighed as she admitted her internal conflict. Okay, you caught me, just don't tell anyone. Fennekin danced out of the tent, obviously knowing the fact that Serena had some form of crush on Ash. Serena followed her out of the tent with hope that the little fox would not rat out Pikachu, but Pikachu probably already know. Still, it did not affect her one bit since Ash would not understand Pokemon speech. After eating breakfast, which Ash and Serena had bought before they had left from Santalon City, and packing up, Serena returned Fennekin to her Pokeball and the duo left en route back to Lumio City. Suddenly, as the group was walking, a faint cry could be heard which caused Ash to stop in his tracks and Pikachu's ears to twitch in the direction it came from. Char. Did you hear that? Ash asked Serena, who stopped at the sight of Ash's voice and slightly nodded, thinking she had also heard the faint cry. Yeah. Pika. The attention was then turned to a big rock that was to the right of the route. It was obviously a large rock, and from there came a large shadow that mimicked the sight of a strong Pokemon. Ash and Serena slightly recoiled and looked up to the top of the rock to see what was causing the shadow, an orange Pokemon that was lying there. Also, it was evident that there was a very small fire in whatever this Pokemon was tail. The group approached a big rock, and on top was a salamander Pokemon, a Charmander. Ash said as he noticed something. Huh. Look at this, it has a HRNSS and in it there is a blue and black stone. Ash was curious. As he saw the HRNSS and instantly saw the DNA symbol on the HRNSS. His eyes widened at the sight, to which he looked down at his glove to see his stone glisten in the sunlight. It was obviously a mega stone. Wow, it must have a trainer then, Serena said. But, where is his trainer? Ash asked, making them both wonder. Ash then turned to Pikachu. Pikachu, can you talk with Charmander and made sure that Charmander is alright? Pika. Pikachu nodded as he jumped on top of the rock to converse with the salamander. Pikachu pi Pika. Charmander. Charmander replied with a hopeful voice, but also with a hint of depression. To Ash and Serena, something did not add up just by listening to the salamander. Pikachu then looked at Ash and explained the situation through hand motions and through acting. Pika Pikachu pi. Wait, are you saying that Charmander's trainer said he would come back to him? Ash asked. Pikachu nodded slowly towards Ash to signal that Ash had guessed correctly. Serena then noticed something and instantly pointed it out to Ash. Wait, Ash, that flame in the tail, it is smaller than Trevor's Charmander. Serena said with worry. Ash listened and understood that there was danger. It was his father that had taught him about the Kanto starters before too, which meant that he saw the danger of the fire being put out. Of course, remembering this trait of the salamander Pokemon caused Ash to remember the death that haunts him from the past. I don't think we should mess with it, it wants to be left alone, Ash said depressed before then forcing on a smile and looking at Charmander. Charmander, if something happens I will come for you. Charmander replied ambivalent about the answer Ash just gave. The duo then left the Charmander alone and went to the nearest Pokemon Center in the route for a lunch break. Though the thing was that Ash still had Charmander in his head. Ash, are you okay? Serena asked Ash as they ate lunch across from each other. Ash looked up at Serena with a little bit of a gasp as he remembered that Serena probably knows him better than anyone that has ever known him before. You are not touching your food and I know you eat a lot. Oh, nothing, Ash said while putting a hand on his cheek and sighing with a small smile to try and not worry Serena. But the honey blonde was not falling for it, she knew the real reason why Ash was acting like this. It's Charmander, right? Serena asked and Ash recoiled a little, but then Ash resigned to the fact and slightly nodded. Pikachu. Pikachu cried, trying to cheer his trainer up. Pikachu knew that Pokemon neglect was something inhumane and that it would most probably not be the case with Charmander. Pikachu is right, his trainer should come by later and pick him up. Serena responded with a reassuring tone to Ash. I guess you are right, Ash said a little unconvinced as he started to eat. After the meal ended, the duo went to leave the Pokemon Center, but just as they stepped out, it started thunderstorming really hard, making our heroes go back in. It really is ugly out there, huh? Yeah, I hope Charmander is alright, Serena said in worry as she remembered that Charmander was all out in the open in the rain. A new voice from another table was heard and Ash and Serena looked over to see a guy with a lot of Pokeballs and a bunch of other people next to him talking. Ash and Serena eavesdropped. One of the guys had a lot of Pokeballs with him and he had a pink shirt with a brown vest over it. He also had pale skin and dark eyes with blue hair that had a pair of aviator sunglasses on them. Hee, these are my Pokemon, what do you think? The boy with the Pokeballs asked a group of trainers that were around him. Serena took one look and whispered to Ash, I don't like the looks of that guy. Ash nodded agreeing. The fact that the boy was crossing his arms with such a sassy attitude did spark something in Ash that he did not like. "Wait, Damien, didn't you have a Charmander?" one boy asked back at the original bragger who was the person known as Damien. Ash kept studying the guy with Serena, and he obviously did see something suspicious. His confirmations were proven true when Ash got triggered by what Damien had to say. "I used to, it was given to me by Professor Sycamore with that special blue stone, but that thing was so weak I left it by some dumb rock. I promised it I would return and the fool actually believed me," Damien said with pride while putting his arms up with an innocent pose. It was not so innocent to Ash though. Pikachu grunted, gathering dust. "Charmander is out in the rain, this is bad," Serena started as Ash got up. Serena noticed Ash's clenched fists and gritted teeth and grew worried. "Ash, are you okay?" Ash walked up to Damien. The latter looked at Ash confused until he felt Ash's hand hold him up by the collar. When Ash spoke up, his voice could kill anyone, which made Damien slightly amused. "Go out there and get Charmander now." Serena was shocked at what she was seeing. Ash, the sweet boy she loved, was threatening someone because of selflessness. She did not like the violence, but she saw how heroic Ash was being. "Why would I care?" Damien replied as he shoved Ash's hand out of the way. Damien then smiled, giving Ash a "come at me" signal, but Ash replied to his question first. "If the flame on Charmander's tail goes out, it will die," Ash exclaimed as he punched Damien in the jaw, thus making Damien fall to the floor, to which his goons went around Damien and tried to help him up. All the other trainers had sour looks on their faces. Ash then turned to Pikachu and declared, "Let's go, Pikachu, we are going after Charmander." "Wait for me, Ash," Serena exclaimed as she grabbed a poncho and ran after Ash, who had bolted out of the Pokémon Center with a blanket after the fire Pokémon that must have been suffering out in the bare rain. Charmander's rock. A bunch of Beedrill saw the fire on Charmander's tail and started attacking him. Charmander's tail was about to go out because the leaf that the Pokémon had been using to cover up the flame had been torn away by the Beedrill. Charmander felt like he was about to meet his fate until he heard a familiar voice pierce the stormy air. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pikachu let out a cry and enveloped himself in electricity. The electricity then crackled through the air and shocked the Beedrill very easily, which caused the bug types to flee in terror. Serena grabbed Charmander from the front while Ash did from the back. "I will guide the way," Serena exclaimed with a hint of urgency. "I will make sure the tail stays lit," Ash shouted as he looked through the blanket. He had forgotten to grab a poncho and was risking his health as he felt the rain hit his back continuously, but he needed to save the Pokémon. He just needed to. Both trainers started running back to the Pokémon Center and quickly arrived with great speed. When they arrived, Nurse Joy was shocked to see the duo completely wet, but the fact that Charmander was in life-threatening shape caused her to jump in terror. "Oh dear. Wigglytuff, get the emergency materials and stretcher ready." Wigglytuff quickly brought out a stretcher and brought it out in front of the duo. Serena and Ash gently placed down Charmander in the stretcher as Nurse Joy and Wigglytuff got behind the stretcher to carry it into the ER. Ash watched in worry as Charmander was taken to the ER and both trainers with Pikachu sat down in the waiting area. "Do you think you will be okay?" Ash asked his childhood friend with clenched fists while looking down. "I think he will, we made a great team out there," Serena responded, making Ash smile. "You're right about that last one," Ash said with an appreciative tone, because he might not have been able to do it without Serena. It took 2 hours, but Nurse Joy came out of the clinic, which made Ash, Serena and Pikachu look up at the nurse. Nurse Joy looked at the group and flashed a smile while announcing, "Charmander will make a full recovery." "Thanks, Nurse Joy." Ash and Serena replied with relieved expressions since the Pokémon had been saved from the danger. While sleeping that night, Serena and Ash slept at the Pokémon Center. News about Charmander's full recovery was amazing for the duo, as Ash could finally sleep in peace without having to know that Charmander was still at risk of dying. Ash kept tossing and turning as to what he should do now. He had wanted to ask Charmander to be his Pokemon for some time now, but it was obviously going to have to find out about Damien. Ash shook his head. He would find out in the morning if Charmander would rather stay with Ash or go back to Damien. Ash then looked at his glove and saw the stone glisten a little in the darkness of the room of the Pokemon Center. Looking to his left he saw Serena sleeping on her own bed. I really don't know how I could have done this without her, Ash said to himself. Ash then fell back asleep while muttering, "Thank you Pikachu and Serena." That morning, Ash and Serena were there when Charmander came out of the ER. When the fire type was released, Charmander noticed Damien sitting on one of the couches of the Pokemon Center lobby and the salamander went to him. "Ash, here we go," Serena whispered as they watched from afar. "Let's see what happens," Ash answered. It was obvious that the reunion could be heartbreaking, but Ash knew that Charmander could get through this. With Charmander and Damien noticed the salamander and grew frustrated. "What do you want? Don't you see I don't want a weak Pokemon like you? I would have never returned to that rock for you." Ash heard this and gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It was obvious that Damien never wanted Charmander. Ash though, he loved the fire type, he wanted to be friends and have a new teammate, someone with the potential of being strong. Serena put a hand on Ash's shoulder and Ash slightly relaxed at the warmth that the hand gave. It was evident that staying strong was best, so that is what Ash did. Charmander looked like he was hit by a million bullets. Damien got up and began to walk towards the sliding doors, but as Damien left, Charmander grew angry and rushed in front of Damien before scorching Damien in the head with a powerful flamethrower. Damien gave Charmander one angry look before opening the door and walking past Charmander without saying anything with a small smirk. Seeing this, Charmander grew depressed and began to tear up. Ash and Serena walked over to the fire-type Pokemon, but Serena stayed back as she knew Ash wanted to handle this one. Since Ash met Charmander, Serena saw how Ash wanted to give Charmander his love. Serena wanted this to happen and watched. Ash got down to where he could be at level with Charmander and spoke up, "Charmander, I know it is hard to be rejected like that. In fact, my Pikachu and I also got rejected by our loved ones or we lost them." Charmander replied while shedding a couple of tears. Charmander understood Ash's words and he knew that his situation was probably one of the worst things that could ever happen to a Pokemon. Charmander clenched his fists and then cursed himself for not being stronger. Until he heard what Ash had to say. Ash continued, "Charmander, I think you are very amazing and I am willing to take you with me, so what do you say, want to come along?" Charmander shouted as he embraced Ash with tears of joy. Ash held out a Pokeball which Charmander accepted as it shook only once, proving to be a critical capture. Ash looked at the Pokeball and smiled. "Look Pikachu, we just caught a Charmander," Ash exclaimed, making a pose. Ash looked at Serena, who had a smile in her face and a hand above her heart. At the same time, Serena had her eyes shadowed over her fedora. Ash noticed Serena's dark look and asked, "Serena, are you okay?" "I'm better than okay Ash," Serena started as she looked up with glistening blue eyes. "I just witnessed what it means to find someone that truly cares about you, that will be willing to make it through a struggle with someone who also had a struggle." "It was nothing Serena," Ash said as he pumped his fist. "Let's keep going to Lumiose now. Let's go," she exclaimed as she ran off in front of him and out of the sliding doors that lead to the outside. "Hey! Wait for me!" Ash chased after his childhood friend. "Pikachu!" Pikachu shouted, getting on Ash's shoulder. A new chapter in Charmander's life had just begun. Chapter 8, The Lumiose Bandits. Lumiose City. "Wow Ash, we finally made it!" Serena exclaimed with joy. The duo were entering Lumiose and they had the time to enjoy the city again. "True, right Pikachu?" Ash asked as he petted his electric mouse. Lumiose City was their main home for so long, so it was nice to see it again despite it being just a couple of days. Pikachu agreed. Ash, look, so many things we can do over here. Let's go to that store. Serena shouted in excitement as she started to drag Ash to a clothes store that was near the entrance to the city. Okay, Ash replied as he got dragged by the hand. He was not a fond of shopping, but he agreed anyways as he wanted to go looking around the city not as a homeless boy anymore. Ash, look at these dresses, how do you think I would look in them? Serena asked as she looked through the window in front of the store. Ash had to admit that Serena would probably look great on one of the dresses, the blue one in particular, but Ash just decided to open a can of worms instead. I don't know, you may look very nice in all of them. Ash replied with a toothy grin as he looked at the honey blonde. Fact was, Ash did not feel like shopping, so he decided to play a little game with Serena as a little bit of fun to have with his childhood friend. Ash then thought of something that could give him some space. Serena, let's play a game, Ash started as Serena turned to him with a perplexed expression. Ash then continued, I go out and get you something you like and you get me something I would like, then we meet up at the cafe and exchange. Serena let the idea sit for a second, but then her face opened up with a smile, sounds like fun Ash, I am going to go to that store then. Serena exclaimed as she walked off leaving Ash with Pikachu. Ash sighed, girls. Pikachu was on Ash's shoulder and was confused as to why he would go through with this. Pikachu, do you have any idea of what she would like? Ash just wanted to get something quick so that he would not have to worry about wasting time. Pikachu, Pikachu shook his head in defeat. I would have guessed it, then something grabbed Ash's attention as he walked into the same store that Serena was just looking into. Poke Puff Maker, increase your Pokemon's traits in cute, clever, cool, tough, and beauty, Ash muttered reading the machine's label on the box. Pikachu exclaimed in awe as he thought about all of the Poke Puffs that could come out of the Poke Puff Maker. Ash had to admit, it would help her with performing if she wanted to pursue that as her main track in her dream. Do you think she will love it? Ash asked his partner, slightly anxious about buying the Poke Puff Maker. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded yes with a large amount of desperation. He was dying to have a Poke Puff at this point. Okay. Ash went to the cash register and bought the Poke Puff Maker, he then put it in a bag in order to make it a surprise for his childhood friend. Ash made sure that the bag was not see-through so that it was a surprise for Serena. Ash then walked out towards the restaurant they were meeting in, it was not far, just right across the street and the cafe symbol was visible on top of the restaurant. As Ash approached the cafe, he noticed two Pokemon. It was hard to tell what it was, one was small and squishy while riding on top of what looked like a frog. The Pokemon carried something in their arms and Ash quickly looked as they ran. The two Pokemon ran off into the outskirts of the city, just as Officer Jenny came by. Ash in a motorcycle. Ash turned around and saw the same Officer Jenny that had been on his tail for years. Ash smiled as he saw this and Officer Jenny spoke up. Ash. Jenny shouted in slight urgency as she looked around and turned back to Ash to ask, did you see which way those two Pokemon went? That way, Ash pointed towards the clearing in which the two Pokemon had disappeared to. Thanks, those Pokemon really have learned from you, haven't they? Jenny joked, making Ash and Pikachu's sweat drop. See you around, Ash. Bye. Ash exclaimed as he saw Officer Jenny take off in the direction he pointed at with the motorcycle. What was that all about, Pikachu? Pikachu shrugged his shoulders as the duo continued to walk. Ash decided to move on and made himself to the cafe in order to meet up with Serena and give her the gift. Ash was already starving. Ash could hear the grumbles of his own stomach haunting him. He was happy though, this time he would be able to eat at a civilized place without stealing. Ash. Ash heard a feminine voice that obviously belonged to Serena as he walked into the cafe. I'm over here, come on. Serena signaled him over as she was sitting on a booth. It was probably meant for two people as Ash saw that many similar seats were for couples. Ash though, he shook off that fact as he walked over to the honey blonde. Hey Serena. Ash said as he sat down. Ready to eat? Amourshipping, and look at this, I bought myself some new shoes. Serena said as she showed off her new shoes to Ash. Next to her, there was a bag containing probably Ash's gift. Ash sneaked a glance, but it was obviously impossible to tell what it was from the distance. After they both ordered, the duo started to eat while Pikachu sucked on a ketchup bottle that Ash ordered for the electric rodent. Ash knew Pikachu liked ketchup ever since he first met him. The first day they were in Lumio City, Pikachu managed to get himself in a hot dog stand, and from that he had to rush his electric rodent to the Pokemon Center. "Pikachu, be careful or you can get sick," Ash warned with gritted teeth and a lot of worry in his voice. "Pika Pika Pikachu." Pikachu's sweat dropped as he slowed down the pace of his skiing. Of course, gulping it down too fast was fatal, and Pikachu remembered his visit to the Pokemon Center because of that. "Wow, Ash, you really care for Pikachu," Serena remarked with a smile as she looked at the duo. "Of course I do, he cares for me just as much, so I try to care for him just as much," Ash responded as he petted Pikachu's tail. "Cha!" the yellow mouse squealed in pleasure. Just as the two finished their food and ordered dessert, the duo decided to exchange gifts. "Serena, look what I got you," Ash said with a smile as he revealed the bag that he had that included the Poke Puff maker. "What is it?" the girl asked in curiosity as she eyed the bag. "I got you this to help you make Poke Puffs so that you can perform at your very best." Ash replied with a smile as he put the gift into Serena's hands. Serena accepted the gift and put it in her bag with a smile and thanked Ash. "Aw, thank you, Ash." Ash at this moment felt a warm sensation he could not describe, but it felt good. Ash smiled at Serena as he saw her reach for his gift. "Ash, here, I got you this for you to wear," Serena described. She took out her bag and inside was a box with a light blue scarf. Ash immediately fell in love with the scarf as he opened the box and put the scarf on around his neck. The blue scarf dangled into the air at its ends after going around Ash's neck, and it was really soft and plush. "Yes, this is exactly like the scarf Alan wears, I will explain myself in the end." "Serena, I love it. How do you think I look?" Ash asked as he petted the scarf. Pikachu smiled and did the same in curiosity and cooed anyhow fuzzy the material was. Serena looked at Ash with dreamy eyes. Ash looked really amazing with the scarf. "You look awesome," Serena exclaimed as she clenched her fists, barely able to contain herself. "Pika." Pikachu approved of the look as he climbed on Ash's shoulder and exchanged electricity. "Thank you guys, and thanks Serena, for the gift," Ash said with a genuine smile. "You're welcome. Ooh, dessert is here," Serena responded as the dessert came from the waiter. As the waiter put down the chocolate cake in front of Ash, Ash's mouth watered in awe seeing the chocolate beauty in front of him. Serena did not have that much of an intense reaction, but she did find it amazing that the cake was looking very fresh and well made. "Awesome!" Ash shouted as he took a bite into his chocolate cake. Ash smiled and slumped into his seat as he experienced the flavor of the chocolate cake to the full potential. "So, good!" Ash shouted as he kept eating the cake. Serena and Pikachu sighed at this as they continued to eat at a slower pace. Suddenly, after a couple of bites, the plates were snatched to Ash and Serena's surprise. Ash was about to take another bite when he bit down on air to then recoil in pain. Serena giggled at this, by then pet her eyebrows seeing that both of the plates were gone. "Hey! What is the big idea?" Ash shouted as he noticed the two Pokemon from before with the plates looking at Ash with smiles, then they both began to flee. "Come back here." The Pokemon left through the window. Ash then looked back at Serena and Pikachu with a serious face as he said, "Come on guys, I saw them cause trouble before." "Right." Serena agreed as the duo left the cafe to chase down the Pokemon. The Pokemon led Ash, Serena and Pikachu away from the city and into a grassland. The Pokemon that had stolen the food ran towards the center of the field. It seemed like a peculiar place to be since the Pokemon seemed to be looking for something. Ash and Serena stayed back as they followed a line of bushes and quietly, but swiftly followed the frog and gooey Pokemon. Ash and Serena kept watching until the two Pokemon reached more Pokemon. They were a lot bigger and were long. Ash could say they looked like hoses, but it was obvious that they had a menacing and venomous look. Ash and Serena used their Pokédexes to show that there were 3 Seviper. The 2 other Pokemon then went to the Seviper and gave them the food. Ash and Serena obviously saw that there was a large reason as to why the smaller Pokemon were stealing the food, but it did not make sense as to what they were trying to get from this. The 2 Pokemon and the 3 Seviper conversed and then the 2 smaller Pokemon, but after a while, Ash noticed that the Sevipers were getting agitated in the distance. Almost like if they were going to attack the 2 smaller Pokemon. From the distance, Ash and Serena noticed that the 2 smaller Pokemon were motioning to small brown Pokemon that was being guarded by the 3 Seviper. The Pokédex identified it as an EV. The EV looked extremely terrified and from that it was stepping back in fear to only be menaced more by the 3 Seviper. EV, oh no! Serena shouted wide-eyed as she jumped out of the bushes to charge the Seviper. Ash flinched as he saw this, but the fact was that Serena looked more determined than ever. Unfortunately for the honey blonde, the Sevipers quickly noticed her. Just as Serena was getting up, 2 of the Sevipers shot a fire beam from their mouths towards the smaller Pokemon while the last one launched poisonous orbs at Serena. The frog used a barrage of seeds to counter while the squishy Pokemon used a dragon breath. Serena covered her eyes and face as the orbs got nearer, but they barely missed by inches. Ash then caught back up to Serena and made sure that she was alright as he took out his Pokédex. Ash and Serena scanned these Pokemon. The green frog was a Trico while the purple squishy form was a Gummy. Trico and Gummy are trying to protect EV. Ash exclaimed in realization as he looked at the Sevipers who now had more menacing postures as they kept firing fire beams. The Bullet Seed and Dragon Breath got overpowered by the 2 flamethrowers very easily causing them to get hit hard. Trico and Gummy then fell back into the air and as Ash saw this, he went wide-eyed. At that moment Ash sprinted over to the wounded Pokemon and caught them in mid-air. "Are you two okay?" Ash asked the 2 Pokemon in his arms. They both looked up slightly and saw Ash's face as they got down from Ash's arms to engage the Sevipers. Trico. Gummy. Serena ran for the EV, but all the Sevipers tried to use flamethrower on her. Serena braced for the impact that never came. Eevee had come and used a large turquoise shield to protect Serena, but the problems did not end there as a fire started enveloping around the grassland trapping the 6 living organisms. Ash. Serena shouted in worry when Ash got hurt by the fire and recoiled in pain. "Don't worry about me, I just have to keep Trico and Gummy from the fire." Ash exclaimed as he came in from behind the 2 Pokemon he was motioning to and put himself over them as a shield. Gummy and Trico were shocked to see a trainer helping them, but the fire was getting closer and more dangerous for everyone. "Why? Gummy shouted as he then became enveloped in an aura and looked at the sky. Ash recoiled as he then saw rain clouds appear overhead and begin to drip water from the sky. The rain then started pouring and slowly began to extinguish the fire that was growing. "Thanks Gummy." Ash shouted as he looked at the blobby-like Pokemon. Trico. Trico shouted while reeling his head around and launching leaves like blades towards the Sevipers. The leaves collided and then the purple snake-like Pokemon began to fall to the ground in pain. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Ash ordered as he put his arms out. Gummy used Dragon Breath, Trico used Bullet Seed, and Eevee used Swift. All the moves combined with Thunderbolt to hurt the Seviper enough to make them flee for cover and Ash sighed as he saw Pikachu happily get right back on top of his shoulder. After that, Ash looked at Gummy and Trico who looked at him with eyes of gratitude and admiration. "You guys were awesome." Ash told the small Pokemon as he petted them. "Pika." Pikachu agreed as he pumped his fists. Then the 2 Pokemon looked at Ash and gave them a look Ash recognized all too well. "I want to be stronger, let's get stronger together." "So you guys want to come with me?" "What do you think Pikachu?" Ash asked as he turned to the electric rodent. "Pika." Pikachu agreed as Ash took out 2 Pokeballs which the Pokemon accepted. Both Pokemon got SCKED into the Pokeballs and the Pokeballs only shook once as it was a critical capture. Alright. I caught a Trico and a Gummy. Ash exclaimed as he put on a pose and put the 2 Pokeballs into the air with a victory dance. Hi Pikachu. Congratulations Ash, Serena said with a smile. Just then Eevee rubbed against Serena's leg. Serena smiled and then kneeled down to the small fox to pet her. Eevee, you want to come along with me? Eevee, she responded with a nod and a bright smile. Then welcome aboard. Serena replied taking out a Pokeball which Eevee accepted. Just like Ash's captures, this one was a critical capture and Serena found herself happy as she put the Pokeball in her hands and shouted, alright. I caught an Eevee. Looks like we all made new friends today. Ash told his childhood friend. The duo then headed off to Lumio City. They went to the Pokemon Center and rested for the night. Serena thought that night of the possibilities with Eevee on her team. She also thought about the impact Ash had in her life and how he was back to normal. It was heartwarming for her to know that the person that she met was back and that he would probably be able to find his dream. Possibly with her. Serena blushed thinking about that, but she smiled as no one was able to see her blush as she slept. Serena then turned on her bed and continued sleeping. Ash could not stop admiring how cool he looked with the scarf. He also thanked his new Pokemon for their bravery. Ash then thought about the Pokemon he has caught and how he relates to them. Pikachu lost his family when he was young and met Ash in order to live through the struggle. Froakie abandoned his trainers because they never appreciated him the way they should have. Froakie left them just like Ash left his past as well. Froakie joined Ash because of his appreciation towards Pokemon, towards Froakie. Charmander had lost his trainer who thought he was weak. He had someone he looked up to turn on him like Ash's father had done. Charmander took an opportunity to find a new role model, and he did. Gummy and Trico both stole to survive and protect their loved ones. Both looked for brighter opportunities and put their bad deeds behind them. The egg Ash had now was a lot in his thought. That egg will contain a Pokemon that we will all love. One that I will make sure won't go through a struggle. With that Ash fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next morning, Ash and Serena were talking with Officer Jenny near the exit of the city. So is the trouble gone for good? Jenny asked as she looked at the 2 trainers. Yeah. And we made new friends, there won't be any more trouble for now. Ash replied with a bright smile. Thank you Ash and Serena, Jenny replied with gratitude as she slightly bowed her head at the 2 trainers. You are welcome. Ash and Serena return in unison. Well, I better get going, goodbye. Jenny exclaimed as she left in her motorcycle through the streets of Lumios. After that, she made a left turn and disappeared from the view of the trainers. So, are you going to Sillage City now? Serena asked Ash as he adjusted his gloves. Yeah, and we are going to win our second badge. Ash exclaimed as he pumped his fist at Serena. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted with a similar expression on his face as his trainer. Serena smiled as she looked down nervously. Finally finding the courage to speak, Serena did so. Ash. What is it? Ash asked in curiosity as he met the gaze of Serena's blue eyes. My first showcase will be soon in Coumarine City after the Pledging Tree Festival. I was wondering if we could meet up by that time, Serena said shyly as she put her hands behind her back. I would love to. I will be there for the Pledging Tree Festival and we can meet up then. Ash replied. Ash then looked at the road ahead of him. Well, I have to go, I will see you later, okay? Alright, Serena started. Goodbye and remember to never give up until the end. Never will. See you later. Ash took a deep breath and walked onto the route leaving Serena in Lumio City. She was going to meet up with Shauna later to practice performing. Serena looked on as Ash disappeared in the route and sighed, thank you Ash, for everything. You may have had a rough past, but I will make sure you can put it behind you. Serena smiled. I will always be there for you. Ash's dreams. Ash was surrounded in a field with flowers and a gentle breeze. He was looking around confused at what he was seeing. It was peaceful, but nice. Pikachu. Ash heard as he turned around to see his Pikachu running over to him in a hurry and in tears. Suddenly, Ash noticed the entire ambient change into a forest. Pikachu ran into Ash's arms as Ash noticed poachers taking away lots of Pikachus from the forest into a machine. It's okay Pikachu, Ash said as he covered the mouse's eyes and ears. I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Ash then thought about being somewhere else, but instead of being transported, Ash noticed large plants and a white beam changed the ambient in the forest to a destroyed landscape. Ash then noticed a Goodra and Sceptile taking berries from a tree that belonged to many other Pokemon. Ash recognized the Pokemon, Sceptile. Goodra. What are you guys doing? You guys are better than this. The Pokemon looked at Ash as if to attack him, but a large barrage of fire stopped them. It was a draconic fire dragon that Ash recognized as a Charizard, but it was a blue one though. This Charizard punched the ground and let off an attack. They fired molten rocks and ash through the ground at intense momentum and caused a giant explosion that erupted on Ash. Ugh! Ash winced in pain as the ambient changed. Ash noticed the scene change completely as there was nothing but a black fog and water that Ash felt that went up to his knees. No Pokemon was around him. Ash started to walk in confusion until he saw a something. A bipedal Pokemon with a long tongue scarf that had for some reason a similar appearance to Ash as Ash noticed. This Pokemon also had a large shuriken on his back. Ash reached out for this mysterious Pokemon only for his hand to go through nothing but water that splashed on the water below. Suddenly Ash turned to the sky and saw a gold light. A medium-sized dragon with large ears cleared the fog and stood in front of Ash. The gold veil disappeared and Ash saw one of his trusty Pokemon. Noivern, Ash said as he approached the Pokemon and touched it. Vern. Noivern replied as he took Ash's hand and the entire ambience started to glow. Ash then understood what the symbolism was, no painful past. Purity. That is what you are, Noivern. The other Pokemon and I raised you to not have the same burden. Vern. Noivern replied as the light then began to engulf Ash and Noivern. At the tent. Gasp. Ash awoke from his dream confused and covered in sweat. This startled Pikachu as the rodent woke up immediately. Pikachu. Pikachu asked weakly as he heard his trainer wake up and Ash snuggled among Pikachu. It was just a dream Pikachu, only just a dream, Ash said as he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Pikachu did the same next to his trainer of course. As Ash drifted off he asked himself these questions. Why was there a Charizard that was black and blue? What do my Pokemon's burdens mean for the future? Will Noivern's purity come in handy? What was that Pokemon that looked like me that had a giant shuriken on his back? So let's continue our journey with Ash. He has just defeated his father in battle once, but he has to make sure that he can be at his prime for the next battle. Right now though, he is going to take a detour to Glorio City for the master class in which Serena and Shauna are performing. Callum is there for Shauna and the others will be there too. How will things go for Ash now that he might run into someone again? This is the start of the real story. This is when the conflicts really start. I am hyped, so let's get into it. Oh yeah. Merry Christmas. And thanks for 5k plus views. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokemon. Chapter 9, Chance Encounter. Route to Glorio City. Braixen will be good for doing this, while Sylveon can do that. What about Floette, where should I put her? Arg. Serena gripped her head with frustration. Maybe I should train with Poplio. I know that she is just a hatchling, but she will be great for the bubbles. Serena was thinking hard as she walked through the route. The route had a lot of flowers and trees on the side of the dirt path, and eventually Serena came upon a large field with many Kalos flowers. All the Kalos flowers blossoming with the springtime. The breeze was soft and Serena making her hair gently wave around. Serena decided to have a little bit of time to train. Breakson, Poplio, come on out. Breaks. Pop. Hey guys, I want to practice some moves, Serena started. Poplio, I want you to make a bubble. Breakson, you use fire blast around the bubble while controlling it with psychic. Pop. LOO. Poplio made a large bubble and made it float into the sky. Breakson then shot a fire blast while using psychic to control the direction of fire blast and the way the bubble was enveloped. Great. Now combine flamethrower and water gun to make a collage of colors. Serena commanded with a raised hand. Break scene. Breakson shouted as she and Poplio made two elemental beams go around each other and popped the bubble, making a lot of colors in a rainbow explosion, an amazing effect. Serena watched in awe. This is going to be amazing. If we keep this up we will win the masterclass for sure. Serena exclaimed. Her Pokémon gave out a battle cry as they felt proud of themselves. Suddenly. Boom! A huge explosion echoed from close proximity. In fact, a giant white beam had completely leveled an entire portion of the forest and Serena could even see the damage from where she stood. What was that? Serena asked as she recalled her Pokémon back to their Pokeballs. Better go check it out. If there was one thing Serena learned from her inspiration, he runs towards explosions, not away from them. Same time, Glorio City. So you finally made it, Callum. Trevor patted his Charizard's back as his face got serious. Did you hear about the giant explosion that happened yesterday night? It shook all of Kalos and everyone saw it. There was even this leaked footage of a Grovyle with a twig on his mouth that evolved into a Sceptile taking out a Darkrai. The trainer had like some sort of cool black attire and a scarf like the one Ash wears. Come on Trevor, I had to do some business with Ash, and about the explosion, I wonder who that trainer was, Callum responded. Callum was relieved that no one had identified Ash as the trainer that did the amazing battling. It was true, for the event, Ash changed to a black attire to not be recognized. Can you tell me what it was that you did with Ash? Tierno asked as he recalled his Swanna. No, I can't right now, Callum replied with slight panic in his voice. Callum then looked up at the sky and saw what he wanted to see. Tropius. A large flying type called as it landed in front of the boys. Hey boys. Glad to see you here. Shauna exclaimed as she got down and recalled her Tropius. Hee, time for the masterclass, right? Callum asked as the others met up with Shauna. Yeah, let's hope Serena and Ash make it, Trevor replied. The masterclass starts in a few days and they can't miss it. Serena for obvious reasons, and well Ash, I don't know why he comes to all the showcases, but he does. Shauna and Callum tensed up at the mention of Ash and Serena. Evidently, both of them had left the other two behind. What's wrong? Tierno asked the duo, noticing the change in behavior in the brunette and jet black-haired trainers. You see, I may have left Serena at Anistar yesterday, Shauna responded sheepishly as she face-palmed herself. Wow, I did the same for Ash, Callum replied in embarrassment and crossed arms. The other boys sighed. Trevor then spoke up though, I think they will be fine, I mean Ash can take care of himself well. Also, I think they will make it in time, they have plenty of time to get here. The others nodded their heads in agreement. It was obvious that there was plenty of time, even if conflict was among Ash and Serena. Earlier that day en route to Glorio City, Ash had slept in his tent very soundly that night after changing back to his normal Kalos attire. He got up and ate some breakfast that he prepared with some eggs and bacon. He enjoyed eating eggs and bacon in the morning, and of course he would always enjoy a Kanto omelette. Just like his mother used to make. That reminded him of his past and the good times he had with his mother. I am through with the question, can Ash cook? Wasn't he poor? Pretend Ash had bought the ingredients earlier and easily cooked the food in a fire, okay? Okay, carry on. The day was beautiful, the breeze made his light blue scarf wave a little, but other than that the sun was out and it was beautiful. Ash had remembered passing an open field of flowers around 5 minutes away from where he was the previous day. He was in such a hurry to avoid the helicopters from the explosion that happened after facing his father. Pikachu, Ash started as he finished eating and cleaned up his plate. Pie. Want to do some special training today? Ash asked with a pumped fist. Pikachu. Pikachu cried with a determined face as the rodent got on Ash's shoulder and gathered electricity. That's the spirit. Ash exclaimed as he looked back at Pikachu. Ash gathered up his belongings, tent and sleeping bag and made his way into the forest with Pikachu. Once inside he found a clearing. The space was very large and spacious, so it was perfect for training. Ash then took out 5 Pokeballs and threw them into the air. I choose you, he shouted as 5 Pokemon appeared beside Pikachu. Charm. A small bipedal salamander orange Pokemon with a HRNSS that harbored a blue stone cried. Ash knew him as Charmeleon. Charmeleon kept training hard after Ash caught him and both of them became a strong duo. Still, Charmeleon still had so much to learn when it came to his power. Tile. Ash's most recently evolved Pokemon that had a twig as a toothpick on his mouth cried. He was a strong and agile battler and Ash knew he could count on him especially after defeating the Darkrai. Dare. Goodra. Ash's most tanky Pokemon. Goodra came out as a large tank for Ash's team. Shortly after he caught him he evolved twice and was the star of the battle against Clement the gym leader at Lumio City. Ash could always count on this dragon that had a nice and kind personality. Vern. Ash's youngest Pokemon on his team grunted. Of course, loudest of them all. Ash found it amazing when he evolved and learned Boom Burst as well as the moment when Noivern got the power to learn 2 more moves that many could call powerful. Anyways, Ash found Noivern to be one of his most unpredictable Pokemon. Froga. This was the cry that Ash's most calm and sinister Pokemon gave. Ash knew that Frogadier was a powerful fighter and the fact that he counted on him a lot. Ash was oblivious to the fact though, that Frogadier had started to develop an inner conflict with his relationship with Ash. Something that Ash had vaguely noticed. Alright guys, we are going to start some special training. Ash exclaimed as all of his Pokemon made a large battle cry. Great, to start I am going to partner you guys up. Goodra and Noivern, go stand over there as you will be partners. Vern. Dare. Both dragons got to where they needed to be and waited patiently conversing with each other. Okay, Charmeleon you will be with Sceptile and Pikachu team up with Frogadier, Ash explained as the Pokemon walked to their respective positions. You guys ready? Pika. Deer. Charmeleon. Tile Sceptile. Noivern Vern. Goo. All Pokemon shouted in unison. Great, Pikachu and Frogadier, I want you to work on sparing physically. Pikachu, use Iron Tail while Frogadier, you use Cut. Ash ordered. The Pokemon got straight to work. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted as he landed an Iron Tail on the Cut. Deer Deer. Frogadier also was sparing now. Iron Tail versus Cut and neither Pokemon backing down. Ash smiled as he turned to the next pair. Alright Charmeleon and Sceptile, I want you two to spar while using Dragon Claw. Sceptile I want you to teach Charmeleon how to pull the same speed with Dragon Claw like when you hit Darkrai yesterday. Also Charmeleon, I want you to teach Sceptile that spinning Dragon Claw technique that you used against Olympia. Charm Charmeleon. Tile. Sceptile said as he unleashed his claws at the same time that Charmeleon did. Both Pokemon instantly stood next to each other as they taught each other the techniques. Goodra, I want to train your resistance. Remember that the more you endure and the more energy you can hold, the stronger your bide. Noivern use your strongest Boom Burst on Goodra while Goodra uses bide. Noivern I want you to work in increasing the power of your Boom Burst. Goodra, each time, try to hold more and more energy until eventually you have to let it go. When you do, aim it straight at those trees so we can see the amount of power you have. Ash explained, to which the dragons nodded. Noivvrrnnnnnnn. Noivern shouted as he launched his loud and soundwave boom burst, and Gudra started to endure it gradually as the blood-red aura of the bide started glowing very dark around the outline of his body. Ash looked back towards Pikachu and Frogadier, who were still sparing. He looked at Frogadier and noticed something about his shadow. It was larger than a Frogadier and had a tongue like scarf. This shadow also had a giant shuriken in the back. Suddenly, for a split second, Ash saw Pikachu right in front of him and what looked like his blue limb with a white kunai interacting with the iron tail. Ash instantly looked away and shook his head. What was that? The shadow was a lot like the same Pokemon that I saw on my dream last night. Ash asked himself. Ash then looked over at Sceptile and Charmeleon. Ash saw the two using strong moves on each other. Looking good, Charmeleon and Sceptile. Now Sceptile, I want you to try and use Frenzy Plant, while Charmeleon, you use Dragon Claw to slice through it, Ash explained. Tile. Sceptile got to work by punching the ground and making large plants soar from the ground towards Charmeleon, while Charmeleon broke the plant with Dragon Claw. Ash then turned to his youngest member of the group, Noivern. It had hatched into just a Noibat just after reaching Sillage City and actually evolved fighting off a Fiero during the time going to Laver City. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he pulled through a really good win against Sylveon and won the gym battle against the Laver City gym leader. Ash then looked at how Gudra was putting up against Noivern's boomburst. It seemed like if the bide was getting stronger and stronger. In fact, the bide looked like it would come out with more intensity than even at his 5th gym. Gudra strained and Noivern stopped. Boomburst with a panicked look on his face. Everyone looked over at Gudra and noticed that his color of aura was a dark blood red, almost black. Gudra, quick aim for the forest and unleash the energy. Everyone take cover. Ash exclaimed as he and his Pokemon hid behind a giant tree. Meanwhile, with Gudra, the white beam started to appear in front of him. Gudra shouted, throwing out the beam that was at least 100 times more powerful than any hyper beam Ash had ever seen. The beam cut cleanly through the forest, causing complete destruction and oblivion. The explosion then was massive, in fact massive enough that if it could rival that if any strong collision of moves. When the smoke cleared, Ash, Gudra and the other Pokemon looked at the sight of the bide and were motionless. The trees were completely gone and most of the grass did not exist anymore. There was also some logs that were on fire from the explosion on the ground. Gudra said sheepishly while rubbing his gooey hand behind his head. I would not want to be in the receiving end of that, Ash simply said, to which everyone else agreed. Okay, guys, want to keep going? All of Ash's Pokemon let out a battle cry and went back to their partners, but Ash had to quickly tell a certain group something. Okay, Gudra, your bide is extremely powerful, so we can work on something else. Gudra, use Rain Dance and practice using Thunder. Noivern, you too, practice your Hurricane towards the forest as well, since Rain Dance increases the accuracy of those moves. Vern. Dare. I should have known it would be you, Ash. A girl with short honey blonde hair walked up to Ash. Ash turned around at the sound of a new voice and smiled. He would always recognize the girl with short honey-like hair, blue eyes, long red dress, and of course the blue ribbon that he gave this certain girl under the pledging tree. Hey Serena, nice to see you again, Ash replied, smiling with enthusiasm at seeing his childhood friend again. I see you are training, Ash. Let me guess, this mess was caused by Gudra and Noivern? Serena asked very sarcastically. Yeah, I did order Gudra to make a bide and Noivern is making a hurricane right now, Ash signaled at the two training Pokemon. At the point the debris on the ground was being circled around in the vortex of wind that was going on. To this Ash smirked at the sight of a new strategy. Serena snickered as she looked at the other Pokemon. I see that Grovyle evolved. Yeah, he did yesterday, it was perfect timing too, Ash said. Ash then quickly tensed up knowing he spoke too much. Why? Serena asked, getting closer with a curious look in her face while she had her hands behind her back. It is a long story, I will tell you later, Ash said sheepishly, attempting to change the subject. He really did not feel like talking about what happened the day before anyways. My, he's acting weird, Serena thought. Usually he would tell me everything. Serena looked over at Pikachu and Frogadier and noticed that Cut had turned into what looked like a blue blade of water and then turned back to a white blade. Hey, Ash, about Frogadier. Yeah, I know, it is weird, Ash whispered. I have to figure some things out. Ash then looked at Charmeleon and Sceptile and called out to them. Okay, Charmeleon, Sceptile, come over here, Ash said to the two bipedal Pokemon. Tile. Melion. Nice to see you guys again, Serena said sweetly, to which the other Pokemon greeted gently. Charmeleon and Sceptile, I called you guys to take a break, Ash said as he recalled both Pokemon. He then turned to the two dragons that stopped what they did and came to Ash. Good work, you two, return as well. Well, it seems that Pikachu and Frogadier are the last two here, Serena said. Yeah, hey Frogadier, Pikachu, take a break guys, Ash exclaimed. Pikapi. Pikachu shouted as he hugged Serena. Hey Pikachu, Serena said as she petted the rodent. Frogadier. Ash asked. The frog was still training. Frogadier, you can hurt yourself, return. Dear Frogadier, the frog said in a defeated tone. Come on, relax, we can train later, I promise, Ash said as he recalled his Pokemon. Ash then looked at Frogadier's Pokeball. Why has he been acting like this since the Onistar gym battle? Was it what Olympia said about him? Ash, are you okay? Serena asked. I know you are worried for Frogadier, but I am sure that you can help him later. Thanks for understanding, Serena, Ash replied with a smile. Let's get going though, we cannot miss your master class. Okay Ash, Serena replied as she started to walk with Ash in the direction of Glorio City. Serena, we should make it to the next town by tomorrow and Glorio City would be right past it, Ash said as he walked with Pikachu on his shoulder. That's great Ash, I am anxious for getting to the master class though, Serena responded. I know Shauna is a good performer and that Paula will also be there. Serena spat the last name, she always grew jealous when Paula would hit on Ash. Serena, just a quick question, what is that small talk you and Paula always have? Ash asked as the duo passed by a lake. I mean, I know it is about something important, but I mean. Ash, don't worry about it, it is just some girl talk you won't understand, Serena replied with a blush. Anyways, Ash, who's ready for the league in your team? Ash sighed, honestly, I feel like my most prepared Pokemon right now are Pikachu and Goodra. I want Noivern to perfect the move we have been working on, also Sceptile is a little off when it comes to his Leaf Storm and his Frenzy Plant can get stronger. Ash then thought of Charmeleon and Frogadier. Charmeleon has still to prove to me he is ready while Frogadier. What is wrong with Frogadier? Serena asked. Lately, he has become weird, he is trying to train non-stop and he gets weird shadows. His cut turns blue, for the slightest second and then sometimes. Ash trailed off and Serena gave Ash a worried look. Ash did not want to reveal that he could see through Frogadier's eyes and got saved by the bell. Look, a Pokemon Center. Let's turn in for the day. Alright Ash, Serena said as the two went to stay at the Pokemon Center for the night. Somewhere hidden. Oh Ash Ketchum, just wait, you will fall to me when I strike, a strong voice said as this man petted a Pyroar. You will pay for what you did to my base. Chapter 10, The Birth of the Night Fury. Pokemon Center Room. Pika.Chu. Ah! Ash shrieked in pain. It was morning now and he had gone to sleep wanting to stay up late. Sadly, he knew he had to get up. Morning sleepy head. Serena said with a cheerful voice as she stood above Ash's bed. I made us breakfast. Thanks Serena, Ash replied as he went to the Pokemon Center lobby to eat with Serena. So Serena, what is it that you made? See for yourself, Serena smiled as she served Ash a Kanto omelette. Ash went a little wide-eyed at noticing the familiar food, but he decided to leave most of his judging of the food on how well it tasted. Ash took one bite and instantly fell in love as he turned to the honey blonde. "Serena, this is amazing. Since when did you know how to cook dishes from Kanto?" Ash asked as he stuffed his face with food. "I learned from a cookbook. I am glad you like it," Serena replied with a happy smile. At the same time she looked away and pumped her fist as she thought, "Reel him in, Serena, you can do it." "Are you kidding? I love it," Ash said as he gulped down the rest of the food faster than a fish can fully gulp one bite of fish food. Of course he loves the food, but not the person that made it. Serena sighed as she thought this while finishing her own food. After the duo finished, they hit the road on Road Go Glorio City. "Serena, how much until we reach the next landmark?" Ash asked the honey blonde as he and Pikachu walked at the same pace as Serena. The young performer took out her tablet and searched for the landmark, and then she found it, but at the same time she noticed that there was a large obstacle in the way. "Not too far, we have to go through a large valley with jagged rocks though, so it may get a little dangerous," Serena replied with a slight panic in her voice. Unfortunately for the duo, they started to feel some raindrops and then suddenly it began to pour, making them have to put their backpacks over their heads. "Arg! We gotta find shelter," Ash exclaimed with panic as he looked around the route. All he saw was a lot of mountains near the route, but other than that, it was a very clear area. Pikachu agreed while gathering electricity on his cheeks. "I think I may have found a cave," Serena shouted with the tablet as she ran towards a mountainside near the route. Ash followed and sure enough, there was a cave on the side of the mountain. The duo and Pikachu ran into the cave while panting, relieved they got out of the rain, but that was not what threatened the group anymore, it was the cold of being damp. Ash noticed Serena was shaking violently and decided to help the blue-eyed girl. "Here's Serena," Ash said as he took out Charmeleon from his pokeball. "Let's stick close to Charmeleon to get warm." "Thanks Ash," Serena responded as Charmeleon heated up both Ash and Serena. Suddenly, from Ash's side, a lot of flashes of light appeared that startled the two humans in the cave. Tile, Vern, Gudra, Froga. All the Pokemon chanted their respective calls as they stood by Ash and Serena to be warm with them. Pikachu cuddled up with Ash specifically though as Noivern spread his wings over the duo to keep them warm. Frogadier also stood under Noivern's wings and Sceptile stood near Charmeleon's flame. Gudra though, he liked the cold weather so he stayed a little separated from the group. Despite this, everyone still enjoyed the presence of the large dragon. "Pika-pa," Pikachu cooed as Ash petted him. Suddenly, Abraxan, Floette, Sylveon and Poplio got out of their Pokeballs to join the large group. They all swarmed Serena, who was next to Ash and his Pokemon, and Braixen helped out Charmeleon in generating heat. "Ash, this is so nice," Serena said as she cuddled with her own Pokemon. "I agree, just like one big family," Ash affirmed with a bright smile. Ash was happy he was able to spend this moment with all of his Pokemon. He was grateful to have them on his side. Serena then took a look outside and noticed that the rain had stopped, so she turned to the raven-haired trainer. "Ash, the rain stopped, I think it is safe to go out now," Serena said with a smile. "I see, okay, everyone return," Ash said, returning everyone but Charmeleon and Pikachu. "Charmeleon, I am going to need you to light up the tunnel for us." "Melion," the salamander replied as he pumped his fist at Ash. Charmeleon was one of Ash's most battle-hungry and burning Pokemon, obviously being a fire type has its advantages to confidence according to Ash's reasoning. Serena recalled her Pokemon, but as they walked out of the cave, there was a huge conflict that started when a large fire beam with 5 prongs was headed for the duo coming out of the cave. "Pika-chu!" Pikachu shouted as he shot out a beam of crackling electricity to deflect an incoming fire blast. The two moves collided and then turned into a large explosion that made a cloud of smoke in front of the mouth of the cave. "Serena, run back into the cave!" Ash shouted as the duo and the two Pokemon ran back in. Our heroes kept panting since there was a lot of running and urgency. Serena, let's go that way, there may be another way out. Okay Ash, Serena said with a lot of panic as the duo started walking the other way of the cave. The cave was really dark, but Charmeleon kept the light going. Every so often the duo would run into a Noibat, thus giving Ash an idea. Noivern, I need you. Ash said while throwing out a Pokeball which materialized into the Sound Wave Dragon. Noivern appeared in front of the duo and turned to Ash with a questioning look. Use your echolocation so we can find a way out, Ash told the flying and dragon-type Pokemon. Every time the group ran into a fork on the cave, Noivern would easily find a way to guide Ash and Serena the right way. The duo found themselves very fortunate for their advantage throughout the cave because of this. Ash, look, Serena started as she pointed towards something in the distance. It was light. It could easily be an exit. A way out. Serena started running with Ash and the other Pokemon behind them. Serena, be careful. Somewhere near the cave. Okay Lysandra, we have control over Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, a man said into a holocaster. This man was fat and had some red glasses. He was a scientist as well and everyone respected him on Team Flare. Good Xerosic, now make sure that we have a visual for our plans, Lysandra replied as the image on screen left. Suddenly, a grunt came up to Xerosic. Xerosic, sir, we have a problem, the grunt said nervously while shaking. What is it this time? Xerosic spat with crossed arms. Xerosic had no time to waste and it was obvious that he wanted to go through with his own mission at this point. The man shuddered, we have a breach, I was easily defeated and we have to attack with all costs using the legendary Pokemon. Who do we attack? Xerosic raised an eyebrow and a small facepalm. The teenagers that are coming out of that cave right now, the grunt replied as he pointed to the cave. 2 teenagers with 3 Pokemon near them came out. Ready to battle. Xerosic gasped as he saw this and gritted his teeth. With that, Xerosic went to a microphone and began to speak to the other grunts. At the cave. Ash and Serena had been cut off by 3 grunts. Houndoom use flamethrower, they shouted with pumped fists. Noivern use boom burst now. Ash retaliated while putting his arms out. Noivern. Noivern shouted as he took out all 3 Houndooms in one hit of the tornadic beam. The Houndoom all slumped to the ground with an unconscious expression. Houndoom return. The grunts shouted as they recalled the Houndoom. Then all 3 took out another Pokeball. Drapion, let's go, they all shouted as they released large scorpion-like Pokemon in front of the duo. They made a large cry, but Ash did not flinch as he stood his ground. Ash, be careful as they are poison types, Serena reminded with a panicked voice. Right. Noivern, immobilized them with supersonic, Ash exclaimed. Charmeleon, take that chance to then use Thunder Punch on these guys. Noivern. Charmeleon. The Pokemon used their attacks skillfully, hitting their targets with ease. The grunts looked baffled and returned their Drapion. After that they left in a hurry, leaving Serena and Ash alone. Noivern, return. Ash said as he recalled Noivern. Ash, why did you recall him? Serena asked in a perplexed tone. She did not understand why Ash would have wanted to recall the Pokemon despite being able to one-shot all the Houndoom. He is still not strong enough to take hits, that is why I am having him train Sky Attack, but I cannot let him battle a lot consecutively, remember he technically is still a baby, Ash explained as the duo walked towards the end of the cave. Ash, look out! Serena shouted in urgency as she saw a fire blast come their way from the outside of the cave. Charmeleon used Dragon Claw. Ash retaliated knowing that there was barely any time to even dodge the attack. Charmeleon. Charmeleon shouted as he got in the way of the fire blast and took the damage with the green claws, thus leaving Charmeleon unharmed. Now's our chance, we have to run. Ash shouted to Serena as he started to drag her outside of the mouth of the cave. They looked at where they were and they were on top of a cliff to the left and there was a mountain to the right. The cliff led go a bunch of jagged rocks which looked like a dangerous territory. Ash then noticed a bunch more Team Flare grunts looking over at them from a distance, and near them were 3 Pokemon that were launching attacks. Ash narrowed his eyes and noticed that the attacks were directed at him and Serena. Ash, those legendary Pokemon are being controlled like the Pokemon at Lumio City when we started our journey. Serena remarked as she looked at the collars that were causing the 3 legendary birds to be on a rampage. Pikachu. Pikachu launched a crackling beam at the Team Flare grunts and landed a hit on the computer that was managing all of the controls on Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, but that just made things worse as when the computer exploded, the Team Flare grunts began to focus on Hiduo, and the legendary Pokemon lost control. Squawk. All 3 Pokemon yelled, launching an Ice Beam, Thunder, and Fire Blast at our duo. Ash and Serena looked as the attack came and gasped, knowing there was no possible way to avoid getting hit, unless something took the hit instead. Charmeleon. Charmeleon looked at the scene in horror and saw how it could be devastating. Pikachu. Charmeleon. Ash and Serena shouted in panic as they watched the fire lizard jump into the air with a dragon claw to attempt and take the 3 elemental beams at the same time. Charmeleon POV. I have to save Ash, Serena and Pikachu, it does not matter if I die. I get in the way of the 3 attacks and unleash my dragon claw. I know that I have to stay as defensive as possible. The 3 attacks collide and I instantly feel the searing pain go through me. I feel like I would drop any second, but I have to stay strong. I won't fail you, Ash. I won't fail the one that took me when no one else would. I won't fail the one that made me this strong. I won't give up ever. I ignore the pain and face it with all my might. Charmeleon. I shout in pain. Suddenly, I feel a fire start up inside of me, like if I can make myself stronger. I feel myself gaining a pair of wings and stronger claws. Meanwhile, my pendant glows as well. What is happening to me? Let's go. Normal POV. Pikachu shouted in amazement, watched the white glowing light that was enveloping Charmeleon. It was evident that Charmeleon was also growing bigger, and from the looks of it, more powerful. Is Charmeleon? Serena started. He's evolving, awesome. Ash exclaimed as a Charizard appeared before him. Charizard swooshed at all speed and dodged a thunder-charged beam from Zapdos and then landed a strong dragon claw on the amazed Articuno. He's so fast. Ash said as he watched in awe at the fire draconic dragon. Graw. Charizard roared as he looked at Ash and signaled his stone with one arm and pumping his fist with the other. Ash, your glove, it's glowing. Serena said in excitement, knowing that this meant. Charizard, let's unlock this, beyond evolution. Mega Evolve. Ash shouted while putting his index and middle finger on the keystone. Bright light showed as the prongs from the Mega Stone and Keystone began to interact with each other. Charizard started to glow white, his wings changed shape and there was fire coming out through Charizard's mouth on both sides and the coloration changed to black and blue. Mega Charizard X. Charizard use Flamethrower. Ash shouted with excitement, but instead of a jet of flames, Charizard turned blue on fire and charged Zapdos, hitting him square hard on the chest, thus making the electric and flying type recoil. No way. He learned Flare Blitz. Growl. Charizard shouted as he grabbed Zapdos. Zapdos started struggling to get out, so it kept using Thunder. To Charizard, his new typing made the move tickle him. Roar. Charizard shouted as he nose-dived and threw Zapdos on Team Flares. Setup causing a large explosion. Ash stood there in awe. Charizard also learned Seismic Toss, awesome. Look out Charizard, use Dragon Claw behind you. Charizard unleashed his green claws and turned around in time to slash Moltres and make it recoiled and hit one of the jagged rocks. The Dragon Claw was the size that Ash had never seen before, 2 times larger than usual. Tough claws, I have to love that ability, Ash smirked while looking at the dragon he was commanding. Ash, we need to remove the collars. Serena ordered with a great amount of stress while looking at the raven-haired trainer. Braixen used Psychic and stopped Moltres in his tracks. Serena unleashed Braixen from her Pokeball and the Fire and Psychic type took out her wand. Her wand waved and made Moltres glow blue on the outlines. Charizard used Dragon Claw on the collar. Ash ordered with a pumped fist. Charizard was quick to do his work and slashed off the collar, making Ash celebrate as Moltres landed to the ground exhausted, but something else caught Ash's attention from the side. Pika! Pikachu shouted in worry as Ash then noticed that Serena was going to be hit by an ice beam from Articuno, who was not being targeted by anyone. Serena, look out! Ash shouted as a flash of light appeared beside Ash, surprising the raven-haired trainer. Frogadier! Frogadier cried in pain as he took the entire ice beam to the chest and fell back to the ground in front of Ash and a surprised Serena. No, Frogadier! Ash grunted as something huge hit him. Ash grabbed his chest, feeling a cold and strong pain through him like if he was hit with ice beam instead of the water frog. Ash then took out a Pokeball and aimed it at Frogadier. What was that? Why did I feel pain? Frogadier, return now. You are too hurt. Dear, Frogadier winced in pain as he returned to his Pokeball. There was quite dissatisfaction on the frog's face and Ash saw it. He felt guilty having to return Frogadier, but there was no way he would allow Frogadier to get hurt like that. Ash, get Zapdos now! Serena exclaimed as she had frozen the lightning bird with Braixen's Psychic. Pikachu, use Iron Tail! Ash ordered while putting his hand out. Ash then pumped his fist. Charizard charged Zapdos and used Thunder Punch. Pika 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 Pika. Copy! Pikachu shouted as he slashed and broke Articuno's collar, thus making Articuno fall to the ground exhausted like Moltres. Meanwhile, Charizard had his fist crackling. Grow-a-wow! Charizard roared as he got the hit right on the chest of the electric bird. Zapdos fell over wincing in pain and with smoke coming out of its wings, which gave Ash the opportunity he needed. Now Charizard, Dragon Claw! Ash shouted. Charizard did what he had to do and slashed the collar, freeing Zapdos. Good job, Charizard, Ash praised as his Pokemon as the Fire and Dragon type landed next to Ash. Ash, I think it is time we left, Serena said in urgency. Pika! Pikachu agreed, panting. Out in the distance, the Team Flare grunts were running over to our duo with Drapions and Bisharps behind them. They were ready to cause damage to them, and Ash knew that the Honey Blonde was right about leaving. Charizard, can you let us ride you? Ash asked with slight panic. Grow! Charizard nodded with a pumped fist. Braixen, return! Serena called out as she recalled her Fire Fox. Come on, Serena, Ash said as he stuck his hand out. Pikachu had gotten on Charizard's head. They were ready to take off. Serena grabbed Ash's hand and sat behind him. The Mega Charizard X took off just as the grunts arrived at the scene. The grunts attempted to land Toxics and Thunder Waves to slow the duo down, but Charizard easily dodged them all. Charizard then flew out of sight and up into the clouds. Ash POV. Here I have a electrical rodent on my shoulder and a girl behind me. I am on a black and blue dragon with an amazing appearance and power. Serena, how do you like how Charizard looks? I asked the girl behind me with a slight chuckle, thinking about how close the situation we just came out of was. He looks really cool, I like the way his blue flames resemble your blue scarf, Serena told me with a smile which I could not see, but I could somehow feel. My scarf? Wow, I guess trainer and Pokemon do look alike. I replied with a slight laugh. Pika. Pikachu agreed. The view is amazing, I could see all of Kalos from here and the clouds below me look so beautiful. I enjoyed the scenery and I could tell Serena does too as she takes in the view. I could tell she wanted to be closer to me, but obviously she was a bit nervous. I wished she was a little more straightforward, but it is her shy nature. I know her too well, don't I? Charizard, I see a Pokemon Center, let's go down there, I told my fire friend. Grow. Charizard responds as he starts to descend. Glorio City, normal POV. So Callum, what gym are you challenging next? Shauna asked as the duo walked towards the hotel. I only have to go to the Snowbell gym, Callum replied. I know Trevor and Tierno have their badge and I am not surprised, they are strong battlers and me and Ash don't want to fall behind. Callum and Shauna made a turn and noticed that there are so many performers ready for the masterclass. Callum, I hope Serena and Ash are fine, Shauna said. They will be, they should make it soon, Callum assured. The duo went back to the hotel, it was late and they needed to go to sleep. Pokemon Center. Serena and Pikachu had gone to sleep. Ash has been woken up all of a sudden by a weird sound from inside his room. Ash got up and went to check on his Pokeballs when he noticed one was empty. Frogadier. Ash muttered to himself as he put on his scarf and left the room. Ash went outside to the practice field and found him. He was using cut against a decoy made of frubbles. Frogadier, what are you doing up so late? Dear dear dear. Frogadier exclaimed as he kept using cut trying to ignore Ash. Ash sat down watching Frogadier train and said, you want to be stronger don't you? Frogadier flinched and looked at Ash. Frogadier then made his kanais vanish into thin air. Frogadier nodded and said, dear. Ash signaled for the frog to sit next to him. The frog was hesitant at first, but did it. Look, I can see why this bothers you, Charizard just evolved and he seems strong, so you think you need to be the strongest to satisfy me, Ash said with a bit of a sigh. Frogadier looked down and nodded a little hesitantly. Don't be discouraged, I know we will become stronger together, Ash said with a smile while looking at the water frog. Frogadier, I promise you that when we reach Snowbell you will be stronger than ever. Frogadier nodded his head and stuck out his hand. Ash noticed he wanted to make the promise official so he shook it while saying, we will reach these new heights together. Chapter 11, Dragon Rivals. The next morning at the Pokemon Center. Ash, we can make it today if we hurry. Serena exclaimed in happiness. Yeah, Ash then looked at his shoulder. Ready Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu squealed on Ash's shoulder. Everyone was ready for the master class. Serena was preparing her routine earlier that morning. Ash was also training for his next gym battle. Frogadier had some amazing performance among Ash's Pokemon, he was able to spar against Sceptile and Charizard and skillfully be toe-to-toe with them both. I think Frogadier is a lot happier today, Ash told Serena. He has been performing with amazing power in battles lately. I know Ash. Serena said. I think I also learned about a cool new idea for a move I could use in the showcase. Awesome. Ash replied while putting on his backpack. Both trainers left the Pokemon Center with enthusiasm. Pikachu was riding on Ash's shoulder enjoying the view. I hope we can meet some strong trainers on the way Serena. I hope so too, so that you can win that last gym battle, Serena winked. Hee, I know Serena. By the way, why is it that Poplio does not appear in my Pokédex? Ash asked his companion as the duo walked through a dirt road in between trees. It was evident that they would eventually come across a landmark that would point them to Glorio City. Actually, Poplio is a starter from Alola, so that means the Pokédex would need to update in order for Poplio to appear, Serena explained. Alola, that is another region right? Ash asked. Serena nodded her head. Ash grew psyched by all of the Pokemon that could appear in Alola. After a few hours of walking, Ash and Serena came across a large field. It had an open clearing and obviously was a great place to take a break. Serena, let's take a break here. Ash exclaimed as he sat on a rock. I agree, Serena said as she opened up her backpack to get out a comb. She then revealed her Sylveon and started to comb it. Sylveon, how are you feeling today? Sylveon replied with a smile. I'm glad, Serena smiled. Ash looked at her with happiness. He watched as Serena cared so much for her Pokemon and was impressed. Serena, are you scared for the masterclass? Ash asked. Maybe a bit. I mean, I will have many rivals there. Like Shauna, and in the end I would have to battle Arya for the title. I don't know if I can win, but I won't give up. Serena declared with confidence. Hee, you look fired up, Ash responded. Ash and Serena then had a little snack. Ash had a berry while Serena ate a macaron she prepared. Ash, you want a macaron? Serena asked sweetly. Sure. Ash said as he took a macaron and out it in his mouth. His mouth instantly filled with flavor. These are the best, Serena. Serena was flattered at the praise from Ash. She smiled and replied, thanks. After a while, Ash and Serena were about to leave when they were stopped. Going somewhere, a teenager that looked like he was 18 that had an umbrella asked. I notice you have a keystone. The teenager signaled to Ash's glove which had Ash's keystone. Sure, they say when trainers' eyes meet, then that means. Ash started. A battle, the teenager started. The name is Remo and Garchu and I have been through so much together. Let's battle. Garchu go. Roar. Garchu roared as Ash noticed a bead necklace on Garchu that looked like a mega stone. Ash looked at Serena and Pikachu. Serena, go stand over there with Pikachu. Serena nodded as Pikachu went into her shoulder. Ash then stared at Remo and called out his Pokemon. Charizard, I choose you. Growl. Charizard screeched as he saw Garchu. Time to play the battle music. Ash, Charizard, versus Remo, Garchu. Alright, Garchu use Dragon Claw. Remo exclaimed. You too, Charizard. Ash shouted. Roar. Both dragons exclaimed as they charged each other. The dragon claws collided with brutal strength. There was a lot of dust that was gathered and both Pokemon stayed strong. Dragon Rush. Remo shouted. Grow. Garchu shouted as he took to the skies and glowed blue. Garchu quickly went straight for Charizard. Charizard, get ready and use Flare Blitz. Ash exclaimed. Charizard glowed a light blue and rushed straight for the barraging Garchu to collide head-on. The gap was sealed quickly, causing a large explosion between both Pokemon. The smoke cleared and both Pokemon looked at each other with confidence. It was now Remo's turn to counter. Garchu Mega Evolve. Remo shouted as he pressed the keystone in his umbrella. Garchu became stronger and bigger. There was fangs all over his body and the hands were like scythes. Remo then made Ash worry more. Draco Meteor, he shouted. Ash recoiled as he saw Garchu send an orange ball of energy into the sky. The energy exploded into one of the strongest meteor showers Ash had ever seen since his battle against Grant or the pseudo-legendary conflict at Lumiose. No, it was stronger. Charizard dodged it. Charizard navigated through the meteors with ease until his path was crossed with one and got hit. Ash knew he had to do it now. He made up a cool statement and touched his keystone while saying it. Keystone, listen to my heart, beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. Charizard turned black and blue with a large amount of flames that came from his mouth and tail. All of the fire was now blue. Charizard grabbed Garchomp. Ash ordered. Grow. Charizard roared and headed straight for Garchu. Dodge it. Remo stated. Garchu jumped up, barely avoiding Charizard. Ash smirked at this and grew more confident. Now. Dragon Claw. Charizard used an uppercut with green glowing claws and hit Garchu with a very strong force. Now Seismic Toss. Roar. Charizard roared and grabbed Garchu. Garchu struggled, but was not able to shake free. Charizard then made 3 loops in mid-air and slammed Garchu to the ground. The explosion was very large and affected a large area. Serena recoiled at the explosion. Pikachu, hold on, she shouted while hugging Pikachu to protect him from the blast. Pi.ka. Pikachu shouted holding on to Serena. Ash was also having trouble standing. Ugh, he groaned as the explosion cleared up. He then checked on his friends. Serena, Pikachu, are you okay? Yes. Ash, Serena affirmed. Now win this. Pika Pika. Pikachu shouted. Ash looked at the field and noticed Garchu up in front of Charizard. Remo was quick to make his call, Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw as well Charizard. Ash ordered. Both Pokemon met up and started clashing. Charizard was winning most of his clashes during the battle and was starting to wear down Garchu even more even after the seismic toss. Both trainers grew eager to finish the battle in the end, Flare Blitz. Dragon Rush. Both Pokemon enveloped themselves in a blue aura and charged at each other. When they clashed head-on, the explosion was larger than before. Everyone was being recoiled by the blast, which affected a large portion of the field. When the dust cleared, Garchu was on the ground in his original form. Garchu obviously had been defeated. Roarar. Charizard roared in victory. You tried your hardest, Garchu, take a break for now, Remo told his defeated dragon as he returned it to his Pokeball. Remo then looked at Ash, you are really strong, I hope to battle you again sometime. You bet. Ash responded as Remo walked off in another direction. Serena then came to Ash's side while Pikachu went to Ash's shoulder. We are not far from Glorio now, want to fly there on Charizard? As Ash said this, he got on Charizard and extended his hand toward Serena. Sure Ash, Serena replied as she took Ash's hand. A while later. Serena, look, there it is. Glorio City. Ash shouted as he saw the houses and lighting of the night. The city was really beautiful and had many flowers blooming around the city. It was the perfect place to hold the showcase. Pika Pika. Pikachu shouted. Everyone was feeling the breeze from the altitude on top of Charizard. It truly was a nice feeling. There it is. Kalos Queen. Here I come. Serena exclaimed over the wind as Charizard descended into the nice city down below. At Lumio City. Bonnie, are you ready to see Wulfric? This were the words that a boy with a jumpsuit and lemon hair said. On his face was a pair of glaring glasses that looked down at his sister. Like his brother, the girl had blue eyes and lemon hair, but she had a brown attire and a very cheerful attitude. Of course, Clement. I am excited for tomorrow. Bonnie said this with an excited tone as she looked at her brother called Clement. Both siblings were in a room filled with many broken parts and bits and pieces of contraptions. Bonnie watched as her brother packed bags for the beginning of a short journey together. Clement, when we come back, can we see the Kalos League? Bonnie asked with cute puppy eyes. Clement looked at his sister and smiled, of course Bonnie, remember that being the gym leader of the host city means that I will have to make sure things are running smoothly. Bonnie sighed as she left the room through the open door, and here we go again with the nerdy talk. Bonnie? Where are you going? Clement asked as he focused his attention out of the backpack and to his sister. To eat, Dad probably has prepared something, right? Clement sighed as he looked back to the backpack. It was big and with buttons on it because Clement installed an aim-palm arm on it. Clement then packed the sleeping bag and miraculously got it to fit inside. Finally leaning against the wall and slumping to the ground, he wiped away some sweat from his forehead before telling himself, this will be an interesting journey. At the Gloria City Pokemon Center. You are finally here, we were getting worried, Callum said as he and Shauna walked up to the duo that just entered the Pokemon Center. Thanks to you too, Ash replied as he crossed his arms. You left me behind. Pika Pika. Pikachu grunted with a similar sassy attitude to his trainer. Well, I am glad you made it, sorry about that Serena, Shauna said with a solemn tone as she looked down. Serena sighed and looked at Shauna with a smile, it's alright. Tomorrow we start, and make sure you get your A game because I am not going to lose. Ash and Callum stood back a little bit as they watched the two girls unwind themselves into an electric stare-down with smirks. Well, me neither, Shauna replied as she shook Serena's hand with determination. Ash and Callum exchanged a smile until Callum decided to pull Ash in for a small brotherly hug, in which Callum wanted to whisper a small message to the raven-haired trainer. Ash, Callum started at the slightly tense person he was hugging. Do your part and I will do mine. Shauna will win, but you better make sure that Serena puts up a good challenge for Shauna. Ash returned the favor and taunted Callum, same thing, but Serena will win it. I know so. Are you two done having your little reunion? Pikachu. Ash and Callum, both startled, turned around to see Serena and Shauna eyeing the two trainers. Are you talking behind our backs? Shauna asked with a playful smile. Ah. Both Ash and Callum replied with a slightly confused look. Pikachu, Pikachu replied as he got on Serena's shoulder and sweat dropped at the two males. This was going to be a very long night, and the electric rodent knew it. Near Snowbell City. The nighttime skyline of the small snowy city could be seen from where this Pokemon stood. It was a female electric rodent that was bright yellow and had black outlines. She had ran away from the Santalon forest after a certain event occurred. Pie, the small female rodent called out as she neared a tree and climbed up with great agility and speed. Piku. The female Piku cooed as she reached the top of a tree and made her way into a small hole on the tree. Inside, the Piku found some berries along with small and soft nest that she had made. The Piku then made her way into the nest to then circle around a small bed-like figure to lie on it before she started to doze off and fall asleep. Boom! Piku shot out of her sleep with great stress as she made her way to the mouth of her small cave. Piku. Piku sighed as she shook her head and peeked out. She was terrified, but mostly frustrated at having to be involved in trouble once again. Piku jumped from her tree and landed on the ground in all fours. Piku scanned the area around her to see that there was no danger and then ran farther into the forest to see what was going on. Not long after though, she screeched to a halt to see that there was a Snorant lying on the snow in front of two Houndour belonging to people in orange suits that Piku recognized all too well. Growling. The Houndours grunted as they left with the men in orange suits. Piku was left with her mouth agape as she looked at the situation going on. She watched as the men and the Houndour left the area and then Piku turned to the wounded Snorant, instantly running up to it. Piku. Snow. Snorant ummed as he lied there. Piku noticed a red spot on the Snorant's head and touched it only to recoiled her hand back in pain as it was extremely hot. Piku held her hand in the snow to prevent hurting herself anymore before running out and back into her tree. She instantly looked through the berries until she found the right one and then headed out of her small home and rushed back to the Snorant. Piku pie, Piku replied with a smile as she fed the small berry to Snorant. Snorant's red spot suddenly started to slowly fade away. Piku. Piku cried with joy as she noticed that the burn in the ice-type's body had been relieved by a small berry. Snorant cried as it got up from the snow and looked around. Snorant. Snorant replied to Piku in an appreciative tone. Pai Chu. Piku said with glee as she started running around the Snorant with excitement. Snorant saw this and began to prance around as well, causing loud cries due to the fun. Frost lass, a new voice called out, causing Piku and Snorant to stop in their tracks. Piku stopped and gritted her teeth as she put a hand out with her ears perked. Piku then twitched her ears and she felt a cold presence coming to her. Piku. Piku replied coldly as she gathered electricity on her cheeks. Frostless. Frostless appeared in front of the duo suddenly and Piku retreated her stance as soon as the electric rodent noticed that the ice and ghost type was looking around for something, or someone. Snorant. Piku witnessed as the ice type then ran up to the Frostless and from there the two ice types created an embrace in front of Piku. Piku's eyes went a little wide-eyed, but then she looked down at the snow with a weak smile and a shadowed face. Piku sighed with tears streaming down her cheeks as Snorant and her mother slowly left the scene, leaving the female Piku on her own. Fletching. Piku turned around and up into the night sky to notice that there were so many of the normal and flying-type Pokemon flying around the pine forest. Piku watched as they flew in a flock and also forced a smile. Piku then decided that she would walk around the forest. Maybe a small stroll would allow her to clear her mind from what she just saw. Sadly, every step of the way brought a memory of the men in orange suits on her tail. Piku shook her head as she reached the front of a clearing. It was just a small place where there was no trees around. Piku then flinched to see that there was a log in the middle, but that was not what grabbed her attention, it was what was on it. Piku was staring at a Pikachu that was sitting on the log with its head down and looking depressed. Piku. Piku Pai. Piku asked with glee as she began to run closer to the Pikachu. The Pikachu just looked at the female Piku and lowered his head. Pika. Pikachu Pika. Piku Piku Pai. Piku responded with her arms wide to the Pikachu. Piku Piku Pai Piku dash. Copy Pikachu Pika. Pikachu responded venomous as the larger electric mouse stood up from the log and stared down the Piku. Piku Pichupi. Copy Pika Pikachu. Piku gritted her teeth and gathered electricity in her cheeks. She felt her eyes go on fire as she stared down Pikachu. The larger Pokemon did not react as Piku clenched her fists and shot the electricity straight at Pikachu. Pai.chu. Pikachu did not react. He did not even flinch. The electric beam was about to hit the Pikachu when suddenly Piku felt the world around her turn and twist. Zap! Piku grabbed her head to look at where she had shot the beam to then see that there was nothing. All the electric beam did was hit snow. The Pikachu was just a figure of Piku's imagination. Piku. Piku replied as she hugged herself to warm up a little. Piku. Piku sighed as she looked down in a depressed tone, thinking about a certain Pikachu that helped her out once. Piku. Piku cried as she slowly started to make her way down towards the same tree she resides in. She crawled in and looked through her stack of berries. She then found a green round berry and without hesitation ate it. A lum berry, something to snap her out of her confusion. Piku Pai Piku. Piku chanted as she crawled into her small nest and fell asleep in the warmth of the small twigs. The twigs that would protect her all night from the shivering cold of Snowbell City. Chapter 12, Are you sure he answered correctly? Exiting a Pokemon Center the next day. Serena, wait for me. Ash shouted completely out of breath. He was trying to run up to Serena with a bunch of food in his hands while also trying not to stain his precious scarf. We have to hurry up and get to the lobby of the auditorium as soon as possible. Serena said urgently. Registration ends soon and I have to get ready for the beginning of the masterclass. The duo and Pikachu was running through Glorio City, passing streets, people, and buildings while also ignoring the beautiful landscape of the city. They were urgent to get to the showcase as it was starting soon. At the showcase. Man, where is Serena and Ash? Tierno asked as he sat on a couch in the lobby. The lobby was very bright with sky lights and there was also a lot of couches to sit at. Tierno was with Trevor and Callum while Shauna was registering. I think they are getting here, let's hope they do, Trevor said with a slightly panicked voice. Suddenly, the door burst open with a large bang, turning heads in the direction of the doorway. Speaking of the devil, there they are now. Callum started as he stood up from his seat, recognizing the raven-haired trainer and honey-blonde performer. Ash, Serena. Ash and Serena noticed the trio and walked up to them. Hey guys, Ash wheezed with an out-of-breath voice. Sup? All three boys replied in unison, making them all chuckle at being able to think of the same greeting. Trevor then spoke up with eyes widened as he remembered a crucial fact: Serena get to registration. Shauna is already doing it. I agree Serena, go now, I still have to eat, Ash replied, looking at the food in his hands as he sat down next to Callum with his mouth watering. Pikapi. Pikachu agreed as he took a ketchup packet from Ash and cracked it open to expose the tomato contents that made the electric mouse crave. Alright, I will. See you guys later. Serena stated with a slight chuckle while shifting her gaze out of Pikachu as she left for the desk to meet up with Shauna and register for the contest of her lifetime. Ash watched her walk off and disappear behind the counter before turning back to his food. He then started gobbling down the food whole, which made the others nervous. How hungry are you, Ash? Tierno asked with a shocked expression as he looked at Ash. He had to admit, he had never expected Ash to look this hungry in his life, and here he was gobbling down what seemed to be a large sandwich that he must have bought on the way to the auditorium. Extremely, I overslept this morning and Serena had to use Pikachu to wake me up with Thunderbolt, Ash said sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head and then continued to look back down and eat his food. Okay, now, just how much do you guys sleep together? Callum asked Ash with a sly look on his face. Ash nearly choked on his food at this as he was obviously not stupid to know what Callum was talking about. Callum was surprised to know that Ash even understood, but it was definitely the next part that told Callum how dense Ash really was. We slept in different beds, you know. Ash responded rather embarrassed. And sleeping with a girl? That is. Ash then shivered like if he was afraid of cooties. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it is good. Keep telling yourself that. Everyone else smirked and muttered to themselves, making sure that Ash would not hear, which he didn't by lack of response. Anyways, I am sure Serena will win this. Ash exclaimed as he pumped a fist into the air trying to change the topic. Wanna bet? I am going with Shauna. Callum pressured while sticking out his hand as if a challenge. Deal. Ash responded with a smirk as he shook Callum's hand and shook it with determination. At that moment, a girl with magenta hair and fancy clothes came up to the boys. Hello, I am Ariana. I came to tell you guys that if you are good at quizzes, you should get ready and sign up over there. Quizzes, why? Ash asked, slightly perplexed at the statement. Why would anyone even want to take a quiz if they were not participating? You'll see. Ariana winked and walked towards the desk and disappeared from the sight of the other trainers. Doesn't she look like Aira? Tierno said in a low voice to make sure that not many people heard. Now that you mention it, she does, Trevor replied, slightly confused. Ash and Callum seemed to like the idea, so Ash was the first to shift his gaze to the smiling jet black-haired trainer. Well, quizzes are fun, Callum, what do you think? Ash said with enthusiasm. I agree, Ash, want to sign up? Callum asked with a shrug of his shoulders. At this, Ash nodded, confirming the response, and both trainers got up and walked towards the desk to sign up. On the other side of the Pokemon Center, there was a woman with a white attire that seemed to have wings. She had short hair and a necklace with a keystone shaped like a music note. This woman eyed Ash with curiosity. It's him, the boy with that septile. She whispered to herself while trying not to get noticed by the many people that were in the lobby. Serena POV. I had just finished registering and my Pokédex was being returned to me. All done, the woman told me with a smile. Good luck and try your best. Thanks. I reply back. I won't lose. I put away my Pokédex and walked towards the door behind me, expecting to see Shauna. Instead, I got shoulder slammed by a girl with purple hair and an aggressive attitude. Paula. Pathetic, Paula replied. I look at her in the eyes and become infuriated. What did you say? Oh please, after this is over I will be the Kalos queen and have Ash under my wing, Paula smirked at me. My cheeks became warm with SXL embarrassment and pure anger. I'll show you. I retaliate and walk back towards the room Paula came out from, not looking back. I sit down and grab my hair in frustration. Urg. Serena, are you alright? I hear a familiar voice. I look up and am relieved. I smile, trying to hide my anger, and speak up in a relaxed tone. Hey Shauna. Don't let her get to you like that, remember to never give up. Shauna started. I exhaled and replied, until the very end. I felt more relaxed now that Shauna was here and I did not feel any more intimidated by the competition around me. All the other girls were putting on makeup or dressing up, so I went over to the dressing room and started to change. I put on a red dress like the one I used at the dance party. I also put beads on my hair and I tied the ribbon Ash gave me where I normally put it, my chest. I was ready. With the boys in the lobby. A woman came into the lobby and walked up to the boys. She had brown hair and a gold hair clip. "Hello boys, did Serena already go to change?" "Mrs. Grace." Everyone else exclaimed at the sight of Serena's mother. "Serena went to change and get ready," Ash said with a smile. "That is great," Grace responded back with a smile. She did find Ash as a nice boy, so she trusted him well. Especially since Ash ran a Rhyhorn race for Grace before he went to Lumio City for his 5th gym battle against Clement. After some chatting, a person got on the loudspeaker so that everyone could hear. "The showcase will begin in 30 minutes. We are going to need all spectators to go to the stands and I am going to need all of the males that are participating in the quiz to go to the fitting rooms to change." Ash and Callum went to the changing room while Tierno, Trevor and Grace went to the stands. Trevor and Tierno offered to take care of Pikachu. "Good luck to both of you," Grace told Ash and Callum as she went to the stands. Ash and Callum walked through the halls at a loss of where to go. They eventually got to where they had to go, but found out there was only 2 suits left. Both were tuxedos with a black bow tie and underneath was a white dress shirt. Both of them put the clothes on, but Ash left on his gloves and scarf. "I'm not used to dressing up like this," Ash said sheepishly. "Me neither," Callum responded. "By any chance, are your Pokemon with you?" "Yeah, all but Pikachu who is in the stands," Ash said as the duo walked to where all the other males were. They were all dressed up the same way, some of them were picking who they wanted to be partnered with. The room they were in was very large, but bland too as there was no furniture. Apparently, the wall was behind the stage so they would be chosen by a performer. "This Samantha girl is really hot," one boy said. "Shauna is the prettiest, I am going for her," another boy with spiky hair said, gaining Callum's attention. Callum started to look like he was going to intervene, but Ash stopped him. "Callum, the performers choose, not us," Ash whispered. Callum was still tense, but relaxed, his blood boil. Someone in a security outfit then came up to Ash. "Hello, your scarf, can you take it off?" Ash recoiled, but in a defeated way took off his beloved scarf and hid it in his shirt as it was too big for the pocket of his dress pants. It was also too stiff to tuck in, so he wrapped it around his shoulder inside the tuxedo. Suddenly, a screen appeared where the wall would open and Monsieur Pierre started to talk. Serena POV. I was in a small confined space. Inside there was 3 keyholes. I figured that this was how I would use my 3 princess keys. Suddenly, the crowd roared as the door where I would exit through had a television screen portraying Monsieur Pierre. "Hello. And welcome to ZE Masterclass Showcase. I'm your host Monsieur Pierre. And who will win this tiara or defend it?" Pierre said, making the crowd roar as Klefki showed off the tiara. I could barely hear through the crowd as Monsieur Pierre began to talk again. "Alors, let's begin. First, let's show off our beautiful performers taking part in this competition. May our performers use ZE3 princess keys they have gathered to open a gate to their future." "On," the crowd roared as I put my first key in. I remembered the moment I cut my shredded dress using the motto Ash taught me when we first met. "Do." I put the second key in. I remember how I pushed through and won through everything with a spectacular performance from Braixen and Floette. "Trois." I put the key in and remembered using Sylvian to wrap up the performance and ended up winning with determination against all odds. The doors started to glow as the screen stopped showing Monsieur Pierre. At that moment I felt my pulse begin to pick up as I felt a gust of small breeze brush my hair to the sides. I felt my agape mouth slowly curve upwards into a smile as I saw what I was going to go up against. Then, the door slid all the way down. I looked around and saw the cheering crowd. Lots of people watching and cheering for everyone on stage. I look to my left and see Shauna smiling. I look around the stage and see Klefki with a tiara in hand which is supposed to be given to the Kalos queen. There was 30 performers on stage and I knew I had to do my best. Monsieur Pierre then looked at the crowd and stared at the performers and me and began to speak. We now have 30 performers that can become the new Kalos queen, while we also have Arya trying to defend her title. Who will win? It is up to you and the way they perform. So let's get into the first challenge. The crowd again gave a deafening cheer for everyone as 3 podiums went up in front of an obstacle course. A starting line that went into 3 separate rock climbs and then at the top was 3 ball for the 3 routes. Then a tight rope back and finally a track with hurdles going around the stage. The finish line then also was for the 3 paths. I was intimidated by the fact that I would need a Pokemon to do that and I really only had Braixen. Our first round is a Pokemon quiz. Pierre exclaimed. The next part got my attention. It will be a partner activity which means you will choose a partner and one of his Pokemon to do ZE course. Zay partner will also answer ZE second part of now 2-part questions. Now, ZE first Pokemon to cross ZE finish line with ZE ball earns the question for the team. If a team gets Z question wrong, then ZE second place team gets to steal. The crowd roared at the instructions. They were ready. First to get 3 right moves on. Now, choose a partner from ZE fine selection of males. Partner. I saw as the wall behind the stage opened up. Suddenly, I saw him. Ash. I looked at him and he looked at me. Ash smiled and I started to walk up to him. Ash, would you dash? I started when I reached him. Ash, be my partner. I heard Paula screech as she took Ash's hand. This maneuver made me steam up in anger. I looked at Ash and began to feel hopeless. Paula was the one that would get him. I guess I should get another partner then. Wait. Sorry Paula, but I want to do this with Serena. That slob? Paula asked in a somewhat very irritated tone of voice. She is ugly, her hair is too short and that ribbon is disgusting. Paula retaliated as she motioned to the ribbon on the chest of my dress. My heart rate quickened. I felt a million daggers start to rush my chest. I then gritted my teeth. I felt like I was about to say something back, but Ash beat me to it. Serena is not a slob, she is very pretty in my opinion. Her hair is just above her shoulders so it is somewhat longer than normal hair and it looks great as well, and just so you know. I gave her that ribbon. Ash's outburst surprised me, but by looking at Ash, I could tell he was just as surprised. Was he telling the truth? He did say he gave me the ribbon, which is true, but am I really pretty to him? Fine then. Paula grunted as she walked off to another person in a sour mood. I saw Callum with Shauna and became a little intimidated, but other than that I knew I had a great partner. Serena, would you be my partner? Ash asked nervously. After all he said, he was still recovering and I could see it in the tone of his voice. It was quite shaky. I felt my cheeks heat up a little as a blush came in. I'd love to, Ash. At that time, the entire crowd started cheering. Why is the crowd cheering? I just mentally shrugged my shoulders and was happy to be partners with Ash. At the stands, normal POV. Grace was watching in awe as Ash defended Serena. Little did Ash and Serena know that Ash's outburst against Paula was broadcasted all over Kalos and the microphone picked up every word. Of course Ash and Serena were unable to figure out what happened as when Serena accepted Ash to be her partner, the crowd roared in approval. Ash with Serena. Trevor shouted. And Callum with Shauna. Tierno was looking hype at the showcase. Good luck to all of you. Pikachu shouted with excitement. He was sitting between Grace and Trevor enjoying the scene. Serena, best of luck, Grace muttered to herself. Normal POV a little later. Serena, we are up next, Ash started. I will use Frogadier in the obstacle course since I want to train his agility. Serena sighed, you and your training. Callum and Shauna had swept the quiz like if nothing. Serena had no intention to lose this early. A woman then went up to the duo, Serena, Ash, you guys are up now, best of luck. Right, the duo responded. Whoa! Ash shouted as the floor started to move. Serena giggled as the floor moved to be in front of a podium. There were two other pairs on the stage, both were foreign to Ash and Serena, but they had to work their best. Now, gentlemen, please show us the Pokemon you will use to compete. Pierre instructed as the crowd watched intently for the Pokemon to be showed. Frogadier, I choose you. Ash exclaimed as a white light sparkled. Frogadier. Espion. One other guy said, showing off an Espion. Makahita, the other teenager said as Makahita came out. Pierre looked at the competition and seemed confident. All right then, our first part of the first question is, what is the berry that cures sleep? Begin. Battle music can start. Alright Frogadier, use your frubbles to get up the rock, climb quickly. Ash ordered. Dear dear dear. Frogadier said as he climbed the rocks at the speed of a ninja. The others were surprised at how Frogadier moved. Frogadier got the ball and passed through the tightrope with ease. After that, Frogadier got to the hurdles and simply jumped over them. Frogadier finished first, leaving the other Pokemon still at the rock climb. Zay, first question is for Serena, Pierre started. Zay question was, what berry cures sleep? What is the answer? Serena took a deep breath and thought of her answer. After that she looked at Pierre and said, Chesto berry. Correct. Pierre called out. 1 point for Ash and Serena. The crowd cheered at the victory of the first question. Then Pierre turned to Ash, to assure you get the point, Ash, what Pokemon would you find in the wild that can be woken up by a poke flute? Ash thought about his answer, Snorlax. Correct. The other Pokemon now got to the starting line again, ready for round 2. Zay, next question is, what move is able to assure a Pokemon gets paralyzed? The same thing happened this time. Frogadier used his frubbles to make things easier for himself and with ease made it to the finish line. Ash and Serena again, Serena, Z answer SLV plate. Pierre asked. The answer is Thunder Wave. Serena responded. Very well Serena, Pierre said as he turned to Ash. Ash, name one of ZE2 gym leaders that have this move and in which Pokemon do they use it? Ash thought about his answer, but quickly responded, Clemont, the Lumio City gym leader, and his Heliolisk knows Thunder Wave, and Olympia also has a Meowstic that knows it. Ash recalled how he used Gudra's Hydration and Rain Dance to cure his paralysis during his battle against Clemont. Correct. I was only expecting one, but you managed to give both, Pierre responded with a chuckle. The crowd was excited. Ash and Serena smiled to each other. They were leading and only needed one more question left to respond. The other two males were getting desperate, they did not want to disappoint their performers. Zay, next question will be kind of hard. Pierre eyed the teams while then sneaking a glance at Ash, but it was obvious that the audience had gone quiet just to know what was going to be the question. If a trainer were to give an item for his Pokemon, what Pokemon would you think would have a twig in his mouth? Pierre asked. Begin. Ash tensed at the question, he definitely knew the answer. He ordered Frogadier to do the same as before, but this time the others were very desperate. One went as far as to attack Frogadier. Makahita use arm move, one of the teenagers exclaimed. Everyone gasped as they saw the attack for Frogadier. Ash's eyes widened, but he kept his cool. Frogadier counter with aerial ace. Fro.Gaudier. Frogadier made one of his limbs glow white before turning around and colliding with the orange glowing fist headed in the direction of Frogadier. Suddenly, aerial ace overpowered and sent Makahita to the ground, unable to battle, forcing the teenager to recall Makahita. Ash's and Brannon's teams do not get to answer first for what just happened, since Frogadier caused more illegal damage in ZE long run, Ash and Serena will only have a chance to answer if ZE other two contestants get ZE answer wrong. Pierre snapped. Brannon and the other teenager smirked at Ash. Serena looked at Ash and got worried as she saw rage building up on Ash. She out-hand on Ash's shoulder and told him to relax. Effectively, Ash did calm down and Serena felt it by the tension built up on Ash's shoulder. Zendaya, you get to answer first, what is the answer? Pierre asked with an unsure expression. Trevenant. The performer called Zendaya replied, it was almost like a question, obviously a guess at the Pokemon. Wrong, Callie, you get to steal. Pierre informed with a disappointed tone on his voice. Sudowoodo. Callie responded unsure with her answer as well as it also came out as a question. Wrong, I am surprised we got to Ash and Serena again, Pierre remarked with a slight chuckle as he eyed the duo in front of him. Serena, Z answer. Ash was tensed up completely, he hoped Serena would not know for once. His worries were confirmed when Serena thought about exactly what she saw a couple days prior when she asked Ash about an evolution. The answer is Sceptile. Ash looked at Pierre who looked at Serena surprised, the raven-haired trainer could not help but feel his heart rate rise. Ash hoped Serena somehow got it wrong. Ash felt as the heart in his chest began to bang his rib cage. Bum bum. Correct. Pierre exclaimed making the crowd roar. Ash wanted to die at this point, he knew his Sceptile had to be the only one that wore a twig in his mouth. Bum bum. Ash, recently there's some leaked footage of a Sceptile that evolved from a Grovyle and then defeated a Darkrai at a base that exploded some time ago, Pierre started. This Sceptile had a twig on his mouth. Bum bum. At the side of the stage. Callum was completely tensed up, he knew where this was going. Callum, is something wrong? Shauna asked worried. Yes. What is it? Just watch, Callum replied in an alarmed tone. Back at the stands. Come on Ash, make Serena proud. Grace shouted through the crowd with clenched arms and definitely a very stressed out tone. Bring the girl to home base, hit the grand slam. Pikachu. Pikachu was worried for his trainer though, he sensed the tension in Ash. On the top of the stands with Arya. It has to be him, a woman muttered. What is it? Diantha. Arya asked from her seat while looking to her left to see the champion of Kalos looking down at the stage with great interest. Just watch, the woman called Diantha replied to her right with a smile. Diantha had grown some interest on the raven-haired trainer that was down in the stage. It was, in fact, interesting for her to see that he was right in front of her. Diantha turned her attention to Serena and then sighed as she whispered something, that girl is very attached to him. I think she might be crucial to how this boy performs in the future. Back at the quiz. Zay Sceptile's trainer had an article of clothing around his neck, can you describe it? Pierre asked. Frogadier instantly tensed up at this as well. Ash put his hand on his shoulder and through his tuxedo felt it, the answer. Ash was debating whether to answer or not. Should I answer? Come on for Serena. Ash thought. The crowd had become dead silent. Bum bum. Serena noticed Ash having trouble and talked with him, Ash, just guess if you need to. Serena then forced a reassuring smile. We can get another question right anyways. Ash looked at Serena's blue eyes and knew he needed to do it despite the bad memory of being reunited with his father persisted. Bum bum. Ash took a deep breath and answered, a blue scarf with two ends that suspend in mid-air. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Correct, but may I ask, the footage was only leaked to some individuals. Only those that have the power of Mega Evolution, how do you know? Pierre asked. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Ash feared this, but he had to do it. He took a deep breath and spoke into the quiet auditorium. First off, I have the power of Mega Evolution. Ash showed off his keystone, but then reached for his scarf and pulled it out before speaking again, making others gasp. Ash put the scarf around his neck the way it was always worn and looked at a distressed Pierre. Secondly, that trainer was me. Then the clip of the leaked footage was played for everyone to see on the large screen. Serena was shocked as she looked at the distressed Ash. The auditorium cheered as they saw the battle. Serena is the one that advances to ZE next round. Pierre announced in amusement with the crowd. Chapter 13, Masterclass Tension. Serena vs. Paula. At the stands. Yeah Ash, awesome battle. Trevor shouted as the clip of Sceptile vs. Darkrai played again. Pie. Pikachu raised his ears and ran out of the stands without anyone noticing. Where did Pikachu go? Grace asked worryingly. Probably to find Ash, Tierno replied calmly. He'll be fine. Walking off stage. Serena and Ash had not spoken a word to each other ever since the revelation. In fact, as they walked, Ash had clenched fists and what looked like a broken spirit. The coast was clear and Serena decided it was best to try and talk with the raven-haired trainer. Serena got in front of Ash and locked her blue eyes with his auburn ones. Looking into his eyes, Serena saw pain and sadness. It concerned her so much that she decided to try and be gentle with her voice. Can you tell me what you did when you left Onistar City? Like, before we met up. None of your business, Ash said coldly while looking away, obviously attempting to avoid eye contact. Serena was absolutely triggered at this, and this sparked her vital signs to rise as she retaliated back. What happened, Ash? You don't need to go through this, I am here for you. Serena snapped while she clenched her fists with undeniable strength. She could not understand why Ash would hide something from her. She felt like a million daggers were piercing her. Ash just turned around and spoke up without emotion. Callum and we just helped someone out that needed our help. Serena did not believe a word as she spoke up with an irritated voice. Then tell me what, friend, you helped by battling such a dangerous battle. Why did you do it? I had to. If I did not then Callum and I would have been killed, just like my mom. Ash said through clenched teeth, trying not to admit why he was going through this at the same time. It was painful for him to admit that he could have been killed, but it made it worse that Serena probably should not have known that. Why do you compare yourself to your mother like that? I understand that you must be hurting, but what does this have to do with her? Serena exclaimed while her blood boiled. The sound echoed throughout the whole hallway and the words resonated with Ash as he flinched a little as he heard this. It's because, my father, was the person I battled, Ash revealed while hiding his eyes in his cap which he had put on after leaving the stage. He had changed back to his normal attire and was boiling in anger and regret for revealing himself. He regretted answering correctly. He probably should have just answered another question right. At the midst of the moment though, Ash did not feel like anything made sense to him, so he still answered correctly. Something he now wishes he could have taken back. Why didn't you make peace? He was your father, Ash. Serena exclaimed at the verge of tears as she said the next part. If you would have died, what would happen to your Pokemon, your friends? What do you think would happen to me? Serena burst out in tears at nearly confessing her deepest feelings before looking down and saying in a very soft voice that Ash could barely hear, what would I do if you died, Ash? Ash just kept his head down with eyes being shadowed. Answer me. Serena suddenly pleaded, echoing her voice through the hallways and making her words pierce Ash's broken soul. Nightcore, how do you love someone? Ash just kept his head down and walked around Serena. A million thoughts in his mind, but mostly regret and pain for being remembered about the experience of battling his father. Ash still found significance in what Serena said, even though Ash did not completely understand. He valued Serena and wanted to protect her, so he walked away in order to stop her from getting answers from him. Mama never told me how to love, Daddy never told me how to feel, Mama never told me how to touch. Daddy never showed me how to heal. Serena just watched Ash walk away in sadness. Tears were running down her cheeks and she was a complete wreck. Why Ash, why did you risk your life like that? Serena thought as she sat in the corner of the hallway and sobbed uncontrollably. Serena then reached into her pocket and grabbed a handkerchief to wipe her tears away, until she noticed what it was. Mama never set a good example. Daddy never held Mama's hand. Mama found everything hard to handle. Daddy never stood up like a man. Arg. You stinking little bstrd. Serena screeched as she threw the handkerchief across the hallway. She felt lost, she felt lonely, she felt helpless. With Ash walking to the lobby. I walked around, frozen. Emotionally broken. Getting it on. Getting it on. Ash kept himself from not bursting into tears for long enough now. He felt like he could break down at any moment. He walked up to the empty lobby since everyone was at the auditorium and there was no one around. Ash then went up to the wall and punched it with all his might, unleashing his inner burden. How do you love someone, without getting hurt? How do you love someone without crawling in the dirt? Dad. Why the hell are you like this? I tried my hardest to love you and Mom and now. Arg. Ash exclaimed as tears rolled down his cheeks and he punched the wall. I. Ash kept punching the wall in frustration. Who could blame him? Ash had just leveled the magnitude of the problem to someone that did not need to experience the same pain. So far in my life, clouds have blocked the sun. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted as he ran up to the crippled Ash Ketchum. What now, Pikachu? Ash asked, wiping away his tears. Pi Pikachu Pi Pika. Pikachu exclaimed. Ash did not understand at first, but then Pikachu pointed to the scarf he wore. You're right, Pikachu, I should not. With Serena. How do you love someone? Ugh, you little runt. A voice exclaimed as another girl walked by. Serena looked up to see none other than Paula looking at her with a grin as if she got an idea to pick on Serena. I see you have given up, you totally are a total loser. I don't expect you flat-chested, geeky, out-of-style bookworm to even make the freestyle round. I was always the chosen child, the biggest scandal I became. Serena just clenched her fists to the point that blood dripped from her knuckles since her nails penetrated her skin. Serena stood up with eyes that could kill and stared down her opponent. Paula seemed amused and grabbed the handkerchief on the ground. Instantly Serena looked at it and her eyes widened. You want it? Paula asked. Serena just looked at the handkerchief and gritted her teeth harder. Give it back, right now. You are going to have to get it from me then, Paula smirked as she started walking away with it. Serena had enough at this point. She ran up to Paula and gave her a strong slap in the hand to make her drop the handkerchief to the ground. Pain seared through Paula as she reacted quickly and grabbed a hold of Serena's arm. Paula then started twisting Serena's right arm with all her might, making Serena wince in pain. Then Paula let go of a dazed Serena and punched her in the stomach, knocking Serena against the wall. They told me I'd never survive. Ta-ta loser, Paula smirked as she left the scene. Serena slumped against the wall and sat down in the floor again while grabbing her stomach in pain. Serena then looked towards Ash's handkerchief on the ground and sobbed uncontrollably again. HH, just get out of here, you stupid, oblivious Pokemon Master wannabe. This time, she threw it against the wall with all of her might, accidentally hitting her twisted right arm, making her wince in a lot of pain. Serena then wept into her hands until a flash of light appeared in front of her. But survival is my middle name. Breakson Bray Breakson. Breakson exclaimed as she scolded her trainer. Serena in a defeated tone said, What now, Breakson? How do you love someone? And make it work? How do you love someone, without crawling in the dirt? So far in my life, clouds have blocked the sun. Breakson. Breakson shouted as she grabbed the handkerchief that Ash gave Serena and put it in Serena's hands. Bray Breakson. How do you love How do you love someone? Serena looked at the cloth and remembered something she was taught a long time ago, by someone. Serena stood up and used the handkerchief to wash away the tears, then stood up with fire in her eyes. Someone. You're right, Breakson, I shouldn't. Shows Ash on the left and Serena on the right. Give up until the end, both trainers shouted with their might that their echoes boomed throughout the hallways. At the stands. The second round will begin soon, where is Serena? Grace asked as she watched from her seat how the performers all were gathering on the stage. I have no clue, Tierno responded. I was pretty sure she was with Ash after round 1, last time I saw them. Serena was very worried about Ash. Shauna and I grew worried ourselves, but we decided to let them have their moment alone, Callum, who had recently just joined them responded. Wait. There she is right now. Trevor exclaimed pointing at a figure with honey blonde hair walking on stage for the second round. The teenaged girl looked like her eyes were ready to win anything put in her way. Finally, the last performer has arrived. Pierre exclaimed from the middle of the stage, making everyone clap for Serena. Serena surprised the audience because of what she did next. Serena went up to Paula through clenched fists and stared down Paula with pure anger, making Paula recoil. She looked up and forced a smile and did what she did not expect herself to do. To a great masterclass, Serena forced out of her mouth while stretching out her hand as if to handshake. Grace, Tierno, Trevor, and Callum were all surprised. The crowd was dead silent at the declaration that Serena had just done, hoping that good sportsmanship will come. The opposite happened. As if loser, Paula remarked as she slapped away Serena's hand. Serena winced in pain as it was the same twisted arm, but she shook it off and walked to her spot next to Shauna. Boo! What was that? That was sad. Why don't you respect others? The crowd was roaring with boos and hate towards Paula, who just stood there emotionless. Paula crossed her arms and made a dignifying humph, declaring she was not up to anything, thus earning her negativity. Normal POV in the stage. Calm down. Pierre started. This will get interesting soon, but for now, I need everyone to be quiet. The entire crowd calmed down as Pierre commanded everyone to stop booing. Now, let's begin the second round of our masterclass showcase. Pierre said as he looked up to his side and grabbed his staff. It has been decided that there will be a performance battle round. This round includes a performance battle between two performers. A battlefield came up and the audience looked at the stage in awe from the transformation. It was a plain field with no formations on it and two trainer boxes. Serena looked at the battlefield with some intimidation. How can I battle? She asked herself. Serena had not considered herself a strong battler at all, and the fact that she was having to make the battle look beautiful made her nervous. Here we will post who will be battling and when they will battle. Pierre began. And our first battle will be. The faces appeared in the screen. Serena looked at her opponent and wanted the entire world to SCK her into the ground. Serena then looked at her opponent and her opponent looked back at her with a smirk. The crowd was silent at the battle that would begin soon. They had not expected this turn of events. The first battle will be between performer Serena against performer Paula. Pierre declared. We will come back to ZE performing after this short break. A while later in the performers' lounge. Serena sat in the couch while holding her handkerchief in her hands. She was nervous, no, terrified. She was going up against a complete bully and she had to stand up against her. All that was keeping her calm was focusing on that polywag pencil sharpener in the table in front of her. It was just the blue color maybe, or the fact that she grew to love polywag after a certain encounter, but she still felt the eerie sadness inside of her eating her away. All the other performers were sneaking glances at Serena with curiosity as to what she was doing, although Serena was just looking at her handkerchief thinking. No one had dared to come up to Serena at all, except one performer. Serena, are you alright? Shauna asked her friend as she sat down next to her. It's about your next match, isn't it? Serena in a low voice just said, "Not just that." Shauna immediately noticed the bigger conflict here, what happened after. After Ash answered correctly, Serena looked at the handkerchief and crushed it in her hands, something Shauna noticed. "I don't want to talk about it." Shauna realized the distress at this point and noticed something must have happened after the first round, so she decided to not intrude. "Serena, he won't like it if you gave up now," Shauna said in a reassuring tone. "Who cares, not like anything could change now, he must hate me now," Serena sighed. "He does not hate you, Serena, he just was going through something painful," Shauna revealed, making Serena realize something. Serena then shot her blue eyes to Shauna's olive eyes and said, "You're right, I can't give up just yet." Serena then got up and ran to the stage to be early for her match. She did not focus on looking at her surroundings as she passed the lobby and kept going without noticing she dropped something from her pocket. She then looked over her shoulder and saw Ash. Ash looked back at her with blood-red eyes as if he had been crying. Serena then clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and kept running in guilt and rage. With Ash in the lobby, note that some of the lyrics are different. XD, clumsy me. Ash was just sitting in the lobby. He had the picture of his mother in his hands and thought about his mother. He thought about how he could have changed things. Pikachu. "It's okay, Pikachu, I know she probably would want me to be happy right now," Ash told his electric friend sitting beside him as Ash scratched his head. "Cha!" Pikachu cooed at the action. Ash smiled and looked back at the picture. "I always needed time on my own, I never thought I would need you there when I cried." Ash thought. "And the days feel like years when I'm alone and the bed where you lie is made up of your side." Ash then heard running footsteps through the lobby and stood up to see Serena running through the lobby, to which Ash noticed something drop from her pocket. As soon as Serena looked over her shoulder, she stopped. Serena and Ash were making eye contact. Serena then gritted her teeth and clenched her fists while running off in the direction she was going, not noticing what fell from her pocket. When she was out of sight, Ash walked up to it and noticed it was the handkerchief. Ash picked it up and looked in the direction of the hallway that Serena walked through. "When you walk away, I'll take the steps that you take. Can you see how much I need you right now?" Ash then sat back down and looked at both the handkerchief and the picture of his mother. Two of the most important people to him, represented right there. One that is not alive, the other one probably hates him right now. Ash then thought of a song he learned one day. "When you're gone, the pieces of my heart are split in two, when you're gone, the face I came to know is missing too, when you're gone I need to feel the beat to always get me through the day, and make it okay. I miss you." Ash said out of nowhere, sparking Pikachu to look at Ash. "Pie?" Pikachu asked, concerned. "Nothing," Ash said as he petted Pikachu. "Just something I remembered." Ash sat there staring still at the handkerchief and picture of his mother. Serena POV at the stage before the battle. This will be a one-on-one Pokemon battle between Serena and Paula. Performing is key. The person that performs ZE best and wins ZE battle will move on to ZE next round. I hear Pierre shout. I look at Paula and notice that she is looking at me with a smirk. I was intimidated, but I knew I could not give up. I wouldn't until the end. Go Abomasnow. I hear Paula shout. I saw as a large Mamoswine roared ready to battle in front of me. Mamoswine spread a large cloud around the arena and made it hail. And Paula goes with Abomasnow, who uses its ability Snow Warning to make a hailstorm. The announcer shouted, making the crowd look in awe. I grew nervous at the next part though. Abomasnow. Paula started while grabbing a stone I recognized from Ash. Mega Evolve. I looked at the transformation with awe. It turns out that the Mega Evolution really appealed to the audience despite my humiliation of Paula. How am I going to top this? Suddenly a flash of light came from beside me. Poplio. It shouted in a confident tone. Poplio, you want to battle? I asked the small seal as I kneeled in front of him. Poplio. Poplio nodded to me. I was unsure since Poplio had barely hatched from his egg not too long ago, but I decided to use her since she was confident. I stood up and looked over to the field and exclaimed a catchphrase that only Ash would say while raising my sore arm, Poplio. I choose you. Poplio. Poplio exclaimed proudly as she looked up at Mega Abomasnow. I knew the battle would not be easy since I am using a hatched newborn, but I had to make sure I could win with strength and beauty. I looked at the ref and the ref lowered his arm. Battle begin. You can play battle music now. Serena, Poplio, versus Paula, Abomasnow. Abomasnow, finish this quick, use ice beam. Paula exclaimed. I looked over and saw Abomasnow charging up an ice beam and I knew what to do. Poplio, quick, jump into the air while using water gun with a spin to it. Poplio. Poplio shouted as she spun and created a water gun vortex. I like to call it counter shield and it appealed to the audience at times. I saw the ice beam begin to freeze the vortex and decided to counter-attack as things were going my way. Now slide down the ice with a bubble. I say with a smile. Poplio listens intently as she uses a bubble to float down while being led by the ice very smoothly. I knew that I had to hurt Abomasnow to actually win, but I decided to be more passive. Paula decided it was her turn though. Abomasnow, use ice shard, make sure it does not get away. Dodge it. I shout, hoping Poplio can get out of the way. Poplio began to dance while avoiding the ice shard with ease, which made me be relieved at how Poplio was not getting hit, but my relief was short-lived as the ice shard turned and started following Poplio. Quickly, an idea sprang into my mind. Poplio, make a bubble and put it in front of you. Pop.lio. Poplio shouted as she made a bubble that stopped the ice shard and burst into a lot of sprinkles of bubbles. From the stands I heard oohs and ahs to my performance. Somehow though, I still needed to take out Abomasnow if I was going to win. Paula grew desperate at this point and began another counter-attack while Poplio was taking damage from hail. Abomasnow, use ice beam on the ground. Abomasnow used the ice beam, thus freezing the entire field, which intimidated me. I had no clue how to deal with this kind of field. Now use wood hammer on the ground and make some pillars. Abomasnow. Abomasnow hit the ground with a large green hammer-like arm and made large pillars of ice come up from the ground. I instantly knew that I needed to be careful as the crown enjoyed this scene as well. Now Abomasnow, use wood hammer and hit the pillars to Poplio. Paula shouted, making me panic. Poplio, quick, use disarming voice. Break the pillars in mid-air as they fly for you. I shout with hope while putting my arm in the air. Poplio, the pillars are flying towards Poplio, but Poplio makes a strong voice that cracks and breaks the ice, thus making a lot of different sprinkles of ice around everyone. Abomasnow, let's finish this. Use Giga Impact. Paula exclaims with agitation. This is a performance battle, what are you thinking? I snap in shock, looking at the magnitude of the attack that was coming. I don't care, if I faint that stupid seal, then I win, and I get Ash, Paula taunted, which made Poplio and my blood boil. At least no one had heard it except me and Poplio, but the anger was now being reflected on the audience. In the stands. What is Serena doing? Callum asked. Serena had started moving involuntarily, which was concerning everyone. Abomasnow had started glowing yellow and white and was rushing Poplio, so this made Grace worry about Serena and her Pokemon. The entire audience was at the edge of their seats. Come on, Serena. Grace muttered to herself while clenching her fists at the edge of her seat. With Ash on top of the stands by himself. Ash looked at the battle as it was getting intense. Suddenly, he saw Serena doing wave-like motions with her arms and shouting, I won't give up until the end. Errorg. Ash recoiled as he saw this. He noticed an aura envelop Serena and her screaming was clearly audible. Ash also noticed Poplio have an aura. The incoming Giga Impact was closer though, but Serena had enough time. Artificial Z move. Hydro Vortex. Ash stared wide-eyed like the rest of the crowd and performers and hosts and everyone witnessing the battle as Poplio made a huge water tornado that enveloped Abomasnow in a large watery explosion that made the Abomasnow fall over instantly to his regular form. Normal POV at the stage. Serena could hardly believe what had just happened. Abomasnow is unable to battle and Poplio performed better throughout the battle, so the winner is Serena, the ref exclaimed. Serena ran up to Poplio and hugged her. Poplio, you were amazing. The crowd roared and cheered as Serena praised Poplio and Paula recalled Abomasnow and left without a trace and anger in her eyes. Paula had her fists clenched as she left the stage with a bad attitude, which relieved many people who thought things would go badly. And Serena moves on to ZE next round. ZE freestyle round. Pierre exclaims as the crowd claps and cheers. The sound that drowned out the world for Serena at that moment. A while later in the stage. Pierre was alone on stage addressing the masterclass, and we have our final 5 performers. Which one will challenge Aria? The crowd roared. ZE Masterclass Freestyle is about to begin. Pierre added, Chapter 14, Masterclass Victory. Serena's greatest decisive performance. Ash POV at the top of the stands with Pikachu. I look at the rodent in my shoulder and he looks at me with a smile. Pikachu, why did I snap at her? I ask my friend. Pika Pi Pikachu, Pikachu told me while looking over at the stage. I looked over to the stage and noticed the 5 performers that were involved in the finals of the masterclass. One of them was the one I was rooting for the most. Obviously Serena, but her competition was stiff. I look at the names and pictures of the performers. One was Shauna, she was a big rival of Serena, but also her best friend. I have a feeling that Serena can win with confidence if she puts everything into it. The second performer was a brunette girl. In the picture she was depicted as having a green bandana on her head. Still, she had a white dress during the masterclass. She was a top coordinator from Hoenn called May. She intimidated me a little bit as she was able to easily win her battle in the second round and had won the grand festival in Hoenn. Same thing with the fourth performer. She knew May very well, but had blue hair. She was Dawn, another top coordinator that was from Sinnoh this time. She was also a large threat since she had won the grand festival in Sinnoh. Likewise, the last girl had a weird earring which I detected as being a keystone. She had blonde hair and was very tall. Her name was Astrid and she had gone through the second round through Mega Evolution. I do think Serena can beat her, but we will have to see. Now that I think about it, I think I battles against Astrid once, but Sceptile, back then a Grovyle, actually lost against her Mega Absol. Now I want a rematch. Stands. This will be a close one, Tierno said calmly. I have a feeling either Serena or Shauna will make us proud. Callum looked at Tierno with enthusiasm, but simply added, I know right? But Shauna will totally win. Huh, if Ash was here to hear that, Trevor laughed. He would flip out on you at that point. Grace attentively listened as she tried to comprehend why Ash would be nervous if Callum claimed that Shauna would win. The only conclusion Grace had was that Ash was supporting Serena, but the fact that Ash would only support Serena that way and by what he said before, Grace saw Ash differently than most boys. The crowd roared throughout the stands as the performers stepped out into the stage. Everyone was getting prepared for the next moment. Stage. Pierre was standing up tall with his staff and Klefki. Pierre then looked at the crowd and claimed, look very well at this last batch of performers. One will challenge Aria for her title of Kalos Queen. In the end, you will choose ZE outcome. So, for ZE freestyle round we will individually see all the performances and choose the best one to challenge Aria. Serena, Shauna, May, Dawn and Astrid all stood tall as everyone was cheering for them. Shauna POV. I made it this far, I will do my best and get farther than anyone has before. I know I can win. May POV. This is very difficult, I have a feeling my rivals will be very strong, but I will manage to pull out on top, I know I can. Dawn POV. Everyone is very fired up, I hope I can dazzle the audience. I need to try my best and not worry. I made it this far, so I am happy. Astrid POV. I may be a battler, but I made it this far, so I am sure I can do great. As long as I can keep my cool and use what is up my sleeve, I can win. Serena POV. Ash, I am sorry for yelling at you, but please, at least watch me perform, I need you here for me. There is something you definitely lack, if you don't know what it is, then you won't be able to defeat Arya. These words echoed through my mind as I grab my sore arm and hide it behind my back. ARGH, I have to stay strong. I don't care about my well-being, I can do this. A little later on stage. Welcome ZE first performer, Astrid. Pierre exclaimed. Astrid stood tall in her purple dress. Next to her was an Absol and a Meowstic. She started off by making acrobatic backflips across stage while Meowstic controlled her with Psychic. Use Psycho Cut. Astrid called out as she danced around Absol, who shot a Psycho Cut straight up. Now use Thunder Wave. Meowstic shot upwards a wave of electricity that caused the crowd to roar in excitement. Astrid then looked at the crowd with confidence as she made more backflips among her Pokémon that were all elevated through Psychic. I know Absol is a Dark-type LMAO, just let it slide. Time to take this to the next level. Absol Mega Evolve. Astrid shouted. Absol started to glow, making the audience stare in awe as Absol gained wings and started to run around with more speed. Now use Ice Beam. Absol shot out an ice beam and made pillars of ice. Then Astrid commanded her Meowstic to use Psychic to destroy them in an array of magic. Finished. Astrid shouted as she looked at the public while making the crowd roar in approval. Next performance. Welcome to ZE stage, Dawn. Pierre exclaimed with enthusiasm as the blue-haired girl popped up on stage along with Piplup and Kalava. Piplup use Whirlpool. Dawn commanded as Piplup started to use Whirlpool, engulfing her and Kalava. Now Kalava use Flame Wheel. Quill.Lava. Kalava began to circle around the giant vortex by using Flame Wheel and caused the entire audience to look with awe and cheer at the spectacle. Now use Bubble Beam. Kalava counter it with Fire Blast. Dawn exclaimed. The two Pokémon shot their attacks and collided, causing an explosion that revealed stars and bubbles flowing all over the audience. Let's finish this, Dawn declared as she danced across the stage. Kalava use Eruption. Piplup go for a strong Hydro Pump. Quilava. Kalava shouted as he made molten rocks start to fall from the sky. Piplup then destroyed the rocks with Hydro Pump, causing a large amount of steam to appear among the stage and stands. When the steam cleared, you could see Dawn with her Pokémon. That's it. Dawn shouted as the crowd clapped and cheered. Next performance. Welcome May to ZE stage. Pierre shouted as the crowd started watching as the brunette girl came up to the stage with a Blaziken and a Beautifly. Go Beautifly, use Sweet Scent. May commanded as Beautifly made the stage completely hazy with a red and pink color. Now Blaziken use Flamethrower. Blaziken fired off a flamethrower up at the roof and caused a nice explosion that had fire sparkles. May then appeared dancing with Blaziken, amusing the audience. Beautifly was using Psybeam, attempting to hit the dodging pair, which looked very intense for the audience, but added more special effect. Blaziken, let's finish this. Beautifly go for a gust. May exclaimed. Blaziken use Flamethrower on the ground. May and her Pokémon then began to float, and then they touched down with a pose after spinning a couple of times. Finished. May exclaimed. The crowd was amused as well, showing their appreciation through the cheering and clapping. Shauna's performance. Welcome to ZE stage, ZE and only Shauna. Pierre exclaimed as he walked off the stage. Shauna appeared before the crowd before everyone, and the cheers were loud, but one that made Shauna feel happy was. Go Shauna, you can do it. Callum exclaimed through the crowd, making Shauna blush. Right beside her was Venusaur and Tropius. Shauna then got on Tropius and began to ride it around the stage and towards the stands. Shauna was commanding Tropius to use Gust, causing the crowd to enjoy the gust of wind. Now Venusaur use Frenzy Plant. Shauna exclaimed. Venusaur. Venusaur shouted as it shot the large plant in front of him just in time to stop in front of the crowd, making the entire stage be covered in plants. Shauna was dancing up and down the plants as she decided to pull of a hard move next. Venusaur used Leaf Storm on me. Venusaur followed the command and made Shauna rise into the sky with leaves around her, making the crowd cheer. Then Leaf Storm ended and Shauna landed while winking one eye and said, "Finished." Serena POV. I look over to my side and see Floette and Poplio beside me. I decided to make Poplio come along with me as she was a strong and energetic performer. Suddenly, I hear the words. Last but not least, performer Serena. I hear Pierre shout as the floor behind me began to move upwards. Suddenly I am met by the scene of many people watching me and clapping as I finally am able to begin performing. I look up and smile while inhaling and exhaling. Play Dory Dory's Dream Power here. Floette use Misty Terrain. I shout. I see the entire ground around me become misty and pink, just the color I needed. Now Poplio, encase us in a bubble. I hug Poplio in my arms as Poplio created a bubble that encased me. I could see the thin lining of the bubble as I started to float, making the audience roar in approval. Floette use Fairy Wind. I shout. Floette goes around with Fairy Wind, thus pushing me near the stands. I got an eyeful of Callum, Trevor, Tierno, and Mom smiling at me. But where was Ash? I frowned, but I remembered to not give up. Floette used Moonblast. Floette used Moonblast at the bubble that was now on top of the stage, and I decided to unleash Poplio. Poplio used Water Gun Counter Shield. I shout as Poplio starts spinning and bursting the bubble while I lightly touch the ground with my feet. The explosion above me is beautiful as I see the water and mist combine. My two Pokemon then land beside me and we start dancing as they hop in and out of me. Then, I grab Poplio and toss him into the sky as Floette used Fairy Wind to get us all airborne. Floette used Moonblast. Poplio Water Gun. I exclaim with a smile. The moves collide and the other Pokemon fall to the ground harmlessly as I touch the ground on my legs and just barely touched the ground with my hurting arm, which hurt a lot. Other than that, I ignored the pain and put my arm out into the sky while saying, "Tada." The crowd instantly drowned out my thoughts as I could hardly hear myself think. Just then the other performers came to the stage as well. Pierre came up to the microphone and I grew nervous. This is it, the final round, who will go to challenge Aria? Pierre then started to talk. Now it is time for Z votes to begin. Adjust your colors to ZE person that you think performed best. Ready? I looked around and saw the colors of the rainbow staring back at me from the stands. I grew nervous during the count to 3 in collusion. 1, 2, 3. Ash POV. I look over at the colored orbs that start flowing. The pink ones for Serena, green for Shauna, blue for Dawn, yellow for May and purple for Astrid. I look at my side and notice I have no glow light to cast my vote. OSHT. Pika. Pikachu told me as we ran as fast as we could to get to the lobby. When we reached the lobby, I looked around the rows of couches. One of the couches had a blank glow light lying on top of it. Perfect. I got the random glow light in the middle of the room and then I run into the auditorium bursting through the doors and notice that the orbs are done flowing. I click on pink and threw the glow light towards the stage with all my might, praying that it went through. Serena POV. The colors started flowing from everywhere in the stage, followed by the colors from people voting from outside of the Tripocolon coming from the floor in front of the stage. After a while, all the colors stopped. Then suddenly, clank, a random glow light lands in the stage in front of me and then a pink orb came out. The orb slowly flew in front of my face and then went down to my dress where it got absorbed into the key in my dress and everyone turned in my direction confused. I looked over at the stands and I saw him. Ash, standing there with Pikachu with a smile and panting hard like if he had just ran a marathon. He was standing there in the middle of the passage in the stands looking at me and gave me a thumbs up. Did he actually not hate me at all? I felt my cheeks burn a little, but I also felt relieved that he still saw my performance. My thoughts were drowned out by Pierre's voice, and ZE performer that challenges Arya will be. I close my eyes and feel nervous. My heart pounding and my legs feeling like if they were about to give out. Suddenly, I felt a large warm sensation through my eyelids. The crowd roared and I could barely hear anything, but I still did in the end. I opened them to not believe what I was hearing. Performer Serena won by 1 vote. I teared up and looked at my Pokemon. Thank you guys, I muttered as I hugged them. At the stands. Ah. Shauna lost, Tierno said. It's okay, her journey is just beginning, Callum replied as he smiled proud of Shauna. Grace couldn't hold it anymore and stood up, you see Serena, she's my girl. That's my baby. Ash then came up and said, and your baby will push through to learn more. Ash. Everyone shouted. I told you Callum, Ash smirked. Don't underestimate Serena. He got you there, Trevor replied. Ash, by any chance? Grace started. Yeah. Ash encouraged. Were you the one that threw the glow light? Grace asked. How did you know? Ash stuttered as Grace gave Ash a knowing look. Something in Serena's face told me, Grace replied simply while remembering Serena's slight blush at looking from where the glow light came. At the lounge still Serena POV. All the girls looked at me and congratulated me. They all started wishing me good luck and gave me ideas for my performance against Arya. I felt thankful, but I had already had my routine planned out. Serena. Shauna started as she looked at me. She like some of the other girls had tears in her eyes. Shauna then surprised me by hugging me. Serena win this for us I know you can do it. Shauna. I reply unsure. I then became confident and pulled her away so we can make eye contact. I will do my best Shauna. A little later. It was time for me against Arya. I wanted to talk with Ash before the performance, but I wasn't able to find him or the others so I had stuck with Shauna. Shauna though, went to the stands with the others so I was alone. I was nervous as hell, but I needed to pull through. I went to a safe spot where you was alone and took out 4 Pokeballs. Braixen. Sylveon. Poplio. Floette. Hey guys, I tell my Pokemon. I just want to say thank you, we made it this far and I believe we can be happy about how well we did. So, for now let's focus in doing our best. Everyone lets out a battle cry and put out a paw, fin, flower, and branch. I knew I could do it and nothing, not even my sore arm would stand in the way of me trying my full effort. In the stands. Ash was sitting with Pikachu next to Grace. Grace was curious as to what happened after Ash and Serena had left the stage before. Ash, are you okay? Ash put his hand in his pocket and felt a piece of cloth which he recognized as the handkerchief. No, actually I may have snapped at Serena after I answered and put her through and now I feel terrible. Grace looked at Ash sympathetically and put a hand on his shoulder. Serena is very forgiving and she values you a lot, I know so. Go talk to her when you have the chance and maybe you can fix things. Ash smiled and nodded as he knew he would have to do the right thing. Suddenly, the stage lit up and Serena was seen walking with her 4 Pokemon to center stage. She looked determined and ready to win as the crowd roared at her approval. Ash smiled, but he noticed her acting weird with her right arm, but Ash shook it off. It's starting. Tierno exclaimed. Good luck Serena. Trevor shouted. Do your hardest Serena. Callum yelled. Grace stood up with a powerful tone and exclaimed, "Make Mama proud, Serena. Pika pika pikapi." Ash stood up next to Grace and looked at Serena. "Serena. Don't give up until the end." With Serena on stage. "Serena. Don't give up until the end," a voice pierced through the cheering crowd, making Serena get a pink glint in her cheeks. Serena smiled, she knew what she had to do to win and how to perform. Serena looked over to her Pokémon and nodded as Pierre introduced her. "Allow me to present, the person that will challenge Aria to be Kalos' queen, Serena." The crowd cheered Serena on as Pierre and his Klefki walked off stage, leaving Serena alone. Serena had her favorite song come on as she felt the rhythm. The song being, "Dream Power Dori Dori," this is the cue, play it. Serena tapped her foot to the sound of the beat at the beginning, and when the electric guitar played the beginning of the music, Serena and her Pokémon began to dance side to side. Once the singer began to sing, Serena grabbed Braixen's wand and started using flamethrower and drew a large heart among the stage while fire streaked around her smiling face, with Grace showing off her internal fire. Serena then ordered Sylveon to use fairy wind and make her fly into the sky. Poplio used her bubble to float up into the sky while using a water gun counter shield under Serena, making Serena look like she was on top of a vortex. Floette now used Moonblast while Braixen used Fire Blast. Serena exclaimed as Braixen and Floette launched their attacks, and making the prongs turn into petals of a flower with a pink centerpiece. This made the crowd roar. "Now Sylveon, use your feelers to make me soar," Serena ordered while smiling. The end. Sylveon sang as she grabbed Serena with her feelers and used fairy wind to the point that Serena was floating around the stands, making the crowd happy. Now Braixen Fire Blast and Psychic at the same time. Serena demanded as Braixen jumped into the sky and engulfed Serena in flames while using Psychic to protect Serena. The crowd stood wide-mouthed at this as Serena and her Pokémon began to fly into the sky. "Let's finish this," Serena exclaimed while making wave patterns with her arms. Z move. Hydro Vortex. Pop.Leo. Poplio exclaimed as he unleashed a large water vortex under him. "Now use Fire Blast and Fairy Wind." Serena exclaimed as Sylveon and Floette used Fairy Wind into the vortex, amazing everyone as Braixen added in an extra Fire Blast. Then the vortex exploded into pink, orange and blue particles sprinkling all over the audience. Serena was then being lowered towards the ground face first slowly, and she put her hand out to stop her. All of her Pokémon did the same and did well, but when Serena landed, she landed in her hurt arm. Serena winced in the searing pain, but started falling forward. Sylveon decided to come in and rescue Serena as she swung her feelers to front flip Serena into a hero position. "Tada!" Serena screamed while smiling. "I did everything I possibly could," Serena thought to herself as the crowd stood up and cheered on for Serena, drowning any sound Serena has ever heard before. In the stands. "Yeah, that was awesome," Tierno shouted. "Truly amazing," Shauna shouted. She was sitting with Callum and had came in time to see Serena perform in the finals. "You were great," Callum and Trevor shouted in unison. "Serena, I am so proud," Grace exclaimed into the cheers and clapping. "Pikapi," Pikachu shouted with enthusiasm. "Serena, that was amazing," Ash exclaimed. Ash was happy, but he was also worried about something. He noticed Serena's hurt arm. Back on stage. "Now welcome your reigning Kalos queen, Aria," Pierre shouted as he introduced a magenta-haired girl that stepped in through the doors in the back of the stage. She had a Delphox, Spritzy and Vivillon beside her. Serena noticed how much attention got through her elegant movement to the music. She watched in awe as Aria was picked up by her Vivillon to later use Charge Beam and Solar Beam to combine with a Fire Blast to make an amazing star design. Serena then noticed Aria's smile, something that Serena knew she had to work on. "Now I know what I lack. Something to give," Serena thought as she smiled at Aria's performance. Elegantly, Arya concluded her performance and made the crowd roar very loudly for Arya. Unbeknownst to Serena. Serena was the one that made others smile more in the end. A little later. Are you ready to vote? Remember to choose ZE performer that you think performed best, Pierre instructed as she presented the two performers in front of her. All of them with their Pokemon beside them, and they all had great amount of determination. Will Arya defend her title, or will Serena be crowned ZE new Kalos queen? We will find out in. Pierre started. The crowd started. Do. The crowd chanted again. Trois. Everyone exclaimed as the lights started making orbs that flowed into the performers' keys. It was green for Arya and pink for Serena. Suddenly, all of the orbs from outside the Tripocolon got added into the mix. This has been a world record of votes. We have had at least 3 million votes this time. Give yourselves a round of applause. Pierre shouted as everyone clapped. Now ZE winner is. The light showed on one performer and the crowd began to roar in approval at the Kalos queen. Era. Pierre. Shouted. Serena smiled even though she lost and looked at her Pokemon. She hugged them, showing great appreciation for their work and dedication to making things possible. Arya was crowned a tiara that Klefki held on his key chain. Arya was also given a bouquet of flowers to symbolize her winning. Arya walked up to Serena as the crowd cheered and said while extending her arm, "That was fun, we should do it again sometime." Serena grabbed her hand with both of hers and shook it. "Yes, and when we do, I will totally win." With that, the showcase closed with Serena and her Pokemon along with Arya and her Pokemon waving at the roaring audience. There were no winners and losers in the end. There was just two amazing performers celebrating the conclusion of being able to perform for people to smile. At a meeting later at undisclosed location. What happened? An irritated Arya asked Diantha, who had asked her to sit in front of her. Tell me, that challenger you performed against in the end, what did you think of her performance? Diantha asked coldly as she picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it. Arya looked at the ground and thought for a second. Her performance was amazing. It was beautiful and graceful. Honestly, I think it could have gotten more votes than it had. Diantha looked at Arya seriously and told her this. Well, it did. In fact, I made it so that 1/3 of the votes for her were counted for you instead. Arya looked shocked. She would have lost if things would have been done differently. Arya stood up and hit her fist into the table. Why? Why did you rig it? Diantha stood up and put a hand on Arya's shoulder and told her to relax. Diantha then came up and explained her reasoning. I talked with Olympia the other day, and she said that the girl. Serena was her name. She has a special connection with someone I have been watching closely. Olympia stated that danger is coming and that if Serena is Kalos' queen, she won't do her role to protect Kalos. Diantha then looked at Arya. Do not give up the title. It will be beneficial for the safety of our region that Serena remains close to my subject. Diantha then got up and started walking to the door, catching Arya's attention. Where are you going? I have to battle this person. I have to see the power of his spirit. Diantha said coldly as she left the room, leaving Arya alone. So. Serena is the real Kalos queen. Arya muttered in disbelief. Later at the lobby. Serena, you came so close. I am proud of you, Grace told her daughter. Thank you, Mom. Serena blushed a bit. Serena, I'm going to go to sleep, Shauna said. Let's make this a new beginning for us. Yes. Serena shouted as she shook Shauna's hand. Same here, Serena. And Ash, when we have a battle, right? Callum asked with a smirk. You got that right, bro. Ash replied, smirking as well. We're leaving too, bye. Tierno and Trevor said as they left the lobby after congratulating Serena. Shauna and Callum left through the door and Grace was also leaving when Grace turned around and said, also, Serena, take care of yourself, love you. Love you too, Mom, Serena replied as her mother left the Tripocolon. It was Ash and Serena alone all over again. Pikachu decided it would be best to leave the two to talk alone, so he walked to a corner and eavesdropped. Clever Pikachu. Serena sat down in a bench and looked down. She had many thoughts going through her head about what was next for her. Serena then felt a hand in her shoulder and looked up to find Ash that sat next to her. "Serena, how's your arm?" Ash asked in concern as he recalled what happened when Serena was performing. How do you know?" Serena asked, surprised at Ash's discovery. "I saw how you acted with it. Here, let me help," Ash said as he took out the handkerchief from his pocket to help Serena. Unbeknownst to him, something else fell out. "Ash," Serena said while blushing at Ash wrapping the handkerchief on Serena's hurt hand. "Thank you." "No problem," Ash replied with a warm smile. "How are you feeling about today?" "I am frustrated, but I think I can learn and become a better performer, and thanks to my friends I can receive support to later give it in performances. I noticed how much my friends mean to me when it comes to helping me make something for others to be motivated to do something as well." Serena then noticed something and picked it up. The picture of Ash's mom. "Ash, who is she?" "My mom." Ash choked in his words. Serena stared in awe and looked at Ash with a sympathetic smile. "Ash. She is beautiful. She has your eyes and the look of compassion." Ash stared in awe at how Serena understood him and was able to learn what his mother was like in seconds. "You hit that description dead on," Ash replied. "Look, Serena, about earlier today. I am sorry I snapped at you." "No, Ash, don't apologize. I should have not tried to enter your bottled-up emotions like that. I'm sorry," Serena replied looking down. "I know you miss your mother and that your father caused this pain to you. I should not have tried to force you out of it." "It's okay, Serena," Ash said while wrapping his hand around Serena. "Come on, you look exhausted, let's go to the Pokemon Center to rest." Serena nodded and Pikachu got on Ash's shoulder as Ash walked Serena back to the Pokemon Center. The same way he did at camp years ago, Chapter 15, en route to Snowbell. Ash vs. Callum. An electric surprise. The next morning with the gang outside the Pokemon Center. Grace had already left to Vanilleville Town and now it was just Ash, Serena, Callum, Shauna, Trevor and Tierno that were left. "So what are you guys going to do now?" Tierno asked the group. "I am going to go get my last badge," Ash shouted while pumping his fist. "Me too," Callum exclaimed while smirking. Serena and Shauna both smiled at the determination of the boys. Suddenly, Serena spoke up, "I actually am going to go to Snowbell too, but Shauna and I have some things we would like to practice here in Glorio." Shauna looked at Serena and then back at Callum and Ash. "I will be at Lumiose to get ready for the league after Serena and I finish our practicing. For now, goodbye." "Bye, Serena and Shauna, hope to see you at Snowbell," Ash said with a smile as the two girls began to walk back into the Pokemon Center. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted as well. Serena then spoke up, "I will see you there, Ash. I can't miss your next gym battle." "Of course you can't, see you there," Ash exclaimed. The girls' door to the Pokemon Center then shut and the others saw as the outlines of. Serena and Shauna left the doorway and into what they needed to do in the Pokemon Center. "Well, Trevs and I are going to go to Lumiose and train extra hard for the league," Tierno shouted with excitement as he shot a pose to the others. "We sure are, you guys better get your last badges soon," Trevor responded with a smirk. "So for now, see you guys later." Then, Tierno took out a Swanna while Trevor took out a Charizard. Both trainers got on their Pokemon and flew off, thus leaving Ash and Callum alone. Callum and Ash had not battled in a while and they both felt like they needed to battle again. "So Callum, how about a one-on-one?" Ash asked as they walked to separate ends of a practice field that they saw next to the Pokemon Center. "You're on, Ash," Callum replied while taking out a Pokeball and bobbing it in his hand. "I am ready for anything that you have to throw at me." "Okay then, here goes." Ash exclaimed as he decided on what Pokemon he wanted to use. Ash took out a Pokeball and threw it, revealing the Pokemon he had promised would become stronger with. Frogadier, I choose you. Dear Froga. Frogadier said as he looked at Callum with a battle stance with crossed arms and a determined face. Callum smirked while taking the Pokeball he was bobbing in his hand and throwing it into the sky while yelling, "Galade, let's battle." The Pokeball opened and flashed a collection of bright energy that then took the form of a bipedal Pokemon with blades in his hands and a green tuft on his head. This Pokemon put his blades on his hits and then put them at his sides in battle stance. Galade. Galade shouted with excitement as he looked at his opponent. Galade and Frogadier had been rivals for a long time, and their close-ranged attacks really assured that the two have become increasingly powerful from battling each other. Battle music start, Ash, Frogadier, versus Callum, Galade. Galade start things off by using Leaf Blade. Callum ordered while putting his hand out in a very strong commanding tone. Gal.ade. Galade shouted as his blades grew green and he charged Frogadier. Frogadier did not look dazed by any chance at the attack that came to him. Frogadier use Cut. Ash ordered with excitement while putting his open hand out. Frogadier got out his white kunais and charged Galade. As Ash looked at the white blades, he saw them glisten blue and then turn white again as the moves collided. Frogadier and Galade stayed in that stalemate for a while, in which sparks flew in between the white and green blades, but then the two bipedal Pokemon separated to be in front of their trainers. Galade used close combat. Callum shouted. Galade charged Frogadier as he started punching very fast, but Ash knew how to counter this from the last time they had battles. Frogadier used aerial ace on his joints. Ash retaliated while pumping his fist. Frogadier made his limbs glow white and dodged the incoming physical beatdown and then hit Galade in the shoulder girdle and the knee joint, thus stopping the dangerous attack. This caused Galade to stumble back and give out a smirk and battle cry in front of his trainer. Ash then saw an opportunity, so he put his right hand into the sky and gave the following command, "Now Frogadier, use Water Pulse. Don't let it get away with it, use Psycho Cut and break the sphere." Callum shouted with a smirk, knowing very well how to counter the sphere of aquatic energy. Galade instantly shot out the purple blade, thus causing the Water Pulse to explode in mid-air. Callum then found his chance to strike, now hit it with Leaf Blade again. Double team. Ash commanded while pumping his fist. Froga, 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 Frogadier shouted as he turned into a lot of decoys that tried to confuse Galade. The copies then covered most of Ash's side of the field, to which Ash smirked in satisfaction from his increased evasion. Callum smirked and pulled out his trump card, "Now, take them all out with Stone Edge." Gal. Ade. Galade shouted as he punched the ground, making rocks come out from the ground and penetrate the decoys. The decoys all went down as soon as the Stone Edge hit them, but one Frogadier avoided it. Callum noticed this and reacted, used Leaf Blade and hit all of the rocks back at him using close combat. Galade's hands glue a green color and sliced through the rocks, making them small, and then with close combat managed to make the rocks fly towards Frogadier in incredible speed like bullets coming out of a machine gun. Frogadier had not chance in dodging and took the damage. Ash, though, for some odd reason he recoiled, but not of shock, pain. Why did this hurt? Ash asked himself. But Ash still did not give up and swung his arm across his chest with a fist formed on his hand. "Frogadier, use your frubbles to stop his hands from punching any more rocks." Froga.deer. Frogadier shouted as he launched the frubbles and encased the hands like HNDCFFS. Galade struggled to get out of the HNDCFFS and ended up falling to his knees tired. This was the opening Ash needed, as Callum's Pokemon seemed like it was unable to continue attacking because of the trap he was in. "Looks like I can finish this now," Ash told himself before narrowing his eyes and thinking of the right move to finish this battle off. Frogadier use Water Pulse. Ash exclaimed while putting out his fist. Frogadier charged up a large sphere of water and shot it towards the struggling Galade. Callum smirked as he saw a chance to get out of the trap he was in. Gallade, dodge it by jumping up and use Leaf Blade on the Frubbles. Gall.de. Gallade used every ounce of his energy to jump into the sky. The water pulse kept going and hit the ground below Gallade, thus not causing harm. Then in the air, Gallade used Leaf Blade to free himself from the grip of the Frubbles with his green blades. Then, he charged Frogadier with his amazing speed and superior height advantage. What? Ash recoiled in shock, but regained composure. Use Cut. Ash commanded quickly as he put his fist out. The attacks collided in mid-air again, and just like before it ended in a stalemate. Callum though, he smirked at the sight of the collision. Use Psycho Cut with your free hand. Galad's free hand glowed purple and threw a blade that made Frogadier fall to the ground. Frogadier got up slowly, but very weakened from the stab that Gallade had in that attack. Frogadier, are you alright? Ash asked. Dear. Froga.dear. Good, now run and use double team. Ash exclaimed. Frogadier ran and jumped into the air and split into many forms that surrounded Gallade. This was the position Ash would like to have Frogadier have in order to win. Now Frogadier, use Aerial Ace. Callum recoiled, but knew what he had to do. As he watched the aquatic frog's limbs glow white and charged, he had a plan that would stop the attack from harming him. Jump up while using Leaf Blade and spinning. Callum exclaimed while pumping his fist. Gall.ade. Gallade shouted as he spun like a top with green blades. Frogadier got hit and fell back in front of Ash. Ash gritted his teeth, he had to do something. Frogadier used Water Pulse. Frogadier began charging his attack furiously. Ash was not expecting to have such a hard time, especially after the experience he and Frogadier got after the battle against Olympia. Froga. Frogadier shouted as he made the water sphere in his hands grow in size. Suddenly, Frogadier let his large water pulse fly and set it to go at an amazing speed. Callum saw the potential danger and shouted for his Gallade, use Stone Edge. The barrage of rocks crossed with the sphere of water and both attacks hit their targets with ease, causing a large explosion between the Pokémon. Ash and Callum gritted their teeth at what may have happened. Gallade stood up and barely lost his balance while looking at his standing opponent Frogadier. Ash then felt his entire body ache and he fell over as Frogadier mimicked his trainer. Both of them fell over breathing heavily and unable to continue battling. They had lost. Pikachu? Pikachu asked Ash in worry at the sudden fall. Ash had his eyes shadowed over his hat. The fact that he had promised Frogadier that they would become stronger haunted him. He turned back to Pikachu and faked a toothy grin saying, Callum really was great. Pika. Pikachu sighed thinking Ash was okay. Ash walked up to Frogadier and helped him up. Hey Frogadier, are you okay? Ash asked. Froga. Frogadier replied a little salty from the battle, still knowing he gave it his all. Ash, how is Frogadier? Callum asked Ash as he walked up to them and helped the duo stand up. We will be fine, thanks, Ash said. Well Ash, I am going to go to Snowbell straight away, I hope you can get there fine. Callum said as he revealed his Talonflame. I will Callum, take care, Ash replied, but just as Callum was about to get on, Ash spoke up once more, hey Callum. Yeah. Callum asked with a slight quirk of his eyebrow. Ash sighed as he then looked at Callum with a determined face and declared, let's battle again sometime, preferably the Kalos League, and let's settle our differences there. You got it, Callum replied as he shook Ash's hand briefly before turning back to his fire and flying type Pokemon and hoping on its back. I will see you later Ash, I better hope to see you at Lumio City after we both defeat the Snowbell Gym. Callum then took off on his Talonflame into the bright blue sky and Ash along with Frogadier watched in awe as the jet black-haired trainer disappeared into the sky as a small speck. Ash then looked at Frogadier and said, we will get another shot, don't worry. Froga. Frogadier said with a slightly sad tone as Ash took out Frogadier's Pokeball. Here, you look tired, take a good rest so that Nurse Joy can look at you, Ash said as he recalled Frogadier. Ash then walked into the Pokemon Center and talked with Nurse Joy. Can you heal this Pokemon please? Sure thing, give me a second, Joy replied taking Ash's Pokeball. In the meantime Ash and Pikachu went to sit in a couch to think. Serena and Shauna were not around anymore in the Pokemon Center. Ash probably thought they left to go train somewhere else. What will my strategy be for the Snowbell City gym? Ash asked himself while ruffling a hand through his hair. Pika. Pika Pika. Pikachu replied pointing at himself in a prideful way. Ash giggled and looked at Pikachu. We'll see, I mean you were in all the other gym battles except this last one, Ash replied as he remembered his gym battles. He remembered how Pikachu stared in his first, second and third gyms. How Pikachu did good work in the fourth for Sceptile, then a Grovyle to finish it off, his fifth one including how Gudra took out that Luxray with an incredible bide, how Noivern took out Sylveon at Laver City despite the disadvantage, how during his seventh badge Charizard, then a Charmeleon and Frogadier landed good hits, but it was mostly equal in participation. As of now, go-to for raw power had to be Charizard, but something about Frogadier puzzled him. Ding dong ding dong ding dong dang. The bell sounded as Nurse Joy gave Ash his Pokeball back. Thanks Nurse Joy, Ash said as he took in the Pokeball and put it in his belt. After that, Ash and Pikachu embarked in a road to Snowbell City where he would find himself winning his next badge. As Ash walked through the dirt path, he saw a lot of Pokemon through the sides of the field. They were nice and soft. The day was sunny and the wind was calm as Ash noticed some fletchlings flying overhead. After a couple hours of walking. After a couple of hours, Ash noticed a person get in his way. He had an umbrella but had green hair and a very green attire with a raincoat. He then spoke up, I see that's a Keystone, do you mind having a battle? Ooh, you're the trainer with that Sceptile, can you show me your skills in battle? This man exclaimed as he threw out a Venusaur. Ash smirked at the sight of the challenge and pointed to the sky, Pikachu I choose you. Pika. Pikachu exclaimed as he landed in front of Ash while gathering electricity. The man grew puzzled seeing his opponent's choice, but Pikachu can't Mega Evolve. Ash smirked while pumping his fist, of course he can't, but he doesn't need it to win. Pika Pika. Pikachu agreed while taunting the Venusaur with his, come at me, sign. Battle music begin, Ash, Pikachu, versus man, Venusaur. Alright then, the man said as he raised his hand and hit it towards the ground. Use Frenzy Plant. Venusaur raised his front legs and then slammed them on the ground causing a large amount of vines to shoot out of the ground with that immense power. Pikachu dodged the plants while using Quick Attack. Ash exclaimed with a bit of panic not expecting such a strong attack from the start. Pika. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu ran through the vines with ease until one crossed his way. Iron Tail. Ash exclaimed and Pikachu sliced through the vines with the Steel-type move. The man then counter-attacked with his own dangerous tactic. Venusaur used Poison Gas. The man said as Venusaur expelled a gas that consumed Pikachu. Pikachu used Counter Shield like Serena taught us. Ash retaliated while putting his fist out. Pika-Chu. Pikachu exclaimed while shooting off the Thunderbolt and making a vortex. The poison gas dispersed and since Pikachu knew to not breath he did not become poisoned. Gur. The man smirked as he said that Ash was no pushover. The rumors were right apparently, the man thought. The man then took out a pocket watch with a keystone and touched it causing Venusaur to glow and transform, Mega Evolve. Venusaur then grew in size developing a larger and more menacing coloration with a larger plant on the back that could obviously harbor more poisonous gases. Ash recoiled. Pika. Pikachu said in awe. Pika Pika. Pikachu then smirked liking the challenge. Use Seed Bomb, the man exclaimed while pumping his fists in front of him. Soar. Venusaur exclaimed as it threw seeds that were exploding in the ground. Pikachu winced in pain as he was hit as this was very painful and damaging. The power of Mega Evolution really proved itself here. Pikachu, don't give up. Charge in with quick attack. Ash commanded, thinking up a new strategy. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu started while he ran towards Venusaur that was standing his ground well. Frenzy plant, the man called out. Pikachu though ran up the plants, something Ash had never seen before, but he really liked the idea. The man recoiled at the scene. Now Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on yourself. Ash interjected with a smile as his strategy was sure to work. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu ran as he enveloped himself in an electric aura. Yes, this is Volt Tackle, have a problem with it. Pikachu collided with the Mega Venusaur, making a large explosion and knocking Pikachu into the air. Venusaur barely stood up. Now's our chance. Electro Ball. Ash shouted as he pumped his fist and put his hand out with the other arm. What happened next left Ash's jaw hanging. Pika-Chew. Pikachu shouted as he glowed yellow and engraved his fist into the ground. Instantly, rain started falling around the battle like if rain dance was used, and then lightning started coming from these clouds that dropped gallons of water. The ground where Pikachu hit the ground started crackling with electricity, and a large barrage of electrical power lunged at Venusaur, causing a massive explosion. That made both trainers wince. As soon as the smoke and rain cleared, it was evident that Venusaur was on the ground unconscious and there was no Mega Evolution present in Venusaur's form. Venusaur! The man shouted as he noticed Venusaur had lost his Mega Evolution. Wow, you are strong. I hope to battle again soon. The man recalled his dinosaur and left a dumbfounded Ash. Pikapi! Pikachu shouted, embracing Ash. Ash took out his Pokédex and noticed that Pikachu learned a new move. One he had never heard of before. Electric Overdrive. Base power 150. Typing, electric. Electric Overdrive. Ash muttered to himself as he looked at the description, a move that barely any electric types know. This move causes a thunderstorm to appear and a large barrage of electricity to be launched at the target. Pikachu, I have had enough for today, how about setting up camp? Ash asked himself. Pika. Pikachu replied as the duo got to work.